Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Manhattan Mogul by Leigh, narrated by Tim Page and Isabel Ruther. Chapter 1. Nash. It's the girl that catches my eye first. A tiny bit of a thing, her baggy jeans drag along the pockmarked sidewalk, her arms clasped tightly across her chest. It's dusk, that moody placeholder between afternoon and evening, the sun tiredly drooping toward the horizon, the moon just a crescent-shaped smudge in the sky. But even beneath the gritty streetlights of Manhattan's Lower East Side, the red hair piled on top of her head shines like a halo. This is my old neighborhood, although you would never know it as I sit behind the tinted windows of my chauffeur-driven SUV. Most of my days are spent just 2 miles and a world away from here, plotting corporate takeovers on Wall Street. Proof of my success is written in black and white, or maybe I should say green, at the bottom of my bank statement. For those who called me a cold-hearted bastard, I'd say the Arctic is treating me pretty damn well. But I still come back to the boxing gym where I first learned to fight. Crunching numbers gets tedious, and you can't slaughter the competition if you don't keep your killer instinct sharp. Which is why I noticed the petite redhead in the first place. I couldn't tell whether she was beautiful because I didn't see her face. I didn't know if she had a good body because her loose clothes disguised her figure. Face, tits, ass, legs, those are usually what draw my attention to the opposite sex, although not necessarily in that order. But this one? It's her stance, hunched over, and her pace too quick, like she's running from something. The girl doesn't make a sound, yet everything about her screams prey, and this is not the kind of neighborhood where vulnerability thrives. I should know. Sure enough, 2 thugs are hot on her tail. Are they chasing her? Is that why she darts into the alley across the street like a scared rabbit? Home, boss? My driver shifts into gear, about to pull away from the curb. Muttering a curse beneath my breath, I toss my gym bag onto the opposite seat and launch myself out of the SUV. Give me a minute. I slam the door, trotting after them without waiting for a response, then slow my pace at the entrance of the walkway. Hugging the shadows and keeping my footsteps light, I avoid the beer bottles and soda cans littering the ground that would announce my presence like a foghorn. The alley itself is dark, but there is enough light to see the 3 people less than 30 feet away. 2 men, 1 woman, the gap between them closing fast. 3 paces, 2 paces, 1, and then it is gone. A haunting wolf whistle splits the air. The woman's head jerks up, her russet mane coming loose and spilling down her back. Too late, I see one of the men reach out and grab a chunk of it in his fist. Her high-pitched yelp echoes inside my eardrums as I sprint toward them. I'm just a few feet away when I grab for one of the bottles I avoided only seconds earlier and slam it against the brick wall, the sound of shattering glass and explosion in the narrow space. The 2 thugs whip around, but they are from the neighborhood too. Hood rats, they're well-versed in protecting what is theirs, including the girl they've clearly claimed as their own. Get the fuck off her. Red-hot rage courses through my veins, but my words come out slow. I'm no bleeding heart. Some say I have no heart at all. But I do have a deep-rooted, bottomless disgust for those who pick on the defenseless, who turn unsuspecting individuals into victims. The man holding the redhead speaks first, pulling her into his chest. I notice his ears, small and crinkled, set close to his head. Fighter's ears. What's it to you? Harsh consonants and clipped, rough-edged vowels. The voice could be my own years ago. We come from the same gutter. I don't know her, don't really want to know her either. What kind of woman walks around these streets without even a shred of self-awareness? My only goal is to extricate her from the 2 pairs of hands she'd been too oblivious to avoid, and then I'll be on my way. Yeah, his friend echoes, wagging bushy eyebrows that overcompensate for a bald scalp. Back off, slick. I have a passing urge to laugh. These fools have no idea who they're dealing with. In sweats and $2,000 special-order Dior Air Jordans, I look like just another rich prick slumming it downtown. Oh, I am rich beyond their wildest dreams. But my expertise on Wall Street is matched by an ability to break jerk-offs like these in 2. Not gonna happen. Let the girl go. Or what? A harsh snicker rumbles from my chest. You think I'm handing out fucking options? Let her go and you just might walk out of here with your kneecaps intact. Eyebrows looks from me to cauliflower ears, who makes the mistake of shaking his head, a stubbornly defiant expression on his face. His thoughts are unspoken but obvious. There's two of us and one of him, and the girl is too good of a prize to give up. We can take him. Don't think so, Eyebrows says, answering for them both. There is a pinging noise, and a flash of steel catches my eye. His arm lifts, a knife aimed my way. I react instantaneously, instinctively. The bottle flies from my right hand straight toward his bald skull, opening up a jagged gash in the shiny skin. I keep moving, closing the distance between us and jabbing an elbow into his ribs, the curved bone splintering on impact. He tries a defensive jab, but I anticipate the movement and dodge, catching his wrist and twisting it hard. He howls in pain, his knife hitting the ground a second after I break his radius in half. The urge to destroy him is almost irresistible. What punishment should I mete out next? I could crush his nose with a spinning backhand to the face, collapse his windpipe with a vicious throat punch, or maybe I should pick up his own knife and... I stop myself, reluctantly falling back on the principles of restraint and discipline that are at the core of every true fighter. There is no honor in going for the jugular when a kick to the solar plexus will do. This guy, however, deserves everything I have to give and more. But there is the girl to consider. I step away and jerk my chin toward the far end of the alley. Go. Eyebrows doesn't hesitate. Holding his broken arm tightly to his side, blood dripping down his neck, he takes off, his frantic footsteps echoing off the brick walls. Cauliflower Ears, having witnessed what I've done to his friend, shoves his hostage at me and sprints in the same direction. I catch her by her narrow shoulders, stifling the urge to chase after him and deliver an equally memorable lesson. You okay? She tilts her head back to meet my gaze, and it's as if I'm staring into twin flames. I've never seen a pair of eyes burn so brightly, absolutely searing in their intensity, like they're fed by a fire burning deep within her soul. And for a moment, a sliver of a second, I feel something I can't quite describe. The loosing of a lock, the falling of a weight, the exhale of a breath, just something. Whatever it is, whatever it was, is snuffed out when the owner of those eyes rears back and slaps at my wrists. Get your hands off me! I release her immediately. What the fuck? Gladly. I've known plenty of crazy females in my life, but this one takes the cake. A naive porcelain doll who has no idea how close she came to being irrevocably shattered. I back away, but not quickly enough to miss her frown when she slides a palm down her side, her earlier anger turning to confusion when her fingers come away streaked with blood. Her blood. Fuck. Cauliflower Ears must have had a knife too. I catch her just before she hits the ground. Jay's face is impassive as I come out of the alley holding an unconscious woman in my arms. He opens the back door and I slip inside, cushioning her head against my shoulder. Hair the color of a freshly minted penny spills down my arm, pooling in my lap. Jay jumps back into the driver's seat, twisting around to look at me. I've seen ladies fall all over you, but this one might be taking it a little too far. I grimace at his attempt at humor. Can I get more light back here? He pushes a button, illuminating the interior of the Navigator, and takes a flashlight from the glove compartment. I raise her shirt high enough to assess the deep gouge carved into her waist. It begins just above the waistband of her jeans and ends just below her ribcage, though it doesn't appear to be life-threatening. I take a clean towel from my bag and press it against her side, hoping to staunch the flow of blood. Jay lets out a low whistle. That's gonna hurt when she wakes up. Stealing a glance at her face, an unfamiliar pang of sympathy twists in my gut. I barely looked at her while I was dealing with eyebrows and cauliflower ears, and afterward her unusual eyes had garnered most of my attention. Those eyes are shuttered now, giving me the opportunity to look my fill, and what a view it is. The plane of her forehead is smooth and relaxed, no trace of the earlier frown tugging at her brows. Gold eyelashes fan out against high cheekbones dusted with tiny freckles. Her nose is a narrow ski jump that juts above a mouth as plump and juicy as a fresh strawberry. She really is a porcelain doll. Should I make tracks for the hospital? I shake my head. In any emergency room in the city, she wouldn't be seen for hours. No, get Doc on the line and take us home, I say, keeping pressure on her wound, the towel slowly becoming red. This girl isn't about to become a beautiful corpse on my watch. Sure thing, boss. Jay turns back in his seat and puts the car into gear, switching off the interior lights. It doesn't matter, though. The image of her heart-shaped face is seared into my corneas. A moment later, Doc's voice comes through the car's speakers. Doc is Dr. Carmichael, a concierge physician I pay a small fortune to have at my beck and call. When you work and play at my level, convenience is easily bought with the swipe of a credit card. An Amex Black card, that is. Nash, how can I help you? Meet me at my place, now. My apartment consists of the entire top floor of the highest, most expensive skyscraper in Battery Park City. On one side, I look out at the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island. On the other is the Freedom Tower. As far as I'm concerned, Central Park and the stuffy uptown crowd packed into the buildings at its perimeter can go to the pigeons. Judging from the amount of bird droppings covering the sidewalks, maybe it already has. I carry the girl into my bedroom and place her gently on my duvet. I take off her sneakers, threadbare red Converses that have seen better days, while Jay brings me a fresh towel. A few minutes later, Dr. Carmichael rushes through the door. Taking in strays, I see, he comments, dropping his black bag on the floor and reaching inside for a stethoscope. Very funny. She was on the wrong end of a knife fight. I gesture at her shirt, the lower half almost entirely stained a deep reddish brown, and he lifts it to expose the skin beneath, his lips pursing at her wound. I add, she didn't faint when she was cut. It wasn't until later when she saw the blood on her hand. Doc nods, but his attention is on her, not me. Tearing my own eyes away, I leave him with his new patient and walk out of the room, shaking off my body's strange, visceral reaction to the unconscious girl splayed across my mattress. More than just curiosity, protectiveness. But more than that, too. Attraction, intrigue, even. I want her to wake up, I realize. I want to feel her eyes on me again, explore the amber blaze I'd been so taken aback by earlier, discover if the rest of her burns as brightly. With a start, I pull myself together. I'm curious about a lot of things. How grandfather clocks work, for example, the laws of physics, cryptography. Protectiveness is a given. I will not stand by when women or children are in danger, and I'm attracted to beautiful women. Who isn't? But they don't intrigue me, no matter how beautiful they are. Once I wash her blood off my hands, I pour a double shot of whiskey into a crystal old-fashioned glass and head for my office. 6 televisions hang on one wall, each set to a different news network, their sound muted. I scan them quickly, but the biggest news of the day is the remembrance ceremony commemorating the anniversary of 9/11. I don't need to remember. I've never forgotten. I lost 2 brothers that day. My older brother at the hands of insane zealots who believed weaponizing 747s entitled them to eternity in paradise and 72 virgins, and my baby brother more than a decade later when he ran into a burning building and never came out. To Wyatt, there were no greater heroes than the firefighters who went into the towers, risking their lives to save Scott and so many others like him. But Scott couldn't be saved, and Wyatt, he died a hero and left behind a family. The echoes of the past are quieted by 3 short raps of Doc's knuckles on my open office door. I look up. How is she? Fine now. She woke up as I was examining her wound, and I gave her a mild sedative and a local anesthetic before I stitched her up. But I erred on the cautious side and expect she'll wake up in a few hours. I left enough painkillers to get her through the next couple of days, along with antibacterial meds on the nightstand, and her dirty clothes are in the bathroom sink. I nod, exhaling a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. Anytime. He starts to walk out and then turns back. I'd like to return tomorrow morning. Check on her again. Tomorrow morning? No woman has ever spent the night in my apartment. Because I don't bring women back to my apartment, ever. I keep a suite at a nearby hotel for that. It's not that I hire escorts and want someplace anonymous for our trysts, although I'd be lying if I said I haven't thought about it. How easy it would be to pick up the phone, place my order, and have a girl delivered to me within the hour, ready and willing to please. Most of the women I meet are ready and willing to please too, but getting them to leave adds a layer of awkwardness I prefer to do without. I slip away while they're still sleeping, and room service knows to send up an elegant breakfast by 8. A handwritten note that reads, "Good morning, beautiful," seems to lessen the sting of my disappearing act. I roll suddenly tense shoulders, tossing back the remains of my glass in one swallow. Good. Do that. First time for everything.
Nixie. Jerking awake, I suck in an agonized breath, drawing it through my teeth as I feel for the brand that has obviously been seared into my right side. The pain is biting and sharp, like the sting of 1,000 wasps, and so shocking my mind temporarily goes blank with it, leaving no memory to grab hold of for an explanation. My touch is at once urgent and tentative, feeling for ruined, raw flesh. But all I find is a neatly taped gauze bandage. A tide of memory rushes in, depositing bits of the past along the barren shore of my mind. The skirmish in the alley, 2 men with stained teeth, shifty eyes, and foul breath. And 1 man who charged in and turned what I'm certain would have been a basic mugging into a terrifying knife fight. There wasn't much in my wallet, but I'd have gladly handed it over to walk away uninjured. I hate the sight of blood. A voice ripples through the unfamiliar darkness.
Doc said you'd be waking up about now. Points for punctuality.
As ephemeral as smoke, it seems to come from every corner.
He stitched you up and left painkillers, if you need them.
Another wave crashes over me, and I know exactly who this voice belongs to. That damn man who pretended he saved me when all he did was make the situation worse. I can't see him, but I don't need to. He's hardly forgettable. Tall, at least a foot taller than me, with close-cropped sandy brown hair and skin somewhere between bronze and olive, dramatically angled cheekbones that cut across his face like tiger stripes, pale green eyes fringed by inky black eyelashes that didn't soften his hard edges one bit. Attractive, if you like men built like Norse warriors. I don't. I know better than to get involved with men who speak with their fists, fighting battles that aren't their own. And I'm done with hot-headed men who erupt in unpredictable, violent outbursts. To be honest, for the foreseeable future, I'm done with men. Period. No, I say quickly. I don't need any more drugs, regardless of the pain. What I need is to leave. What I need is... Another detail, one that has nothing to do with him and everything to do with me, slams into my consciousness. Not only am I in a strange bed, I'm shirtless. Pantless, too. Where are my clothes? I clutch the cool sheet to my chest. Did this warrior claim me as the spoils of his fight? Take advantage of me while I was unable to resist? I swallow thickly. Is that all that happened? His velvet chuckle is almost mocking, which makes his reply less of a balm than it should be.
Unconscious women aren't really my thing.
Good to know. I want to jump out of this bed and flee with the tattered shreds of my dignity trailing behind me. Unfortunately, my options are a little limited right now. I'd like my clothes back, please.
No.
No? It wasn't a question.
Either way, I gave you an answer.
Beneath the covers, an indignant shiver trembles through me. Listen, if you're expecting some kind of open-armed, grateful...
From you?
He makes a noise that sounds like a snort.
I'm getting the feeling that you don't do grateful.
I never asked you to come running into the alley for me.
So you're not glad I did?
With my luck, of course I don't wind up with a run-of-the-mill Good Samaritan. Nope. I've fallen into the clutches of a cocky jerk with extra time on his hands and too much testosterone in his body, looking for an appreciative female to stroke his ego. I would have been just fine on my own. Another snort.
You sure about that?
How are you so sure I wouldn't be?
The same way I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The same way I know the earth is not flat but round. The same way I know—
Got it. You're all-seeing, all-knowing. Patron saint of helpless females the world over.
I never said you were helpless.
He pauses, then adds,
But next time you have your head in the clouds and don't notice two goons hot on your trail, looking to rob or rape you, probably both, I'll try to remember that you'd rather take your chances.
Fine. All hail the conquering hero. Happy now?
Oh, I'm no hero.
Well, at least we agree on that.
Do you really think you could have handled yourself back there?
So damn smug. Yes, I do. And while we can debate my self-defense capabilities all day—
Night? It's the middle of the night?
Whatever. All day, all night. There's no difference. What I'm trying to say is—
Listen, Rhonda Rousey. In case you haven't noticed, you're in my bed getting all hot and bothered about nonsense. Either go to sleep, or we might as well channel your energy into something more productive.
I snap my sagging jaw shut. Sex. He's talking about sex. The very same man I accused of being a rapist just a few minutes ago. He isn't. I believe him on that. Instead, he's an overbearing, self-important, shamelessly self-aggrandizing— I gnash my teeth in frustration. I don't have enough adjectives for what he is. But even as my brain furiously sifts through my mental thesaurus, my body is having its own reaction. A quickening of my breath, a tug of yearning low in my belly, and a rush of heat between my thighs that almost rivals my knife wound. Jeez, Nixie, get a grip. This guy is clearly an asshole. And you are not an asshole magnet. Not anymore.
So that's what it takes for you to bite your tongue, huh? I'll have you know, most women consider a night with me to be more of a reward than a punishment.
Don't flatter yourself, big shot. You could have called 911 or dropped me off at the nearest hospital. I'm in your bed because you brought me here, and now I want to leave.
No can do. Doc's coming back to check on you in the morning. Until then, get some sleep.
Sleep? Is he kidding me? Sure, the room is pitch black. If there are windows, the blinds must be drawn. And the bed is almost absurdly comfortable. But how can I possibly sleep with all the tension buzzing in the room when my side is on fire and my bladder feels like it's about to burst? I close my eyes anyway, trying to will myself back to unconsciousness. The sooner I fall asleep, the sooner I can wake up and get out of here. 1 minute passes, then 2. But it's no use. I huff an irritated sigh. It doesn't go unnoticed.
You're still awake.
Apparently so are you.
Why aren't you sleeping?
I bristle. Why do you care? And why are you in here anyway?
You mean in my bedroom?
No one with sheets this soft lives in a studio apartment. Isn't there another room you can go to? You know, since you won't let me leave this one?
You're a liability. And since I brought you in here, I might as well make sure you're okay.
A liability? That's something I've never been called before. I scrape my upper teeth over my lower ones, counting backward from 10. Fine. If you really want to know, I have to pee. There, now you know what's keeping me up.
Why didn't you say so?
A lamp flicks on and I wince at the unexpected light, covering my eyes.
The bathroom is just down there.
Sensing him coming near me, my heartbeat takes off at a gallop. I remove my hand and blink frantically, willing my pupils to retract faster. I need all of my faculties operating on point with this man. I force myself to raise my head and look directly at my unlikely host. Where are my clothes? Even now, with my vision blurry at the edges, he's offensively attractive.
They had blood all over them, so I tossed them in the laundry.
I think back, frantically trying to remember the underwear I put on this morning. And when I do, the barely there bra and panty set I only wear when I'm overdue for an afternoon at the laundromat. I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or excruciatingly grateful. Another day, and I might have been commando. I keep my arms pressed firmly to my sides. For the record, I would have preferred to remain dressed.
You'll have to take that up with Doc. But don't worry, I didn't see a thing.
His sideways smirk has my stomach doing Cirque du Soleil-level acrobatics.
As far as I'm concerned, your virtue is fully intact.
My virtue? The old-fashioned word sounds ridiculous coming from this man's lips. His too full, too sensual lips with their flagrant Cupid's bow curves. Well, can I borrow something to wear?
Sure.
Pale green eyes, a shade that really deserve to be called something fancy like cerulean or cyan, flick over my exposed shoulders, catching briefly on the thin straps of my white lace bra.
Do you need help sitting up?
No, I lean back onto my elbows, my core muscles automatically contracting as I attempt to sit up. The movement sends a fresh wave of pain shrieking through me, and I gasp.
Yeah, you're fine, all right,
he grumbles, one hand curving around my shoulder and down my naked back, the other scooping beneath my knees. Setting me against the headboard, he unscrews the top of an orange vial from the nightstand and shakes out a pill. I don't need...
Martyrdom is overrated. Doc left pills for you to take, and you'll take them. Now, sip,
he commands, holding a glass of water to my mouth. I do, the imprint of his palm on my back still smoldering. And because he's not through barking orders, he holds the pill in front of my lips.
Open.
I do that, too. And with a surprisingly gentle touch, he sets the white capsule on my tongue before lifting the cup of water again. I raise my gaze to his, swallowing my pride along with the medicine. His eyes crinkle at their corners as he returns the glass to the nightstand, then walks away. I sag back against the leather, feeling like I've just run a marathon. The reprieve is brief. He's at my side again a minute later, holding a white button-down.
Will this work?
Hmm?
For you to wear.
At my hesitation, his voice takes on a sarcastic tone.
You know, because I've never seen a naked woman before.
I snatch the shirt from his hands, this time ignoring the flash of pain that steals my breath. It's fine. Keeping the sheet against my chest, I gingerly push my arms through the too long sleeves, trying not to show how much it hurts.
Do you need help?
No, I insist, struggling to free my hands so I can button the damn thing. But the shirt, made for a man with shoulders that belong to a quarterback and a chest as wide as a redwood, dwarfs me. I can't manage to line up the ends so that the buttons are even. After a few minutes, defeated by the swath of starched cotton engulfing my fingertips, I give up. Yes.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
I look up, once again finding myself lost in a pair of eyes the incandescent blue-green of travel brochures to exotic escapes I've never visited. Places with names that dance over my tongue like Ibiza and Jean Cap Ferrat and Saint-Tropez. Yes, I swallow. Please. He gives a satisfied nod and folds the cuffs back, several times, until I can see my wrists. Pulling the two sides together, he begins fastening the buttons.
This isn't as much fun as the other way around.
I hold my breath as his hands hover over my breasts, the sight of his long, nimble fingers making ridiculous thoughts bloom inside my mind. Is it wrong that I find myself wondering what it would be like if those hands were unbuttoning rather than buttoning? Revealing rather than hiding? If his hands were on me rather than... Finished, he steps away and jerks his head to the right.
The bathroom is just down there.
I look in the general direction he indicates and can't even see the door. "'Kay." My tongue feels unwieldy inside my mouth, my equilibrium about as steady as a rowboat caught in a summer squall. I push my legs out from under the covers, painstakingly scooting myself toward the edge of the mattress. He stands back a respectful distance as I hoist myself upright, immediately swaying on my feet.
Gotcha.
One muscled arm wraps around me, hugging me into his side. I barely reach his shoulder. "I should probably know your name," I mumble, irrationally irritated by his size, his clothes, his enormous apartment.
You're right, you should.
I blink. "And?"
Oh, was that you actually asking my name? I couldn't tell.
A flush starts at my chest and rises above the stiff white collar of his shirt. Am I getting etiquette lessons now? "Well then, Dick it is." He sighs. It's a different sigh than the ones that have come before. An amused sigh.
Nash. My name's Nash.
I swallow another surge of irritation. "Nice to meet you, Nash."
Good to meet you too, Nixie.
I almost laugh at the absurdity of our situation, the absurdity of this entire day, the absurdity of my entire life. Because sometimes it's better to laugh than to cry. But the seed of that laugh turns to ash in my throat. He called me Nixie, the name spilling from his lips as easily as if he's said it 1,000 times. I stop moving forward, my feet suddenly rooted to the ground. "How do you know my name?" He doesn't have the grace to look at all chagrined.
Because that's what it said on your ID.
"You rifled through my clothes?"
No, I did not rifle. I emptied your pockets before throwing your jeans in the wash. It's been a while since I've done my own laundry, but I remember that much.
My mind snags on the sliver of information Nash let slip. Who does his laundry? A girlfriend? Wife? None of your business, Nixie. I turn slightly so that I am facing him. "Did you do a Google search on me too?" This time, a tiny flicker of something that's not exactly guilt, but is definitely an admission of sorts, crosses his too damn handsome face. "Oh my God, you did!" Nash's jaw clenches as he stares down at me, the gritty tone of his voice sending a shiver down my spine.
I did.
I sway within his embrace, the tips of my breasts brushing against his shirt. Of course they pucker immediately. And of course he notices, one corner of his mouth pulling upward.
Want to know what I found?
The breath punches from my lungs, my mind racing. What did he find? I've worked so hard to cover my tracks. If all it takes is one Google search to...
Nothing. I found nothing.
I nearly sag in relief. Thank God. Exactly. It was a waste of your time. His eyes narrow, like I'm a mystery to be solved.
No, I don't think so.
But I'm not about to hand my secrets over so quickly. Nash is a stranger, and I don't trust him one bit. More importantly, around him, I'm not sure I trust myself. Fighting back a surge of unease, I begin walking toward the bathroom with determined steps, wishing it was his front door. I'd rather take my chances with the two thugs in the alley.
Chapter 2. Nash. To say my evening isn't going as planned would be an understatement. Nash Knight doesn't rescue damsels in distress, and he sure as hell doesn't play nursemaid. In business, I'm ruthless. The Black Knight of Wall Street, or so I've been called. And in the ring, I'm downright vicious. But this particular damsel has somehow gotten beneath my armor, under my skin. Is it because Nixie's skin is so damn perfect, that dusting of freckles across her pert nose irrationally enticing? Or is it the suspicion radiating from her like a magnetic force field, burrowing inside my lungs so I feel it, her, with every breath? Maybe. If I have to guess, though, it's the fear that flashed in her eyes for the briefest of moments, the display of vulnerability that was so quick I almost missed it, so raw I couldn't look away. And maybe it's also the stubborn show of bravado she dove behind, the prickly defenses she engineered, a split second too late, to keep me from getting any closer, seeing any more. Nixie isn't scared of me, not physically anyway. She's terrified of what I might discover about her. She's hiding something, and she's running from someone. I make millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, by spotting weaknesses in others and exploiting them for my own benefit. Staring at the closed door of the bathroom, I force myself to consider a different question. Why the fuck do I care? Nixie is a woman, not a company. There's no potential for profit here. What is it about this girl that's kept me glued to a chair in the corner of my bedroom for hours, my ears on alert for the slightest change in her breathing, needing to guard her, to keep her safe? Vaguely, an ancient Chinese proverb filters up from the recesses of my mind. Save a life and you are responsible for it. Could that be true? Is that why I feel so invested in Nixie already? A minute ago, I was close enough to smell the citrus notes of shampoo wafting up from Nixie's sleep musk mane. My arm was wrapped around her tiny waist, my palm pressed to her ribs, registering every breath, every tremble. And all I wanted was to bring my lips down to hers and find out if she tasted as sweet as she smelled. I didn't. And not just because she's obviously in pain and off-kilter from pills. It's because of the Google search she'd been so offended by. It's because the name on her ID doesn't exist. In this day and age, no one is invisible. Local papers publish the names of athletes, scholarship recipients, and spelling bee champions. And of course, there's always the police blotter. There's no record of Nixie Hyde scoring a soccer goal, graduating high school, or getting into an accident. She hasn't acted in a community theater production, launched a fundraising campaign, or committed a crime. Not even a damned traffic ticket. If I knew Nixie's real name, I'd know why she's on the run. Then again, if I knew that, I'd know her identity. It's a paradox. I can follow the circular logic around and around and around and never come to an answer, not without more information. Right now, all I've got is her ID from the Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, a small sticker indicating that she's in their School of Continuing Studies, which, if I had to guess, means she has her undergraduate degree and is picking up a few classes rather than committing to their graduate program. But there was no age or address listed on the card, and there was no driver's license in her wallet, which isn't uncommon in a city where owning a car is outrageously expensive and public transportation can take you anywhere you need to go. But if I had an address, I might be able to work my way toward her name, her real name. Staring at the closed bathroom door, I feel a frown pushing onto my face, digging a groove between my eyebrows. "You didn't fall from the damned sky," I whisper gruffly. The irony of my statement hits me a moment later. Sometimes things do indeed fall out of the sky. They did on September 11th, 2001, forever dividing my life into before and after. I can barely remember before. As for after, rage spiraled inside me with every glimpse of the mass grave formerly known as the World Trade Center, my lungs chafing at the stench of sulfur and rot. Cutting school and starting fights with anyone willing to hit me back, I was well on my way to getting packed off to juvenile hall. Until a barrel-chested man with a buzz cut and a nose that had been broken so many times it was just a misshapen lump in the center of his face, spotted me and a neighborhood kid getting into it right outside his boxing gym and shoved us in a ring together. I earned my first win that day, but what I really gained was an outlet for the unwieldy emotions clouding my judgment. Reggie's gym smelled of sweat and mildew, and was filled with the metallic clank of weights, the slap of gloved hands hitting sweat-slick skin in heavy bags, and the rhythmic whir of leather jump ropes kissing a cold cement floor. It was a welcome contrast to the apartment I shared with my parents and younger brother. Without Scotty, the cramped rooms were too quiet, our combined grief too oppressive. Reggie took pity on me, letting me train in return for sweeping floors, cleaning bathrooms, and washing wraps. I trained with amateurs, then with the pros. There was one other rule, though. Fighting was a disciplined sport, and he believed that a dull mind could never produce a strong fighter. To be welcome in his gym, I had to do well in school. Not necessarily perfect grades, just my best. For a kid who never put much effort into schoolwork, barely cracking a book, and content with simply passing from year to year, no one was more surprised than me when a little bit of effort resulted in straight A's. Confining my fighting to the boxing ring, I stayed out of trouble and off the streets, and I discovered that I enjoyed the academic rigor of my coursework just as much as my time in the gym. My efforts led to a college scholarship, internships, job offers, an entire world of possibilities I'd never considered. I began my career in a building right across the street from the massive debris field that was once the World Trade Center. Intense and driven, with a head for numbers and a heart that was little more than a desiccated fossil pulsing in my chest, I was the ideal employee. Fury-fueled, grueling 80, 90, 100-hour work weeks, my star rising with each floor of the Freedom Tower. Eventually, I decided to start my own company. My net worth is now valued in the hundreds of millions. And yet, over the years, I've seen firsthand how easily the trappings of success, of life itself, can be snatched away in an instant. Most days, I feel like I'm fighting an enemy whose name I'll never know. Oh, I know the names of the hijackers who plowed into the World Trade Center killing my older brother, and the name of the douchebag who committed arson for a few thousand in insurance money, killing my younger brother. I know every detail of why and how my brothers died. But I will never understand. I will never accept. Ever. Closure is a luxury that remains so far beyond my reach, I doubt I'll ever get there. But I attended the gut-wrenching memorial service this morning, just as I've done every year since 2002. And afterward, I headed directly to the gym for a 3-hour workout, including a brutal sparring session. And now I'm back in my penthouse, staring at a damned closed door. Who are you, Nixie Hyde? I shouldn't care. But I do. God help me, I do. I'm completely out of my element, even though I'm standing in the middle of my own damn bedroom. I prefer women who want the same things I want, women who enjoy a fun night here and there but don't expect any more from me than a series of mind-blowing orgasms, which I deliver. Women throw themselves at me on a regular basis, and I enjoy playing with them. I appreciate the softness of their bodies and the lushness of their curves. I'm not immune to their full lips and husky laughs, but they're interchangeable, easily forgettable. My obligations are severed the moment I leave that hotel room and re-enter my own world, where my priorities are simple, straightforward, and set in stone. Save a life, and you are responsible for it. Nixie Hyde, or whoever she really is, has baggage, and I'm carrying a double-wide load of my own. I can't be responsible for anyone else. Not even a flame-haired art student hiding behind a fake name. With hair the color of cognac, eyes like flames, and a dusting of pale gold freckles across the bridge of her nose that remind me of stars. Her very own constellation. I'm not starstruck. Not even a little. I can't be.
Nixie. As I push into the bathroom, my shuddering sigh of relief catches in the back of my throat, because all I see is me. Silver octagonal tiles cover the walls, each about 3 inches from end to end, so shiny they might as well be mirrors. Everywhere I look, my eyes bounce off my own reflection, hundreds of them. My face is divided into fragments: mouth, eye, nose, ear. Each individual component is magnified, multiplied. The crease between my brows, the tremble of my lower lip, the flutter of my lashes, the pulsing vein at my temple. the pallor of my skin that makes my freckles stand out in sharp relief. I am an anatomical catalog. Signs of stress on the human face. Above the marble-topped double-sink vanity, the tiles give way to a silver-framed mirror at least 6 feet wide. Seeing my whole face is less unsettling than the parts, and I stare hard at myself. Don't let this guy get inside your head. It's enough of a mess already. Somehow I need to get through the next few hours. With any luck, I'll be sleeping for most of them, and after that, I'll never see Nash again. My reflection frowns at the thought, and I want to reach through the mirror and shake the woman within. Wrong emotion! You should be happy, or at least relieved. Happy. Like I'd know what that looks like. I force myself to relax, to look less worried, less weary, less hunted. The smile I force onto my lips only manages to tremble there for a minute, looking as fake as it is. As fake as the name on my ID. Nixie Hyde. Hyde is perhaps a little too on the nose. But it was appropriate. I couldn't resist borrowing it. Because that's exactly what I'm doing. Hiding. Nixie, at least, is somewhat related to the truth. A blend of Noelle, my real name, and Pixie, the nickname my parents gave me as a baby that eventually became Nixie. Of course, it's been years, so many years, since I heard my mother whisper, "Oh, Nixie," as she soothed a Band-Aid over a scraped knee. Since my father exclaimed, "Go, Nixie!" as he beamed at me from the bottom of the slide at our neighborhood playground. What I wouldn't give to hear them say it one last time. Becoming Nixie again won't bring them back. My parents are gone, lost to me forever. But hopefully, it will keep me from being found. The painkiller has kicked in, and so I stand up straight, square my shoulders, and try again. I soften my eyes a little, tilting my head to the side so that a wisp of hair falls forward and curls beneath my jaw. This time, the composed, nonchalant expression drops over my face gracefully, like a fallen leaf. There. That's it. Pretty, but not interesting. The face of a girl who wouldn't know a secret if she stepped on it. A face a guy like Nash should look past. But will he? Nash's eyes are not just pretty. Too pretty, if you ask me. They are also disconcertingly perceptive, which is a problem. Once again, I curse myself for letting my guard down. I've spent months looking over my shoulder. I should have known better than to be so stupid. A knock on the door pulls me out of my reverie.
Are you okay?
Is that genuine concern in Nash's voice? Or is he worried I'm snooping through his cabinets? Yeah, fine. I turn off the water and dry my hands. Nash's eyes drag over my body as I open the door, faltering slightly where the hem of his shirt meets my bare thighs. His mouth is tight, though, keeping his thoughts to himself as he wraps his arm around me. An unwelcome thrill moves through me at his touch, and I avert my eyes. Maybe it's the meds, but feigning disinterest in this man isn't coming easy.
Come on, let me help you get back to bed.
After 20 feet that feels like a mile, I slip back beneath the sheets and pull his duvet up to my chin, my skin still tingling from our contact. Nash crosses to the chair in the corner, exhaling as he drops into the cushions and turns the light off. "Are you really going to sit there all night?" I ask, my voice skating hoarsely through my dry throat.
There's only a few hours left before morning.
Only a few hours. September 12th, I murmur, letting the news sink in, take root. Another 364 days until my most hated day of the year comes around again. I didn't always feel this way. Until 2001, September 11th was my favorite day. My birthday. But that year On that day, my world was torn apart. My parents died, and I became an orphan. As the only child to lose both her parents in the deadliest terrorist attack in the history of the United States, the newspapers even gave me a catchy nickname, like they do for serial killers. Noel Kennedy, the orphan of 9/11.
That's generally the way the calendar works.
The words themselves are snarky, but the way he says them are not. Nash's tone is soft, maybe even a little sad. I wish I knew him well enough to ask why. Even though I keep the question to myself, his voice pools in my ear like warm honey, slipping inside, trickling down deep, warming me. He has the kind of voice that should record audiobooks or host podcasts, a voice I could listen to for hours. But voices like his, they shouldn't belong to men who look like Nash. It simply isn't fair. His voice should belong to a sweaty, overweight man with stubby limbs and hairy ears, like a consolation prize for being dealt a bad hand. This guy? What's the best hand in poker? Full house, royal flush, four of a kind? Nash is all of them combined. He doesn't need to sound as good as he looks. I'm grateful for the darkness, shielding my thoughts from view. Nash must get an ego boost every time he looks in the mirror. He definitely doesn't need one from me. But I want to hear his voice again. Nash?
Yes?
How did you know the guys following me were up to no good? There's a pause, filled with the kind of silence I've never actually heard in Manhattan. The city is always loud, no matter the hour. Glass windows are no match for the screech of car tires on asphalt, the shriek of horns at pedestrians who tempt fate on every street corner, the constant hum and pulse of an overpopulated urban jungle. In Nash's luxurious apartment, the hum comes from the quiet whoosh of filtered air, and the only pulse I hear is my own, knocking against my ribs. Finally, he says,
Instinct. Proximity, maybe?
Are your instincts always so spot on?
Usually.
I think for a moment, curious. Have they always been? What I really want to know is something Nash can't answer. What the hell happened to my instincts? How could I have been so wrong? Not about the guys in the alley. I really had no idea I was being followed. I was distracted, to say the least. After spending the morning at the memorial service, I stayed to tour the museum. The memorial service was intense, as it is every year. But the museum is downright agonizing. The survivor stairs, the survivor tree, and from all those who didn't survive, so many tiny details of life on display. Prescription bottles, wallets, jewelry. It was late in the afternoon by the time I walked along the perimeter of the reflecting pools, wondering how many it would take to hold all the tears that have been shed for the men and women whose names are engraved on the 76 bronze plaques attached to the wall's parapets. The sight of my own parents' names made the sadness in my soul expand exponentially further, the pressure building until the need to run, to flee, to forget was so overwhelming I had no choice. I ran. Away from the plaques and the parapets and the reflecting pools. Away from St. Paul's Chapel, also known as the Little Chapel That Stood, because it emerged from 9/11 without even a broken window. Usually I find solace in that. But today the thick, carved columns, ornate marble friezes, and solid brick facade made me want to scream. No witness to a tragedy that destroyed so many lives should escape unscathed. I certainly hadn't. And in my rush to get to the subway, my eyes blurry from tears, I got lost. Unlike the organized grid system of Midtown, the lower tip of Manhattan is filled with short, narrow streets, haphazardly crossing much longer, wider ones. Modern steel skyscrapers tower majestically beside dilapidated three-story relics of a different age, and intermittent alleys are the unavoidable byproduct of 3 centuries of uneven urban development. They're also a shortcut when navigating crowded sidewalks. Wanting desperately to get back to a space where I could break down in private, I ducked into the alley without a second thought, not hearing the footsteps behind me.
I don't know,
Nash says.
I've never thought about it.
You're lucky, I whisper. I bet it saves you a lot of trouble. I'm talking more to myself than to Nash, and thinking about another man entirely. A man I thought I'd known. A man I once loved. But apparently I didn't know him as well as I thought, and he didn't love me at all. The pain meds have loosened something inside of me, the filter I use to shield the truth. Or maybe it's just this dark, quiet room that's done it. It feels like I'm speaking into a yawning black void. But I'm not. Nash is listening to every word.
What kind of trouble are you in, Nixie?
I'm not... I try to backtrack. I just mean in general.
Ah, you're asking for a friend.
Just as it's better to laugh than to cry, I'd rather be mad than sad. You know what? Spare me your sarcasm.
Spare me your lies,
he shoots back. I'm not lying. Of course I'm lying.
Well, it sure looked like something was chasing you into that alley.
Those 2 guys.
You don't want to tell me? Fine. But don't insult my intelligence. I know what I saw.
I interrupt, twitching at the derision that's crept into his voice. You know, for someone I've never met, you were paying pretty close attention to me. A frightening possibility bursts into my brain, and I jerk upright, ignoring the sizzle of pain that breaks through the veil of drugs. I kick my legs out from under the covers. Oh my God! Is this some kind of trap? Did he send you? Does he know I'm here? Nash is out of his chair and across the room in a flash, his hand sliding across my bare thigh, stopping when his fingertips brush against lace.
Who?
He barks. Shock spirals up from deep in my stomach, mixing with something I haven't felt much of in at least a year. Desire. Not until tonight, anyway. Nash seems to have that effect on me. But it's just a spark, and it's snuffed out by the torrent of fear streaming through me. Are you going to take me back to him?
Take you? Where?
His roar is that of a lion guarding his pride, and I immediately realize my mistake. Nash is not a man who would do another's bidding. When I don't answer, he asks again.
Nixie, who is he? Who are you hiding from?
I struggle to clear my head. Nash's thumb, sweeping over my hip bone and sending goosebumps racing across my skin, isn't helping. No, nowhere. It's been a really long day. I don't know what I'm saying.
I think you know exactly what you're saying. And if you'd just finish saying it, I could help you.
You don't even know me.
Didn't stop me before.
Well, I don't need your help. I can take care of myself.
Have it your way.
He expels an exasperated huff and backs away from me. His footsteps fall softly on the rug, then stop. There's a quiet rustle as he sits back down. I can feel him stewing from 20 feet away.
For the record, this isn't a trap. I'm not taking you anywhere or to anyone.
A few minutes pass before I murmur, Nash?
Yes?
Why did you do it?
What?
Come after me.
I don't know.
Sleep is pulling at me, but I hold on tight. Not yet. Yes, you do.
Maybe I'm just a sucker for an underdog.
I want to laugh, but I'm too tired. You're not a sucker for anything. He grunts in acknowledgement. And when he speaks again, his tone is heavier. It cuts through the darkness with ease.
If you're going to keep asking me questions, I'm going to expect some answers out of you, too.
The edge of his voice drags along my spine, and I shiver. If I tell the truth, he'll only have more questions. And I'm too tired to keep my lies straight. Good night, Nash.
Chapter 3. Nash. I don't need much sleep. Never have. The few hours I manage, even sitting in this damned chair, are more than enough to have me feeling refreshed and alert when the blackout shades rise at 5 a.m., as they're programmed to do every morning. Normally I'm running on my treadmill or heading to the gym by 5:15, 5:20 at the latest, but nothing about this morning is normal. Not only is there a woman in my bed, quite possibly the most frustrating female I've ever met, but I'm reluctant to leave her. Outside, the indigo sky lightens to a pale powder blue, the sun rising from the horizon like an egg yolk that cracks over the Statue of Liberty's crown, drenching New York Harbor with golden light. The skyscrapers, stacked beyond my windows, monuments to Manhattan itself, throw off their hazy veil of morning mist, their shiny facades preening at the dawn of a new day. It's a priceless view, and yet it's the woman inside my bedroom rather than the world beyond it that has my full attention. Nixie's hair is spread across my pillow like brushstrokes, so many shades of red I'd need a color wheel to identify them all. Her perfect profile peeks out from a heap of covers. Pale skin with golden undertones, sweeping cheekbones leading to the soft shell of an ear, a tipped-up nose set above a lush pout of a mouth. But there's a brightness to Nixie that has nothing to do with her appearance, something that goes beyond symmetrical bone structure and appealingly arranged features. There's a luminous quality to her that comes from within, an incandescence that's not skin-deep, not bone-deep, but soul-deep. There's a reason all the planets in our universe orbit around the brightest burning star. Gravity is a force that cannot be denied. Sitting here, watching Nixie sleep, it feels as if a hook has been looped over my ribs, the line between us drawn taut. This attraction, this connection, it's a physical thing. I don't understand it, and even now, rubbing at the place where my chest aches, I can't explain it. Nevertheless, it's there, like gravity, invisible, undeniable, irresistible. Fuck me. I don't mean to actually say the words, but they fall from my lips anyway, a gruff acknowledgement of a thoroughly inconvenient fact. I am so screwed. This girl. What am I going to do about this girl? Nixie, who didn't budge when the shades rose and the room brightened, now stirs. Good morning to you too, she breathes, her eyes still closed, her voice a husky purr that has me hard in an instant. Is that how you greet all your guests? Or just the ones you meet in dark alleys? Guests? I've owned this apartment for 5 years, and I've never had a single guest. Employees, yes. Family, yes. But guests? No. Only the lucky ones, I guess. That's me. Lucky, she quips, then groans a little as she shifts onto her back, a wince pinching her features. I'm out of my chair and across the room in an instant, helping her sit up before handing her a pain pill and the glass of water from the nightstand. This time she accepts my help and her medicine without objection. I step back a few feet. What time is it? I glance at my watch, a Patek Philippe I bought with my very first bonus. 6:53. She glares at me with a flinty edge. Why are we awake? Didn't anyone ever teach you that the early bird gets the worm? No, I'm more of a set the alarm as late as possible kind of girl. Her fingers plow into her hair as she yawns like a sleepy cat, one I'd very much like to pet. Finally, she turns her face to the windows, eyes softening. You're right, though. With a view like this, I might never want to leave. Then don't. The words slip out before I can hold them back. What the fuck? Nixie swivels, her molten topaz gaze slamming into me. A flush escapes the collar of her shirt, my shirt actually, and travels to her cheeks. I should go, she whispers. No way, not yet. Doc should be here any minute. As if on cue, the doorbell rings. Nixie's full lips tug upward in a grin, her head tilting to the side. "Saved by the bell, huh?" I pretend not to be offended. "Looks that way." After letting Doc in, I make my way into the kitchen. I'm far from a chef, but I can whip up a mean stack of pancakes. 15 minutes later, Nixie and Doc emerge from my bedroom. "How's the patient?" "Nothing about a week's worth of rest and good meals won't cure," Doc pronounces. I glance at Nixie. "Sit," I order, setting down a plate of pancakes swimming in a pool of maple syrup, butter dripping down the sides of the stack. Nixie flicks a tongue over her lips. "I really don't think—" Doc pulls out a stool from beneath the counter of the kitchen island. "Come on, my orders." With a resigned sigh, Nixie sits down in the proffered seat and lifts a fork. I reach into the refrigerator for the orange juice. "Have you eaten?" I ask Doc, pouring a glass for Nixie. "Yeah, I'm all set." "You sure?" I gesture at the 3 pancakes on the griddle and a still full bowl of batter. I'd prefer to have Nixie all to myself, but he seems to have a modulating effect on her. "There's plenty." No, I need to get going." I flip the pancakes and turn off the flame. "I'll walk you out." Doc lightly squeezes Nixie's shoulder. "If you need anything at all, just call." "Thanks for taking such good care of me. I didn't realize doctors still made house calls." He grins. "Only the best for my patients." I grunt. "Yeah, only the best for anyone willing to pay your $10,000 monthly retainer. But I can easily afford it, and he's well worth every penny." "Is she really okay to be on her own?" I ask, once we're out of earshot. "I'm not too concerned about the laceration, to be honest. It's healing nicely, and as long as she takes it easy for the next few days, she'll be fine. What has me more concerned is her resting heart rate and elevated blood pressure. She seems healthy, and is obviously not unfit or overweight, but without having access to her medical files or current blood work, I can only speculate." "So speculate," I prod, impatient when he falls silent. "Well, unless she finds being with you stressful, which is not a particularly unreasonable possibility," he says in a somewhat reproachful tone. "Something else is troubling her quite a bit." I dismiss his suggestion that Nixie is frightened of me. That she is not. My jaw clenches as I shake Doc's hand, the second half of his comment giving further weight to my observations. Something or someone has Nixie running scared, and I'm going to find out what or who it is. Research is a lot like unraveling a wad of duct tape. Sometimes the adhesive holding the pieces together hardens over time, and it can be difficult to distinguish one end from the other, but it's what I do and I'm damn good at it, as is everyone on my team. If Nixie isn't willing to tell me, I have the means to find out on my own. The question is, should I? The loss of my brothers taught me that life is cruel. It's almost always too short, and it's very rarely fair. Keeping your connections to an absolute minimum makes it a hell of a lot easier to muddle through however long you've got. I should know better than to get involved with a woman who gets under my skin so easily, who makes me feel off balance and all too willing to watch the sunrise rather than get to work. I spend my days ripping apart companies that have taken years of dedication and commitment to create. I fire hundreds, even thousands of people with no more effort than the scrawl of my signature on a page. I hurt other men for sport because I enjoy it. I don't always throw the first punch, but I am always the last man standing. Nixie is a distraction I don't need, a complication I don't want. So why aren't I eager for her to leave? Conflicted, I return to the kitchen to see that Nixie has made a decent dent in her breakfast. "These are good," she says, surprise evident in her voice. I grin. "Hope so. It's the only thing I know how to make." Turning the flame back on, I add more batter to the griddle. "Will you have some more?" She swallows what's in her mouth and pushes the plate away. "No, thank you. I'm stuffed." "Do I need to chase after Doc and get him to come back in here? He says you need to eat." "I won't tell him I'm not a member of the Clean Plate Club if you don't." A long look passes between us. "You're asking me to keep your secret?" Nixie raises a brow. "I wouldn't dream of it." Sensing that I've hit a nerve, I decide to change tack. "So, are you from New York?" She takes a sip of juice, shifting in her seat. "Yes and no." I leaned forward, pressing my elbows into the unforgiving stone countertop. Yes and no? A shy smile slants across her face, and she tucks a wisp of hair behind her ear. Yes, if you mean from New York, the state. No, if you mean New York, the city. Spoken like a true New Yorker. How about you? A city kid, born and bred. Didn't even leave Manhattan until I was out of college. You're kidding. She gestures around us. You seem like a guy that's been around the world once or twice. Oh, I have, now, but not until I could afford to buy my own ticket. The car and driver, the luxury penthouse, the doctor on standby, I've earned it all myself. I wait to see if it affects her, makes her bat her eyelashes and flirt with me. Old money is impressive, but in my experience, nothing entices a woman like a self-made man. Must be the lingering strains of Sinatra still coursing through New York's streets. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. And Manhattan is the Everest of ambitious entrepreneurs. Nixie remains unfazed. Are you trotting out your bio to impress me, or because you want me to return the favor? I grin. Maybe a little of both. Her buoyant laugh hovers between us, the air noticeably lighter than it was a minute ago when I hear footsteps. Damn it, we were just starting to get somewhere. What did you do to my kitchen? Greta's sizable bulk is dwarfed by Jay's height as the incongruous pair walk into the room. Hey, boss, says Jay. Nodding at my driver, I face Greta. She appreciates order and routine as much as I do, more even. And me, standing at the stove, a girl sitting at the island, eggs and flour and syrup littering the previously immaculate countertop, is definitely not routine. I made pancakes, I say, skipping over any attempt to explain Nixie's presence. Surveying the mess, Greta scowls as she steals the spatula from my hand. I see. Nixie and I share a conspiratorial smile, and it races through my veins like wildfire. At least until she slips off her chair and stands. I'd better get going. Hiding my disappointment, I give a stiff nod. Jay will take you wherever you need to go. That smile slides right off her face. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly capable of finding my own way home. I didn't say you weren't, but Jay can take you home, or he can follow you to make sure you arrive safely. Your choice. As I watch, Nixie's eyes narrow, her mind clearly searching for an alternate possibility. And before you decide to lead him on a merry chase, let me remind you that you're supposed to be taking it easy. No need to pop a stitch to prove your point. Nixie isn't thrilled with either option or my warning. Fine, she bites out. Jay gives a last, longing look at the pancakes Greta is now taking off the griddle and turns to Nixie. Your chariot awaits.
Nixie. Forcing down the all-too-familiar spiral of panic and anger threatening to spoil my meal, I keep my temper in check and agree to be driven home. I know I should be thankful for the ride, but Nash has done so much for me already, and I don't want to be indebted. Not to him, not to anyone. Not ever again. Trailing Jay to the elevator, I stop short of following him in. Thanks, I say, turning to face Nash. The impact of his ruggedly perfect features and streamlined bulk slamming into me anew. I really do appreciate what you did for me back there, in the alley. And here, calling your doctor to tend to me instead of dumping me at an ER. A chagrined attempt at a smile lifts the corners of my lips. Breakfast, too. Hopefully I didn't get you into too much trouble with your housekeeper. Nash breaks eye contact, looking over my head to Jay.
Go see if you can convince Greta there's a stack of pancakes with your name on it.
Jay is out of the elevator in a flash.
Don't have to tell me twice,
he says, darting past us. The elevator door slides closed. I stand rooted in place, torn between the urge to make a run for it and a sudden reluctance to leave. Nash looks at me, although not the way I'm used to being looked at. His eyes don't just graze, they penetrate. They focus on my face, narrowing at the corners like they're uncovering every secret I've ever hidden, and a few more besides. This isn't good. I don't want Nash looking at me this way. My secrets need to stay hidden. I need to stay hidden. For now, anyway. According to the terms of my parents' will, I'll come into their trust on my birthday next year, which includes the proceeds from the sale of their house, a small life insurance policy, and the settlement money from the 9/11 Victims Fund. My portion of what some accountant decided my parents' lives were worth is nearly $10 million as of my last statement balance. Maybe it sounds like a lot, but it falls far short. What is the cost of a childhood, after all? The last thing I need right now is to get involved with anyone, especially someone like Nash. We have absolutely nothing in common, and yet we talked for hours, our banter bouncing from friendly to not-so-friendly to flirtatious. The feel of his rough hands gliding over my smooth skin just made me want to pull him into bed beside me. And with every minute I remain in his presence, the glimmer of possibility sparkles more brightly. I need to get away, clear my head, breathe. Nash steps closer, his broad shoulders casting a shadow over me as I suck in a breath, tilting my head back. He doesn't touch me, and yet I can feel his energy zinging through every cell in my body. He smells like Christmas trees and pine cones. Festive, woodsy, enticing.
I'd like to see you again.
Dangerous. The man is a panther pretending to be a kitten. He'll play with me for a while, lure me in, and then he'll pounce, make a meal out of me until he's had his fill. I don't think that's a good idea, I stammer.
Why not?
Why? I didn't expect him to ask for an explanation. Most guys would accept the brush off and move on. But not Nash. I'm just coming out of a relationship. I'm not looking to get involved with anyone right now. Slowly, Nash lifts his arm and places his palm flat on the wall behind me. He leans in slightly, a warm gust of maple syrup-sweetened breath tickling my ear.
I'm not just anyone.
A laugh gurgles up from my throat. No, Nash is definitely a someone. I can see that.
Then it's settled.
What's settled?
Jay will pick you up tonight so I can take you out to a proper dinner.
I can barely swallow air, let alone food, when I'm near this man. The only way I'd been able to eat his pancakes was when he left the room. And he wants to have dinner? Too many meals with Nash and I'll starve to death. I shake my head. Didn't you hear what I said? This isn't good timing for me.
Oh, I heard you. I'm just choosing not to listen.
I stiffen. Is there something about me that makes men think they can trample all over my wishes? Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you decided to save me from Manhattan's underworld doesn't mean you have the right to... Nash's kiss swallows the rest of my words. I'm trapped between two walls, one made of plaster at my back, and the equally solid plane of Nash's body pressed to my front. I should feel ambushed. I should feel outmaneuvered. I should be jumping out of my skin with panic. But I don't. I'm not. And I feel alive. Blissfully, gloriously, unbelievably alive. Every sense, every cell, everything all at once. Nash's lips are full and soft against mine, his tongue licking and teasing inside my mouth, gliding along my teeth, sweeping into the corners, tempting me to parry. And parry I do. Sucking at the fullness of his lower lip, I slide my tongue along his. Nash tastes different than he smells. Sweeter. Like sunshine and syrup, cloves and caramel. My hands rise between us, pressing against his flexing pec muscles. I moan, tilting my head to the side and opening my mouth wider, my body relaxing into his embrace as his calloused fingers thread into the hair at the nape of my neck, his thumb lingering at the curve of my jaw. My pulse is jumping around, the beat completely erratic. Maybe that's why I feel dizzy. I shouldn't be doing this, kissing a man I barely know, a virtual stranger, not when everything about my life is so unsettled. I shouldn't, but I am. Right now, being in Nash's arms feels right. Wrong! So wrong! Am I insane? Sure, Nash is tempting, but being with him is just borrowing trouble, and God knows I have enough of my own. With a short gasp, I break the kiss and give his chest as much of a shove as I can manage. The effort gains me 2 inches. Not enough to recoup my sense of security or to reclaim my own thoughts and impulses, but enough that I can duck beneath his arm. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I jab at the elevator button with one hand, wiping away the taste of him still lingering on my mouth with the other. His sly stare burns away the top layer of my skin, leaving me exposed and vulnerable.
I think you just did.
I shouldn't have, then. We shouldn't have. This was a mistake.
I don't believe in mistakes.
Where is the elevator? My eyes dart around for the entrance to a stairwell. Oh, no? What do you call acting on impulse and regretting it immediately afterward?
Instinct. It's the body's way of telling you what your mind might not understand yet. And we already agreed that my instincts are spot on.
A small chime announces my impending escape, relief flooding my veins. Impulse, instinct, I say. Call it whatever you want, but it's never going to happen again. I press the button for the lobby, desperately needing to sever this strange pull I feel toward a man I've only known a few hours. Nash's arm shoots out just as the elevator door is about to close, his eyes drilling into me.
Never say never.
They maintain contact even as he angles his jaw toward the interior of his apartment.
Jay!
He yells. His driver is already hurtling around the corner.
I've got her, boss. Only on loan, Jay. Handle with care.
Chapter 4. Nash. Alone. That would imply that Nixie is already mine, which she isn't. Yet. And she called our kiss a mistake, which is also wrong. It's a beginning. Maybe. Truth be told, I could probably use a new beginning. It has to be better than another ending anyway. I've had enough of those. It takes a minute for me to move after the elevator doors close. I'm still leaning against the wall, my hand itching for contact with something beyond lifeless plaster, as Nixie hurtles downward through the airlocked shaft, away from me. Even if the name on Nixie's ID is fake, the woman who trembled in my arms for a mere minute before ducking out of them, her topaz eyes glittering with desire, her mouth as hungry as mine, is all too real. I allow myself a last few seconds to indulge in the image of Nixie that's somehow been tattooed on the back of my eyelids, and then I draw in a deep breath, open my eyes, and push off the wall. Walking past the opening to the kitchen, I spare a glance inside. Greta already has it back to its pristine, sterile state. Not a single drop of syrup mars the sparkling surface, no plates or bowls cluttering the countertop. She looks up, a spray bottle of cleaner in her hand. "Do you want something, Mr. Knight?" Do I want something? Yeah, something. Someone, actually. I spin on my heel without answering and head for my treadmill, pumping up the speed and incline and giving myself over to the pure physical exertion of running. 1 mile slips by, then 2, then 5. The only thing racing faster than my feet is my brain. At my core, I'm an analyst. I take reams of numbers and data and crunch them so tightly that the only thing left is answers to my questions, bookended by dollar signs. Buy or sell, dump or hold, how much? The data I grapple with this morning is simple. Nixie is gorgeous in a fresh-faced girl-next-door way, not usually my type. I prefer women who walk into a room like an advertisement, tell me everything I need to know in one appraising glance. Long ago, I decided to live my life free from unnecessary complications, and Nixie is complicated with a capital C. Slamming my hand over the emergency stop button, I jump off the machine and head for the shower. As of last week, I am the newest member of Wall Street's 40 Under 40 list. The company I built from nothing, Knight Ventures, is now one of the most respected and feared companies in Manhattan, but there is another list I intend to crack. Billionaires under 40, and I have about 200 million reasons to avoid anything or anyone who might take my eyes off the prize. No matter how captivating her smile, no matter how sweet she tastes, no matter how much I want to know if her name really is Nixie. My phone rings just as I step out of the shower, the screen lighting up with an image of my niece and nephew that sends an automatic pang to my chest. Madison and Parker are my younger brother Wyatt's kids, twins he never had the chance to meet. I wrap a towel around my hips and answer the call from Eva, their mother. I keep my life free from unnecessary complications because I already have a few very necessary ones. Hey.
Are you in town?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I don't know, maybe it's because I haven't seen you in nearly 2 weeks and you were supposed to come over last night. The kids miss you.
Eva and my brother never had the chance to marry, but I think of her as my sister-in-law. I scrub a palm over my face, guilt welling up inside my gut. I completely forgot. Shit, sorry, I got caught up.
I thought you said family was everything, Nash. We don't deserve to be last on your list.
Disappointment, not anger, suffuses her words. A regretful sigh leaves my lungs. I did, and you're not. Last night was... I try to think of a word that might possibly encapsulate why I blew off my obligations in favor of a stranger I literally picked up off the street, finally settling on unexpected.
I know September 11th is hard for you. You shouldn't spend it alone.
I wasn't alone. I managed, but I should have thought to call. I'll make it up to you.
How about this afternoon?
I pulled the phone away from my ear and glanced through the calendar my assistant maintains, divided into 15-minute increments. I am double and triple booked all day until a late business dinner. Sure, why don't I pick up the kids this afternoon and give you a break? I'll take them for an early dinner and ice cream and have them back before their bedtime. My assistant will have to make adjustments.
That sounds... Oh, shoot. I forgot they have a birthday party after school today. I'm afraid even their Uncle Nash isn't enough to compete with 2 hours in a warehouse with a dozen oversized inflatables and all their friends.
Turned down by 2 4-year-olds, huh? What happened to my boyish charm?
A little rejection will do your ego some good, Nash, she deadpans.
Don't worry, my ego has taken a few hits lately.
Oh, really? From whom?
I want to take my words back. There's absolutely no reason to tell Eva about Nixie. No one important, I bluff. Thankfully, she lets it drop.
How about tomorrow?
My stomach sinks. Tomorrow definitely won't work. A company caught my eye recently, one that's an unusual acquisition for me, and the owner requested a face-to-face meeting. Can't. I'm flying to Nebraska in the morning and then on to Hong Kong for due diligence on a product launch.
Nebraska and Hong Kong, quite the travel itinerary.
I shrug. In my business, you follow the money. How about this weekend? Saturday?
Yep, that works.
A smile creeps into Eva's voice.
But I don't need a break from my own kids. Mind if I come too?
Do I? Not exactly. I enjoy having them all to myself sometimes, and things with Eva have been a little tense lately. But she's Madison and Parker's mother and will always be a part of my life. Of course not. See you then. I hang up the phone and reach for the nearest suit in my closet. 7 minutes later, I'm walking out of my apartment. Jay isn't back yet, and I'm grateful for the fresh air. Technically, I don't need a driver on days when I don't have to get to the airport or various meetings around the city, but Reggie asked me to keep an eye on Jay. Said he reminded him of me back in the day, and although I started him in the training program in my office, it quickly became obvious he wasn't cut out for a desk job. The truth is, Reggie has sent a number of kids my way, and I always find a place for them. Sure, Knight Ventures employs its share of Ivy League grads, but my best hires are always the kids that had come up from the streets like me, fighters who just need a worthwhile target. My office is only about a mile from my apartment building, and I made quick work of the distance this morning, Eva's words biting at my heels the entire way.
You were supposed to come over last night. The kids miss you. We don't deserve to be last on your list.
True, all true. And all the more reason to stay away from Nixie. Fuck Data. I need to keep my priorities straight. Madison and Parker are what matter. Them and my business. So what if I want Nixie? My wants, my needs, they don't matter anymore. I can't have her. End of story. Move the fuck on. Simmons, I bellow, blowing by my assistant's desk. I'm at least an hour later than usual, and my office is already buzzing with activity. Move the dinner in Hong Kong from Saturday to Friday. I have to be back in New York. Catherine Simmons could be Greta's sister. Over the years, I've realized it isn't a good idea to work closely with attractive women. They usually want to be the future Mrs. Knight much more than a current colleague. They are a distraction and inefficient. Like Greta, Catherine consistently focuses on the task at hand and keeps my life at work running as smoothly as Greta does at home. Except when I fuck with all her plans. She doesn't blink an eye when I tell her about my dinner date with Eva and the kids, though.
Should I have Jay run over to FAO Schwartz and pick up a few gifts for you to bring them?
I look up from my computer screen. You want to let Jay loose in a toy store? I'll wind up bringing them that enormous floor piano from Big and a ride on SUV. Eva would have a heart attack and I'd never be allowed to see them again. Catherine allows a brief smile. She has a soft spot for Madison and Parker. Everyone does.
I'll research the most popular educational toys that aren't loud or large or dangerous and order them myself. Jay will only have to pick them up.
I nod. Thanks. Those kids deserve all the presents in the damn store, but I love them too much to turn them into entitled, spoiled brats. They are my world, and the only people I dare to truly love.
Nixie. Jay doesn't say much on the ride. Not that he doesn't try, but it's hard to carry on a conversation with someone who can barely string 2 words together. Because I can't. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely buckle my seatbelt. Getting out of Manhattan is an improvement, though, especially lower Manhattan, where the Freedom Tower is visible from just about every corner. The tallest gravestone in the world, its hulking shadow teeming with ghosts. By the time we pull up to my building, I find my voice and thank Jay. Bonus, I also managed to scoot out of the ridiculously high living room on wheels without twisting my ankle or pulling a stitch. I live on the 4th floor of a 5-floor walk-up, and my upstairs neighbor is an octogenarian who has lived in the same apartment since the building was completed. Mrs. Dwyer doesn't believe in carpeting, and she loves her kitten-heeled slippers. And today, I'll bet she can climb these stairs faster than I can. I'm winded and sweating, holding my side when I finally make it into my apartment. I fall back against my closed door, my hair a loose tangle down my back that softens the hardness of the wood against my shoulder blades. Click-clack, click-clack. I stare up at the ceiling, and I smile. Mrs. Dwyer can clickety-clack the whole damn day for all I care. I'm home, safe, free, alone. Dropping my purse on the scratched wooden floor, warped from poor craftsmanship and a revolving door of inhabitants over too many years, I survey my home of the past few months. It's a rectangular box 1/4 the size of Nash's kitchen, with barely enough room for the twin bed I shoved up against a wall and the plywood board sitting across 2 sawhorses I use as a desk. An easel is pushed close to the window, and a half-size refrigerator has been squeezed between a sink and stove, crooked cabinets hanging above. Home sweet home. My apartment might be a crappy hovel, but at least it's mine. There's an added bonus, too. My ex wouldn't be caught dead in Brooklyn. Certainly not in a place like this. He'll never look for me here. For a few moments, I just breathe. Closing my eyes, my lungs expand and contract, to the rhythmic clickety-clack of Mrs. Dwyer's heels. By this time next year, I'll have access to my inheritance. And then I can afford to erect my own damn Freedom Tower if I want to. Barricade myself behind thick walls and tinted windows. Not in New York City, of course. A few $1 million won't go very far here. But there has to be a place where I can find refuge, and I'll find it. But until then, I intend to shield myself from men with silver tongues and black hearts. Avoid drama and unnecessary complications. My plan is to go to school, go to work, come home, live quietly. Last night is a reminder that I can't afford to let my guard down, not even for a second. I exhale, sending a shudder of oxygen through my constricted lungs, and glance at the clock, debating whether or not to spend the day in bed. I'm taking a few classes at Pratt in the mornings, mostly mediums I ignored during my undergraduate days, so that my afternoons are free to paint and work. Over the past few years, I've had a few galleries showcase my work, mostly large mixed-media canvases, and they sold relatively well. But artist exhibits are well-publicized affairs, impossible for me now. So I opened my own Etsy shop, selling watercolor paintings I create from a customer's own photograph. Houses, families, family pets. It's something I used to do for fun, almost like doodling. But apparently it's a product people are more than willing to pay for, which is a relief. Williamsburg might be a huge step down from Manhattan's inflated real estate market, but even hovels don't come free when you're within commuting distance to the financial capital of the world. I decide to go to class and manage not to think about Nash much the rest of the day. He's an anomaly, an unexpected quirk in the sedate pattern to my days. And in another week, another month, he'll be a memory. The sharp outlines of his face blurring at the edges until they're indistinct, his features turning vague. An idea more than a man. And it makes me a little sad. Maybe more than a little. When I return to my apartment, my hands reach for my sketch pad and charcoal pencils before my mind catches up with what I'm doing. I flip to a fresh page and start drawing from memory. I begin by dragging the tip of my thinnest pencil over the page, quickly capturing the shape of Nash's skull, the exact angle of his cheekbones as they narrow to his jaw, the shape of his eyes and slope of his nose. I toss that pencil aside and grab a thicker one, filling in his hair and eyebrows and the thick fringe of his lashes. Finally, I reach for a charcoal nub, about the size of a small river rock, to shade the shadows and valleys of his face and add depth to his hairline. Nash Knight. I'm smiling down at him, glad that I chose pencil instead of paint. What I love about watercolors, their dreamy, romantic quality, wouldn't have translated well to Nash. He is strong lines and sharp contrasts. Black and white suits him perfectly. And I feel better, knowing I can pull out my sketch whenever I feel the need to see his face. I won't see him in person ever again, but at least I have this. When my cell phone rings a moment later, I grab for it through a haze of distraction, which evaporates instantly at the name flashing across my screen. Son of a bitch. You didn't just go through my wallet, you snooped through my phone, too? The voice on the other end of the line is calm and measured, completely unconcerned by my censure.
I didn't snoop. I programmed my number into your contacts and your number into mine.
You had no right to do that! I snapped my notebook closed, flinging it halfway across the room in disgust.
That's the downside of facial recognition. I pointed the phone at your face and abracadabra, I was in.
Don't you have any boundaries?
What are those?
I'm about to hang up when his soft chuckle comes through the line. How can I hang up on a sound like that? I want to record it, make it my ringtone. On second thought, my phone doesn't ring nearly enough these days to enjoy it much.
Besides, I wanted to check in on you.
You don't have to. I gave Dr. Carmichael my number.
Has he called yet?
It's only been a few hours. Nash gives a non-committal grunt.
I don't like to leave loose ends hanging.
Last night I was a liability. Today I'm a loose end. You really know how to flatter a girl, don't you?
Is that what you want from me?
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't want anything from you.
But you answered my call.
I should hang up.
You haven't yet. Tell me, what are your boundaries?
Good question. Spending the night in a stranger's bed, for starters.
Probably a good one to have.
How about you?
Bringing unconscious women to my bed.
We're quite a pair, then, breaking boundaries left and right. From above, Mrs. Dwyer click-clacks across the room. Although, in your case, you might not want to make a habit of it. Someone might notice and think the wrong thing. There could be a video posted to social media, police showing up at your door. It could be a whole thing.
I appreciate the concern, but you don't have to worry about me. You're the first and, I expect, the last.
That's right. You did say unconscious females weren't your thing. I guess if they get there on their own 2 feet, you're safe.
Either way, I don't bring women here.
You don't strike me as the celibate type. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I want to chase after them and stuff every last one back down my throat. I don't want to know a single detail about Nash's sex life.
Celibate? No. I just prefer to keep things simple. My bed is for sleeping, not fucking.
I once read that cursing, particularly variations of fuck, unleashes a hormonal response in the brain. Whether used as a noun, a verb, an adjective, the mere taboo nature of those 4 letters triggers an automatic, involuntary reaction. That pang of desire I feel, it doesn't mean anything. It's just the word Nash used, not Nash himself. Yeah, right. The women you date don't mind that you never bring them back to your place?
Well, I don't go back to their place either. Too personal.
I'm stumped. Where? Ew! Please don't tell me I was just driven home in your mobile bachelor pad. This time Nash's laugh is more like a bark. Nice. Though I think his throaty chuckle is my favorite.
Of course not. I keep a suite at the Holtzman, downtown.
That gorgeous apartment of yours, and you rent a hotel room?
It's a suite, and it's just as nice, I assure you. Would you like to see it? I can take you there tonight after our dinner.
We're not having dinner, and I'm not going to be your next one-night stand either.
Why not?
Nash's question is nonchalant, as if arranging for sex is no more important than picking up his dry cleaning. And I bet someone else does that for him. Why not be the next notch on your bedpost? Thanks, but I'll pass.
No notches, although I won't judge if you want to make one.
I sigh. Nash, why are you pushing this? I think it's pretty obvious I'm not your type. His silence speaks volumes. Right? I press, needing verbal confirmation.
How do you know that?
A stubborn edge underlines his question. How many women have you slept with in the past year? He laughs again, more of a chortle this time. I might have to start cataloging all the different versions.
You're kidding me, right?
Okay, then. In the past 6 months?
Nixie, come on.
Fine. New question. Can you name all the women you've slept with in the past month? There's a part of me that's cheering Nash on, hoping he isn't as big of a man whore as I think he is. But as the silence stretches on, I'm forced to put down my pom-poms. See, that's why. I might not be looking for a relationship right now, but I don't intend to fill my nights with disposable men either. To my surprise, he rebounds.
Fine. How about just dinner? Doc said you needed to eat.
Is a tour of your hotel room on the menu?
It could be.
I think I'm good.
I'm sure you are. But I promise I'm better.
God help me, Nash is charming, too. Not an old-fashioned, gallant kind of charm. His particular brand is as cocky as the rest of him. But it's oddly endearing, and it's growing on me. I sink my teeth into my lower lip to keep from laughing. I think I have a boundary against men that are too confident and attractive for their own good.
Boundaries only exist to be breached, and we've already spent the night together. Might as well do it in the same bed this time.
But not yours. There's a slight hesitation before Nash answers.
No, not mine.
Even though I was just there.
Yes.
Because it's too personal?
Yes. And because I got the side eye from Greta every time I walked by the kitchen after you left. She guards her territory, even from me.
I relent. Greta is no joke. Okay. Hypothetically, let's assume our hot date coincides with one of Greta's mornings off. Are you saying sex is fine, but inviting a girl back to your place crosses a line? I don't get it.
It's not complicated, Nixie. I don't do the whole your place or mine thing. I have a place. It just doesn't happen to be my apartment.
How many nights in your home-away-from-home hotel room, sorry, suite, does it take for you to ask a girl back to your place? He blows out a sigh.
None. It doesn't happen.
I stretch my feet out in front of me and cross them at the ankles. Why? Nash pauses as if he hasn't considered the question before.
Because, like you, I don't want to get seriously involved with anyone right now, or for the foreseeable future.
Why not?
Did anyone ever tell you that you ask a lot of questions?
I shrug. You called me. Silence stretches out, and I pull the phone away from my ear to see if the call is still connected. It is. Nash?
Yeah?
What happens when you run into a woman you've... My voice trails off as a mental image I don't like barges its way into my mind.
Fucked?
That automatic instinct sends another unwanted pulse of heat through me. Had sex with, and they want to hang out with you again.
I guess it depends. Was it a while ago or just last night? And is being with them tempting enough to forego spending the night with someone new?
Hang up the phone, Nixie. You're kind of an ass. No offense. I can practically feel his wicked grin through the screen pressed to my ear.
None taken.
The valve that seals off my vocal cords, keeping conversations like this from ever happening, is broken. Questions I shouldn't be asking and answers I shouldn't be giving are spilling out of me. I have no idea how to stop them. What about love?
What about it?
Have you ever been in love? Another pause and then a sigh.
I thought I was. Once.
What happened? He clears his throat.
Truth?
Of course.
She slept with my brother.
I suck in a quick breath. Oh.
Yeah. Kind of turned love into a 4-letter word for me.
I guess that's understandable.
How about you? You said something about just getting out of a relationship.
Yes. Childhood sweethearts. But it didn't work out.
Childhood, huh? Is he the only guy you've ever been with?
This conversation is getting pretty personal. You sure you're okay with this? Am I okay with this?
Am I still on the phone?
Yes.
Then I am. Go ahead. A truth for a truth. Although if you don't want to answer, there's another question I can ask instead.
What is it?
Are you going to answer?
Ask and I'll decide.
Who are you running from, Nixie?
A trickle of unease drips down my spine. Yes, my ex-boyfriend is the only man I've ever been with.
Not going to answer the other one, huh?
I clamp my mouth shut. The fewer people who know about my predicament, the better.
I could probably help, you know,
he adds. Nash's offer is tempting, but it isn't worth the risk. Are you always so willing to help strangers? I ask, shifting the focus away from me.
No, but you've spent the night in my bed, which is more than I can say for anyone else. Think that disqualifies you from being a stranger.
My voice lowers an octave. So what am I?
That's a damn good question, Nixie. One I haven't figured out yet.
Well, either way, I don't need your help.
How about I help by taking your mind off your ex?
Now this I need to hear. Oh, really?
A one-night stand.
I can't help the smile tugging my lips upward. With you?
Of course, I'm the best.
You're persistent, I'll give you that.
I'll show you what else I am.
A blush spreads up my cheeks. Cocky charm. Nash should patent it. You're pretty full of yourself, too.
Right now, I'd rather be filling you.
My face is seriously on fire. You can't always get what you want. Nash doesn't say anything for a minute, and when he finally does, the intensity of his voice takes me off guard.
No, you sure as hell can't.
The tone of our conversation shifts away from the lighthearted banter I've been enjoying, although I haven't the slightest idea why.
If you change your mind, Nixie, I'm only a phone call away.
And then he is gone. A groan of frustration bubbles up inside my throat. Nash Knight is crass and cocky, but he makes my heart race and my skin tingle. If I was the type of girl to have one-night stands, I would jump at his offer in a hot minute. I stare down at my phone, tracing Nash's name with my fingertip, wondering if maybe I could be different. Just for one night. Nash Knight has a face I could get lost in, a voice that wraps around me like a silken cocoon. The slow burn that started in my stomach now extends outward to my veins. Just thinking about sex with Nash has me overheating. No way can I even spend a night with him. By the time morning comes, I'll be nothing but a pile of ash smudging the sheets.
Chapter 5. Nash. Wealth has its privileges, and I avail myself of them all. I live in a penthouse and travel in private planes. I drink the finest wine and the most expensive whiskey. My clothes are hand-stitched by the best tailors on London's Savile Row, my shoes crafted by fifth-generation Italian cobblers. The women I bed are exceptional, but for me, nothing holds a candle to the thrill of my work. Analyzing floundering companies, pinpointing the key components worth saving, stripping them down to their core, eliminating redundancies and non-essential components that distract from their fundamental objectives. It is precise and cerebral, with huge potential for profit. I've gotten so good at my job, I can almost do it in my sleep. Really. There are nights when I fall asleep mulling over a new company I want to invest in, and by the time I wake up a few hours later, my execution plan is fully formed. Quite frankly, it's becoming a problem. Not for my company, which is stronger and more profitable than ever before, or for my employees, who are making more money than they could possibly have anticipated, even by lavish Wall Street standards. It is a problem for me, because the challenge is waning. Sure, money buys some pretty great toys, don't get me wrong, but the thrill lays in the struggle itself, not in spending my profits acquiring sports franchises and exotic cars. I thought a joint venture with my friend Tristan, the hottest hedge fund manager in Manhattan, would hold my attention, and it did for a little while. But now that the fund is up and running, and killing it, I'm right back where I started. Bored. Which is why I'm in Nebraska right now, sitting across from Mac Duncan, a pioneer in the field of complex, integrated networking systems, predating the ascent of Silicon Valley as the hub of all things tech. Duncan's wife recently passed away after a long illness, and he wants to spend his remaining years with his children and grandchildren, none of whom are interested in taking over the company he built from the ground up. In most of the world, Duncan's patented technology is integral to everything from cars and phones to defense operations and wireless routing systems. Most of the world, except China, because of their stringent cybersecurity requirements, introducing foreign products is difficult, if not impossible. It's like a sealed box containing the Holy Grail. Everyone wants to get their hands on it, but few can crack the lock. Although network tech has tried to make inroads, they've been unsuccessful. However, I invested in a company last year that could change that. Based out of Hong Kong and registered in China, the impossible might just be possible. By acquiring network tech and combining these two companies, the profit potential is enormous. In my industry, this kind of deal is known as a unicorn. With access to China's market, network tech would skyrocket north of $1 billion, pushing Knight Ventures' assets to tip the scales at $2 billion or even more. I want this deal more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. The upside is enormous, the downside minimal. If things don't work out, I can always sell network tech, likely for about the same amount, give or take, since without tapping the trillion-dollar Chinese economy, there isn't much room for growth. I write down a number on a piece of paper and slide it across the table. Duncan barely glances at it. Instead, he removes the thick glasses that have slid down his nose, rubbing at the grooves lining his forehead as he studies me over the width of his cluttered desk. I've had no shortage of potential buyers for my company, you know. I nod. I'm sure. Network tech is profitable and productive, and it's growing at a decent, though not significant, pace. Duncan will have no shortage of buyers to choose from. Legitimate offers from other venture capitalists with whom, as a rule, I don't swim in the same pool. I prefer to hunt for damaged goods, the runts of the litter. I destroy them and build them back up stronger and more profitable than they've ever been before. Then I sell them for many multiples of my original investment and move on to my next target. But I'm prepared to move fast. No protracted negotiations, no endless contract disputes between our lawyers. I've done my homework and... He releases a hearty guffaw. In fact, I'd say you know this company nearly as well as I do. Of course I do. If I go after something, I do it full throttle. I don't believe in wasting time, either mine or yours. Duncan's cheeks hollow out, his mouth turning down at the corners. Then I'm afraid you've done both. I blink, concealing my surprise and disappointment behind an impassive mask. And why is that? I've done my homework too. I don't believe that you intend to treat my company differently than others you've acquired, and I don't feel comfortable leaving network tech in your hands. I'm not going to chop your company up and sell it for parts if that's what you're worried about. I don't anticipate any layoffs, and I think you'll agree that my offer is more than fair. Mr. Knight, Nash. Mr. Knight, I'm sorry to say it, but I don't know you well enough to take you at your word. I can only base my decision off your reputation and my gut. And your reputation, frankly, isn't encouraging. The Black Knight of Wall Street, a vulture capitalist rather than a venture capitalist. And what does your gut tell you? I'm glad you asked. I was married to my Betty, God rest her soul, for nearly 50 years. And during that time, do you know what I've learned is the greatest predictor of promises becoming reality? Mr. Duncan, I'm prepared to sign... He waves me off. A good lawyer can get you out of anything these days. No, what matters to me is the most important commitment of all. Marriage. Marriage, I repeat, dumbfounded. He nods. That's right, marriage. I'm not selling my company to some Wall Street whiz kid who can't make up his mind which woman to share his bed with. No, sir. He stands, extending his hand. Mr. Knight, you are one hell of a businessman, I'll grant you that. But I'm not willing to trust my legacy, the company I built with blood, sweat, and tears, to a man that's tomcatting around every night. Yeah, not what I expected to hear when I strutted into Network Tech's bunker-like offices this morning, the watch encircling my wrist worth multiples of any car I've seen in the parking lot. The timepiece mocks me now. Mac Duncan turned me down in less than an hour, and not in an I'm saying no but help me get to yes kind of way. He wants to sell his company, that's not in dispute, as long as it isn't me. So now I'm back in the air, fucking fuming. But if I'm being honest with myself, I can't blame him. I am notorious for taking companies like his apart limb from limb. But marriage? I blow out a heavy breath. Eva and I were together before she met my brother, and since her there hasn't been a single woman who sparked more than just the briefest flare of interest. Except for Nixie. She sparked a hell of a lot more than that. The pilot announces that we've reached cruising altitude, and I glance out the window, surprised to realize that we're airborne. My head was in the clouds well before takeoff. The last words Nixie said on our call come back to me now. You can't always get what you want. Well, she's definitely right about that. I want network tech, and getting my hands on it is proving to be a bitch. I want Nixie, but going after her would make me one hell of a son of a bitch. I turn away from the window and catch the attention of the stewardess. Not a difficult thing to do since her eyes are already on me. She looks familiar. Have I fucked her? I give a mental shrug. Probably. Hello, Mr. Knight, she says in a husky whisper that implies I have. I didn't want to interrupt you. You looked so serious. Can I get you something? She adds a wink. Anything at all? Tempting, Samantha. I lie, her name coming to me suddenly. But for now, I'll just take a whiskey. Neat. She covers her disappointment with a quick flash of a too-bright smile. Coming right up. I remember her now. A pre-dawn blowjob over the Atlantic, mouth like a fucking Hoover. Normally, there's never a bad time to get head, but right now, no. I pull my phone out of my pocket. I didn't intend to call Nixie yesterday, but I just couldn't help myself. Not yesterday, and not today. My assistant might have to order a new set of business cards. Nash Knight, son of a bitch in chief. Nash. Hi. As I wait for a response, Samantha returns with my drink. I take a sip, letting the liquor burn a slow path down my throat. Maybe Nixie won't answer after I hung up on her so abruptly last night. Maybe she shouldn't. I make a bet with myself, my thumb cramping from the tension of not tapping out another text. If Nixie doesn't respond, that's it. I'm out. I'll delete her contact information and leave her the fuck alone. Finally, 3 dancing dots appear. I exhale a sigh of relief so heavy it leaves me lightheaded. Nixie. Hi. Asshole that I am, her simple answer leaves me wanting. Nash. That's all I get? Nixie. Isn't that all you gave? Nash. Women tend to use more words than men. Nixie. Based on your intimate knowledge of how many women exactly? Nash. A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. Nixie. Are you suggesting you are a gentleman? Nash. Are you suggesting I'm not? Nixie. There are other words I'd probably use. Nash. Such as? Nixie. Player. Man-whore. Cad. Have she and Mac Duncan been reading the same gossip pages? Nash. Cad? A little dated, no? Nixie. You object to cad, but you're fine with player and man-whore? My lips twist as I stare down at the screen. Nash. Point taken. Let's discuss something much more interesting. Nixie. More interesting than your philandering ways? I give a soft grunt. Nash. Yes, much more interesting. What are you wearing? Nixie. You are kidding, right? Nash. No, I've already reviewed all the documents from my meetings in Hong Kong. I'm caught up on all my emails, and I've checked out the scores of my favorite teams. I'm bored. I don't add that the reason I have nothing more to do is the roadblock I've encountered in Nebraska. A fucking boulder dropped into my path. I anticipated my meeting with Duncan lasting longer and requiring a significant amount of follow-up afterward. Instead, he practically chopped my cock off and sent me on my way. Nixie. I'm sure there's a woman on the plane who would be more than happy to serve as your in-flight entertainment. I lift my head. Sure enough, Samantha is right there. Her face lights up. Pretty, but not Nixie.
Another drink? She asks.
I eye my glass, still half full. I shake my head and look back at my phone. Nash. There is, but what if I want to reform my caddish ways? Nixie.
LOL.
My grip tightens as I frown at the screen. Nash. ? Nixie.
Sorry, that was just too funny.
Nash. I don't get the joke. Nixie.
That's why it's so funny.
I need to get our conversation back on track. Nash. You never answered my question. Nixie.
About what I'm wearing?
Nash. Yes.
Nixie. I'm still in bed. What do you think I'm wearing?
An image of Nixie, stunning and sleepy and in my bed, hits me in the solar plexus. I groan. Samantha is at my side in an instant.
Did you say something?
I respond with a grumble vaguely resembling the word no without looking up from my phone. Nash. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. Nixie.
Are we sexting?
Nash. That depends. Nixie.
On what?
Nash. You.
Nixie. Me?
Nash. Yes. Sexting usually starts off by revealing what you're wearing. Nixie.
Ah, so there's a format to it. Good to know.
Nash. You're welcome. So?
Nixie. So, what?
I look up for Samantha. I'll have that drink now. Nash. Are you always this uncooperative?
Nixie. Yes. Are you always this single-minded?
Nash. Yes. How about a pic?
Nixie. My phone camera is broken.
Nash. I'll have Jay bring you a new phone in an hour.
Nixie. Leave that man alone.
Nash. Believe me, he is well paid for his efforts.
Nixie. If I need a new phone, I will get it myself.
Nash. Fine. Go get one.
Nixie. I'm not going to sex with you, new phone or not.
Nash. Good idea. Let's drop the tea. Sex would be much better. I'll be back this weekend.
Nixie. Why don't you go practice with whatever woman is trying to catch your eye? I'm sure it won't be your first time in the Mile High Club.
Nash. I meant with you.
Nixie. I told you I'm not your type.
Nash. How do you know what my type is?
Nixie. How long does it take you to get from hello to oh yeah, baby?
Nash. I'll have you know my nights do not end with oh yeah, baby.
Nixie. How long?
Nash. Depends.
Nixie. How long?
I decide to be generous. Nash. A few hours, give or take.
Nixie. Easy.
Nash. ?
Nixie. That's your type. Easy.
I stare at the screen, wondering if Nixie is right. For as long as I can remember, I've defined my relationship with the opposite sex as efficient. But maybe there is a more appropriate adjective for it. But easy doesn't feel right either. It comes to me as I'm typing out another text. Empty. Nash. What's your type?
Nixie. Future.
Nash. What?
Nixie. My type of man only exists in the future. I told you, I don't want to get involved with anyone right now.
A strange scraping sound alerts me to the fact that I'm grinding my teeth. I unlock my jaw. Nash. Tell me about this future man. What's he like?
Nixie. Honest.
Nixie.
Trustworthy.
Nixie.
He doesn't treat me like I'm weak and foolish, incapable of taking care of myself.
I frown at my phone, taken aback by the sharpness of her texts. Nash. I don't think you're weak or foolish.
Nixie. Just incapable of taking care of myself?
Nash. In a dark alley with two guys from the streets? Yeah.
Nixie. Fuck you.
A relieved grin shapes my mouth. I'll take anger over intimacy any day. Nash. Gladly.
Nixie. Goodbye, Nash.
Nash. Is it? Good, I mean. Several minutes flash, and I figure she's had enough of me, but then those dancing dots appear again.
Nixie. It is.
Nash. Why?
Nixie. I wouldn't think a master of the universe asks questions like that.
Nash, I like to defy expectations. Nixie,
Ha! You like to set expectations.
Nash, that too. So I'm curious, why are you so determined to stay unattached? Nixie,
Question mark, question mark, question mark?
Nash, future man is fine, but present man is SOL. Nixie,
I told you, I just got out of a relationship. I don't want to get back into one yet.
Nash, then I'm your type. Nixie,
You lost me.
empty has served me well so far. I should stick with it. Nash, I don't do relationships at all. Just pleasure, no strings attached.
Nixie, why don't you do relationships?
I sigh. Of course, that's the part of my comment she fixates on. Nash, it's a long story.
Nixie, you obviously have plenty of time.
Nash, not on text. Go out with me and I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Nixie, anything?
Nash, I've got nothing to hide, Nixie.
Nixie, I'll think about it.
Nixie,
now go put that stewardess out of her misery. I'm sure she's been eyeing you since you boarded the plane.
Nixie. I stare at my screen, tracing Nash's last text with my fingertip. Then mine. Did Nash follow through on my suggestion? Jealousy rips through me at the thought. Yes, he probably did. Why wouldn't he? It's been 2 days, and I've started half a dozen texts to him since then. Started, and then stopped. What is there to say? Nothing. I should say nothing. What does Nash really want from me anyway? I've never sexted before, and I'm not about to start now. And sex, well, that's a non-starter. I mean, one night would no doubt be enough for Nash. I'd probably never hear from him again. If I'm lonely now, I'll feel so much worse then.
I've got nothing to hide, Nixie.
Maybe Nash is telling the truth. I looked him up online yesterday. Spent a few minutes marveling at the sheer volume of links to articles on Nash's business success. Although it seems as if an equal number of links relate to his personal life. Namely, the stream of women he's been spotted with. In the end, I didn't open them. I have no interest in his business, and even less seeing him pawed by some gorgeous model. And besides, even if I read every single word, what would I really learn about Nash Knight? If I Googled Derek's name, would I discover that he's a gambling addict? A liar? A bully? A thief? Doubtful. I had to learn that all on my own. Proof that the only way to know anything worth knowing about Nash Knight is to actually get to know him. And I'm just not in the right mindset to open myself up to more heartbreak. Not yet. Maybe not ever. And just because Nash is successful doesn't mean he's a good guy. And I don't trust my judgment anymore. I knew Derek for years. We were practically raised together, after all. But tonight, my loneliness feels like a physical thing. Not a feeling or a concept, but a coat that is too big, too heavy, the wool damp and smelling of mildew. I haven't made any real friends at Pratt yet, and I don't expect to. Most of them talk constantly about trying to find themselves, or worse, discover their passion. I don't understand them at all. What do I want? I want to lose myself. And as for passion, that's the last thing I need. If I could, I'd take that useless emotion and chuck it out my dirty apartment window. Passion is just an excuse for making a wrong turn and refusing to change course. Nash is definitely a wrong turn. We come from different worlds, want entirely different things. He's Wall Street, and I'm Williamsburg. We don't belong together, even temporarily. And yet, texting him 2 nights ago was like taking that first breath after swimming up from the bottom of a deep pool. I barely know the man, and he's half a world away. How is it possible to feel so close to him? So, of course, Like the universe is playing a bad joke, my phone buzzes. It's a text from Nash, with his complete words and perfect punctuation. Nash.
Are you awake?
Ignore it. Ignore him. I reach for my hand lotion, squeezing more than a dollop into a palm and working it into my skin. My hands aren't dry, but it gives me something to do. If my fingertips are greasy, I can't very well text back, can I? Nash.
How are your stitches coming along? I can send Doc to take a look.
I grind my teeth, glaring at my phone with narrowed eyes. Couldn't he have asked for a naked picture again? Something that doesn't make me want to text back? Nash.
If you don't respond, I'll think you decided to get something off a shelf and fell, ripping your stitches and bleeding out in your apartment. I'll have to send Doc over. And Jay, so we can kick open your door. 5.
Nash.
4.
At what point does rubbing in moisturizer become wringing my hands, like a spinster aunt in a Regency romance novel? Nash.
3.
I finally snatch up the phone. Nixie. Quit acting like a brat. Nash.
For checking up on you?
Nixie. For threatening to send very busy men to Brooklyn for no good reason. Nash.
It got you to respond.
Nixie. Confirming that you're an entitled, cocky jerk. Yes. Nixie. Congrats. Nash.
What has you so cranky tonight?
Nixie. You. Nash.
Do you have a dog?
Nixie. A dog? No. Nixie. Why? Nash.
A cat?
Nixie. No. Why? Nash.
Are you allergic?
Nixie. No. Why? Nash.
Because people with pets have reduced levels of irritation.
Nixie. Have you been watching Dr. Phil? Nash.
Who?
Nixie. Never mind. Nash.
It was a long flight with spotty Wi-Fi. I read a few magazines.
Nixie. I think you may have had some bad sushi. Nash.
Don't joke. That happened last time I was in Tokyo. I've had good luck with the dim sum in Hong Kong, though.
Nixie. Don't you have meetings to go to? Nash.
I'm in one right now.
Nixie. Then why are you texting me? Nash.
Because I'm bored.
Nixie. I thought you were a big shot. Nash.
Big shots can't be bored.
Nixie. Big shots usually run meetings. You shouldn't be bored. Nash.
You obviously haven't worked on Wall Street. Meetings are run by underlings. Big shots make the decisions.
Nixie. Then shouldn't you be paying attention so you can make an informed decision? Nash.
I already have.
Nixie. So then you can end the meeting, no? Nash.
But I'm having fun texting you.
I feel the tug of a smile on my lips. Fun. I like that. Nixie. Do you have a pet? I probably would have noticed a dog, but he could easily have a cat hiding somewhere. Or maybe Nash has something more exotic. A ferret. Or a gecko. Or a disgusting hairy tarantula. Blech! My stomach lurches at the thought. Nash.
I'm not home enough. And besides, I don't think Greta would approve.
Nixie. LOL, probably not. Nash.
Maybe I should get you a puppy. Then I could come and visit.
Nixie. Don't you dare. Nash.
Why not? Your building doesn't allow dogs?
Nixie. They do. Nixie. but I bet you would buy a snooty purebred with an attitude. Nash.
What's wrong with a purebred?
Nixie. I'd rather adopt from a shelter. Nash.
You would rather have a dog no one wants.
I recoil from my phone. Nixie. Wow, you're heartless. Nash.
No, I really mean it. Why would you want a dog no one wants? If you buy one, at least you know what you're getting.
Nixie. Yeah, inbreeding. Nixie. If you rescue a dog, you're giving it a better life. Nixie. Don't you ever do something good just because? Nash.
I rescued you, didn't I?
Nixie. Running into that alley was more about you than it was about me, and you know it. A few minutes pass, and I figure his meeting must have ended. Just as I'm about to plug my phone in the charger and go to sleep, try to sleep anyway, it buzzes again. Nash.
How would you know which one to take home?
Nixie. That's easy. Nixie. I'd pick the one with the saddest eyes. Nash.
Like yours? Why are your eyes so sad, Nixie?
My jaw sags. How can I respond to that? Nixie. I think I liked it better when you were trying to sext with me. Nash.
You're deflecting.
Nixie. Am I? Nash.
Aren't you?
Nixie. Maybe a little. Nixie. You're very nosy. Nash.
Because I want to know about you?
Nixie. Because it feels like you want to know everything about me. Nash.
And that's bad?
Yes, I don't want to share my secrets with anyone. I'm better off alone. Nixie. Do you read the last chapter of every book first? Nash.
Doesn't everyone?
Nixie. No. Nixie. Most people read a story in order, from beginning to end. Nash.
Why? When the ending is right there, why wait?
Nixie. You are so weird. Nash.
I've been called worse.
My fingers hover over the keys, again at a loss. Nash.
Gotta go. Meeting's over. Good night, Nixie. Sleep tight.
I fall back on my pillow and burrow beneath the covers, wide awake. From beyond my window, I hear a siren wailing in the distance, the rise and fall of a car alarm going off a few blocks away, the buzz of voices as they walk past, a soundtrack of lives being lived. So different than at Nash's apartment, where I'd heard nothing but us. Sleep tight. I try. But my thoughts are restless, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged inmate shaking the bars of his cell. And then I hear something else. Not Nash's voice. Not the noise and chatter of a typical Brooklyn night. An echo from my childhood. A ghost. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. My mother's whispered catchphrase as she tucked me in at night. Her voice sounds so real, like she's right beside me. I keep memories like that locked up tight, stuffed somewhere so deep it's almost possible to believe they don't exist at all. But now the reminder sends a hot rush of tears to sting my eyes. I wipe them away, turning on the lamp beside my bed and dropping to the floor on my knees. Reaching under my bed, I pull out a rectangular box filled with important documents and a few mementos I brought with me. Nestled beneath bank account records, school transcripts, and my parents' will is a picture frame, filled by a photograph taken the day I was born. Bundled in a swaddling blanket between my parents, I'm barely visible, but the camera perfectly captured a look I remember them sharing. They were angled slightly away from the lens, looking at each other with wide-mouthed smiles, their eyes shining with happiness. For the too few years we had together, their love wrapped around me, insulating me from any hint that life held dangers beyond a scraped knee or schoolyard bully. I run my finger over the phrase engraved into the wood. Life is who you love. Who do I love? I thought I loved Derek. And I did, but it wasn't a forever kind of love. He said he loved me, too. A lie. He wanted to control me. And he wanted my money. With a sigh, I return the picture frame back to the box and close the lid, sliding it back to its hiding place. Some things are better left in the dark.
Chapter 6. Nash. Nixie Hyde has embedded herself inside my brain, and I can't stop thinking about her. I've never felt this way before. Not about anyone, not about anything. I've pursued companies and important contacts at the Fed and the SEC, even white-collar criminal lawyers because, well, I'm not above taking my business to the edge, and one day someone might accuse me of going over it. But as for women, they usually come to me. Not Nixie, though. With her, I'm like a goddamn dog in heat. The analogy gave me an idea, one I've been working on for the past few hours, and now that I've gotten confirmation that the manager of the Brooklyn-based animal shelter is parked outside Nixie's apartment building, I can move on to the fun part. Unfortunately, since the camera of Nixie's phone is broken, I can't FaceTime her, and my calls are sent directly to voicemail. I pull up our text feed. Nash, wake up. I count to 10, then 20. Nixie made it clear she isn't an early riser, and it's not even 9 a.m. in New York. A nervous feeling sweeps over me. What if she isn't home? Nash, wake up. Sure, I could have the woman from the shelter buzz the intercom to Nixie's apartment, but what would be the fun in that? Plus, I hope to hell Nixie isn't naive enough to let in an unexpected stranger. Frustration morphs into jealousy. What if she's with someone? I clench my jaw, thumbs stiff as I jab at my screen. Nash, Nixie, get up. Now. I mean it. Finally, I see those 3 dots and exhaled. But her response isn't a word. It's an emoji. A snoring emoji. Nash, you have to go downstairs. Nixie, later. Nash, no, you need to go now. Nixie, go away. Nash, Nixie, I give you my word. Nixie, your word? Isn't that kind of old-fashioned? Nash, this coming from the woman who called me a cad. Nixie, touché. Nash, does that mean you're on your way downstairs? Nixie, it's raining. Nash, are you going to melt? Nixie, I might. Nash, it's very, very, very important that you go downstairs. Right now. Nixie, I know this because you give your word? Nash, yes. Nixie, how do I know your word means anything? Jesus fucking Christ, glaciers move at a faster pace. Nash, because I'm telling you it does. It means everything. Go downstairs now. When she doesn't immediately respond, I mumble a curse. Nash, please. Nixie, please? Wow. Nixie, is this some version of punked? Nash, what? Nixie, never mind. Nixie, I'm going. Hallelujah. Nixie, but if this is a trick, I'm never talking to you again. Nash, deal. For the next 10 minutes, I paced the floor of my hotel suite, checking my phone every few seconds. What is it about Nixie that makes me want to do nice things for her? I'm Nash Knight. I don't do nice. Except for Madison and Parker. Those two have me wrapped around their little fingers. Then again, glancing through our texts, I realize that I passed nice 10 minutes ago. Please? Jesus, I'm downright begging. Pussy. Scratching at the back of my neck with my free hand, I look out over Hong Kong's skyline. Like Manhattan, the island city is surrounded by water and packed with tall, modern buildings. New York will always be my favorite skyline, but aesthetically, Hong Kong is known as the Pearl of Asia for good reason. Right now, however, I might as well be staring at a brick wall. Finally, the phone clutched in my hand comes to life, chirping with an incoming call. The second I swipe to answer, Nixie's high-pitched squeal hits my eardrums.
"Oh my God, Nash, I can't believe you did this!"
I catch sight of my reflection in the window, momentarily recoiling from the stranger with the smooth, unfurrowed brow, bright eyes, and a shit-eating grin plastered across his face. I've sure as hell never seen him before. I turn away. Was there one with eyes sad enough for you?
"Yes, I wish I could have taken all of them, but yes, the cutest, sweetest 3-year-old little dog. Her owner recently passed away and the kids didn't want her."
Nixie's voice dips, becoming low and husky.
"I can't believe no one would want this little girl. She's gorgeous, Nash."
Did she bring you food and a leash and... For the size of the donation I made, the woman assured me she would bring Nixie whatever the dog needed and then some.
"Yes, she brought me everything, a leash and collar and crate and food and dog bed and toys. It took me 3 trips just to get everything upstairs."
A knot of consternation settles in my chest. Damn it, I probably should have had Simmons handle everything. She would have known Nixie needed an extra pair of hands to get everything into her apartment. But I'd wanted to take care of it myself. I'll send Jay over. He can...
"Don't be ridiculous. Leave Jay alone."
Nixie's high-pitched giggle hits my veins like a narcotic.
"Oh, I think she likes me. She's giving me kisses."
Fuck drugs. Nixie's a goddamn drug. "Save some for me," I choke out.
"You know something, Nash?"
My name ends on a higher note, as if she's asking a question.
"I think I just might."
My cock jerks inside my pants, and I bite down on a groan. "I gotta go, Nixie."
"Okay, and thank you,"
she trills just before I end the call. I don't want to, but I have to get off the phone. There's only so much of Nixie I can take before coming in my pants like an acne-plagued teen, discovering his dad's porn stash for the first time. Swearing under my breath, I realize I need to sweat out some of my pent-up sexual energy unless I intend to walk around with a hard-on for the rest of the day. Just as I change out of my suit and into workout clothes, the phone buzzes again. My initial aggravation turns to appreciation as a picture pops up on my screen. The dog is cute, black fur with patches of gold, pointed ears above a pair of soulful dark eyes, and a wet black nose. But that isn't what steals the saliva from my mouth. The dog is nestled between Nixie's bare legs, her skin dusted with the barest smattering of freckles, tiny toes painted bright red. Nash, I thought your camera was broken. Nixie,
"It is."
Nash, question mark, question mark, question mark. Nixie,
"For sexting."
Nixie,
"But for pictures of me and my new pooch, it works just fine."
Nash, I didn't realize your phone had a moral code. Her answer is another picture, this one a shot of Nixie's face wearing an open-mouthed grin, the dog's tongue swiping her cheek. Even the damn dog knows she's delicious. Nash, you let her have a lick. Nixie,
"Maybe when you come back, I'll let you have one too."
This girl is fucking killing me. Nash, I fly in on Saturday. I have an obligation until around 8. Can I take you out after?
Nixie, "Can Kismet come?"
Nash, Kismet, huh? It suits her. And yes, I'll pick you both up at your place. Nixie,
smiley face.
Nixie. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted a dog. Always. Growing up, a puppy was at the top of every birthday wish list and the first line of every letter to Santa. When you're old enough to be responsible for a pet, then we'll get one, my parents always said. It was what I'd been thinking about that fateful September 11th, as I blew out the candles of my special birthday pancakes, filled with M&Ms and topped by a cloud of whipped cream. How many more candles until I get a puppy? It was only a few hours later that I learned my parents would never give me a puppy. Not for my birthday, or for Christmas, or just because. My parents would never give me anything at all, ever again. Not special birthday pancakes, not a kiss, or a hug, or a bedtime story. Nothing, ever. because my parents were gone. Taken from me. Stolen. Kismet nudges my leg with a wet nose, wrenching my mind back to the present. "Hey there, little girl," I choke out, my voice cracking on the second syllable. Of all the gifts Nash could have given me, this one means so much more than he'll ever understand. Although why Nash has given me anything at all is a mystery. He asked me out, I said no. And it's not as if a man like Nash Knight is short on date night prospects. The man is Wall Street's version of Fabio, for God's sake. Well, minus the hair. Nash's hair is too short and close-cropped to be mistaken for Fabio. But his face definitely deserves its own billboard in Times Square, and his body practically screams, "Climb me!" Kismet looks up at me with her sweet brown eyes, and I scoop her into my arms. My resolve to stay away from Nash is definitely weakening. What am I really risking, after all? A broken heart? Been there, done that, and I survived. As my new best friend, my only friend right now, nuzzles my neck, I allow myself to admit that I'm looking forward to seeing Nash again. A lot. Not just because he's given me something I've wanted my whole life, although that's certainly part of it. And not just because the thought of kissing him again makes something deep inside of my chest ache with longing, although that's part of it too. What really appeals to me is Nash's insistence that his word means something, that he's reliable and trustworthy, someone I can count on, someone who won't let me down. Nash Knight might be a womanizing billionaire with an ego that barely fits into his designer penthouse. But if honesty and integrity actually mean something to him, dinner might not be the only thing on the menu. I'm not about to fall back into his bed again so quickly, but another kiss would definitely be nice. I lower my chin, rubbing my cheek against Kismet's soft fur. The smile on my face drops as I take a sniff. Okay, Kismet, I think it's time to wash away the stench of the shelter and get you smelling like the furry little vixen I know you are. Her pink tongue lolls from the side of her delicate snout in what looks like a smile. A distinctly contented, doggy smile. Kismet really does suit you perfectly, doesn't it? Maybe some things in life are meant to be. Fated. And maybe not every life that begins as a tragedy has to end that way. Kismet doesn't seem to mind her bath, and afterward, she smells as nice as I imagine all those Upper East Side purse dogs do. I take her for a walk and then play with her while I crawl around my apartment on my hands and knees, looking for electrical wires and small choking hazards Kismet might consider edible. I'm already regretting agreeing to work later. Scooping ice cream isn't exactly a tough job. But even though I'm paid in cash and off the books, I make a lot more with my watercolors. Once my Etsy shop took off, I quit. But, feeling guilty for leaving so soon after I was hired, I agreed to fill in on an as-needed basis. It's not even a whole shift, just 4 hours. But I hate the thought of leaving Kismet, even though the woman from the shelter said I shouldn't worry. That it was good for her to get used to being alone in my apartment and that she'd probably just sleep. I agreed to stop by Dr. Carmichael's office, too, so he can check on my stitches. At least Nash is taking both of us out on a date tonight. I'll be back before you know it, and we'll take a nice long walk before he picks us up. Kismet puts her head on her paws, wagging her tail. At least if I'm talking to a dog, she seems to be listening. Going for broke, I add, I have a feeling you're going to like him. I hate to admit it, but Nash Knight is pretty darn irresistible. Then I laugh. I'm sure he'd tell you himself, except I don't think he's the kind of guy that talks to dogs.
Nash. Jay is waiting for me at the airport. During the 16-hour flight, I had plenty of time to think about Nixie. Plenty of time to fantasize about Nixie's sun-streaked, copper-colored hair spread across my pillow, her blazing amber eyes setting my blood on fire, her soft, pouty lips meeting mine. Unexpectedly, my fantasies weren't merely physical. I'm equally excited just to talk to her, go head-to-head with her quick comebacks and snarky wit. And when I was able to focus on anything else, my mind was pulled back to Mac Duncan. My trip to Hong Kong had confirmed the effectiveness and potential profit of a joint venture with Network Tech. Duncan said he wasn't in a rush to sell his company, that it was more important that he find the right buyer. According to my own sources, Duncan hasn't met with anyone he considers suitable. Yet. Maybe I'll propose to Greta and send Duncan the marriage certificate. Network Tech will be mine, by any means necessary. I'm not supposed to see Nixie until later tonight, after I spend the afternoon with the twins. But as I slide into the back of the Navigator, I can't resist pulling up her name on my phone. Nash. Hey. By the time she responds, Jay is over the bridge already. Nixie. Hey. Nixie. Are you back? Nash. Yeah, in the car now. What are you doing? I fight the urge to add, what took you so long to answer me, by the thinnest of margins. I don't want to give her a reason to cancel our date, and acting like a jealous, possessive alpha hole is as good a reason as any. The fact that that's exactly how she makes me feel is best kept under wraps for now. Nixie, talking about you, actually. I frown. Nash. Me? To whom? Nixie. Dr. Carmichael. I'm at his office. Nixie. He says hi, BTW. Nash. Is he satisfied with how you're healing? Nixie. I told him you returned his greeting, in case you were wondering. Nixie. Yes, clean bill of health. Nash. Good. What are you doing now? Nixie. Nothing, really. I have work in an hour, so... Nash. Time for a coffee? I know a place nearby that puts Starbucks to shame. Nixie. You had me at coffee. I text her the address, tell Jay about the change in plans, and make a quick call. By the time I arrive, Nixie is seated at a corner table, looking even more beautiful than I remember, warming her hands around a steaming cappuccino. I wave at Lucia, Reggie's wife, and join Nixie, brushing a lingering kiss on her cheek before sitting down. Lucia is already walking toward me with an espresso in her hands. She sets it down on the gleaming wood surface and pinches my cheeks. Oh, I can't wait to tell Reggie you finally brought a nice girl here. My face burns from embarrassment and the tightness of Lucia's grip. Not even my own mother coos over me like Lucia does. Then again, I don't think my own mother likes the man I've become very much. Not that I can blame her. She and my father live in Florida now, and for selfish reasons, it's easier having them 1,000 miles away. Since my brother's deaths, heartbreak is permanently etched into their faces. They are walking warning signs. Love hurts. Lucia's Bakery is hardly the kind of place I bring my dates. There's no cocktail menu or wine list, no Michelin star chef, sultry playlist, or seductive lighting. The small storefront is homey and warm, a place I bring the twins to whenever I get them to myself, and Lucia's eyes are too watchful to bring anyone else. Yet with Nixie, it was the first place that sprang to mind. This one, he works too much, fights too much. Lucia regards Nixie with a conspiratorial grin. I ask Reggie every night, when is our Nash going to settle down, find a nice girl, a good girl? I'm beginning to question my decision to come here at all when Lucia drops a kiss on the top of my head, and with another pinch of my cheeks, she bustles back behind the counter. Well, I guess that answers my question. I pick up my espresso. What question? Why I got special attention? There was a line all the way to the door when I got here, but she came right around the counter and brought me straight to this table. Lucia and I go back a long way. I can tell, she says with a light laugh, red hair falling softly around her face. Who is Reggie, and why do they call you our Nash? Reggie's her husband. He gave me a lifeline when I was a kid, so I helped out when Lucia mentioned she was thinking about opening her own bakery. I found the space and gave her the startup money she needed to make it a success. She calls it a loan, but I don't want to be paid back. After all, if not for Lucia and Reggie, I'd probably be living in a state penitentiary rather than a penthouse. A lifeline. Nixie takes a sip of her frothy coffee. That sounds very dramatic. I reach out to brush a stray bit of foam from her upper lip with a pat of my thumb, wishing I could lick it off instead. It's a long story. To explain it all, I'd have to go back to 9/11, and I don't want to talk about the tragedy of that day right now. It's something I live with, a stain on my soul that will never be erased, but for just a little while, I'd like to stay in the here and now, with Nixie.
Maybe you'll tell me tonight.
And maybe you'll tell me something too.
Like what?
My lips twist, and ruin the element of surprise, not to mention give Nixie time to come up with some half-truth or diversion. No way.
I hate surprises,
Nixie says flatly, not a trace of humor in her voice. I surprised you this morning, didn't I? You didn't seem to mind then.
Fair enough. Kismet was the best surprise ever. I guess you've earned a little faith.
Just a little?
It's a lot more than I'm willing to give anyone else.
I'll take it then. I swallow a mouthful of my espresso, which is rich and strong and just slightly bitter. This is nice.
Your coffee?
No. I mean, yes. I look around at the clusters of couples seated throughout the small restaurant, realizing I'm one of them. But mostly this, just being here with you. Usually I swing by on Greta's mornings off for a quick coffee while I read the journal or pick up an Americano on my way into the office. She tilts her head to the side.
Maybe you should take a break every once in a while.
You sound like Lucia. I'm not really the type to stop and smell the roses.
So stop and smell the coffee beans instead.
I laugh. Maybe one day.
You know, you could probably do this more often if you gave up your no girls in my bachelor pad rule.
I guess I'd have to graduate from one-night stands to... I make a face and Nixie laughs.
Maybe you should start small. A fling at first.
A fling? I test the word on my tongue. It doesn't sound bad. It sounds kind of nice, actually. Like a series of one-night stands. Maybe a daytime date mixed in with a few evenings. That could work. What do you think? How about it?
Me? You're asking the wrong person. I've never had a fling.
I grin, the idea growing on me. So have a fling with me. We'll figure it out together. Nixie puts down her coffee cup.
You're serious, aren't you?
As a heart attack.
That's a horrible analogy, she says,
her nose crinkling adorably.
Maybe we should start with dinner.
It's a plan. Too soon, it's time to leave. I wave to Lucia and hold open the door for Nixie, pointing to the navigator parked across the street. Jay can take you wherever you need to go. Nixie just shakes her head and leans in for a light kiss.
Nope, Doc cleared me. Have MetroCard, we'll travel.
I groan, wrapping her hair around my fist and splaying my fingers against her scalp. I suck her bottom lip into my mouth, tasting coffee on her tongue, layered with the sweetness of whipped cream and the bite of freshly grated cinnamon. Fucking delicious. Nixie's hands roam up my chest, curling around the back of my neck, her fingernails sending chills down my spine. I'm on a goddamn street corner as hard as I've ever been. Eventually, Nixie pulls away. It kills me to let her, but I manage to hold myself in check. Barely. To be continued. Tonight. Her light laugh is carried away on the wind.
See you later.
And then she's across the street, red hair whipping in the wind like a flag, halfway down the block before I can remind her to get in the goddamn car. A heavy hand claps me on the shoulder, and I spin around to find Reggie sporting an enormous grin, his eyes tracking Nixie. I groan. Let me guess. Lucia called you. You brought a girl to her place. Of course she called me, he says, as if it's a foregone conclusion. Don't get any ideas, okay? I barely know her. Not even her real name. But I want to. I want to know everything about her, or whoever she is. But we'll start small. Dinner tonight, and maybe a fling, whatever that means. I know you, and that's what matters. Reggie chuckles, then laughs harder at my affronted expression. And from the looks of it, you've met your perfect match. Don't fuck it up, huh? Don't fuck it up. Reggie's pronouncement is still echoing inside my skull when I step out onto Eva's floor, although my attention is quickly diverted by the 2 pint-sized bursts of energy careening down the hall.
Uncle Nash! Uncle Nash! Uncle Nash!
Madison and Parker are like 2 frenzied kangaroos, bouncing, panting, squirming. I drop the shopping bag I'm holding and kneel down, scooping them into my arms. "Hey guys, missed me?" "Yes," they squeal, 4 arms winding their way around my neck, wet kisses planted on my cheeks. Guilt wells up inside me. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen my niece and nephew. Eva is right. I should be around more. I'm the closest thing to a father these two have, and I need to start acting like it. Eva is leaning against the open door of her apartment, hands on her hips as she tucks one ankle behind the other. "They nearly mowed you down." I grin. Highlight of my day. That and kissing Nixie. Suddenly, Parker points excitedly at the wrapped package peeking out from the oversized paper bag at my feet. "Is that for us?" he asks, already wriggling out of my grasp to get a closer look. Madison turns guileless blue eyes on her brother. "Of course it is, silly. Uncle Nash loves giving us presents." Turning back to me, she flashes a gummy smile. "Uncle Nash is the bestest." A familiar combination of guilt and joy tangles inside my chest as I give her a squeeze. It's impossible not to feel like a thief stealing my brother's children, and it's equally impossible not to love them so fiercely it hurts. Still carrying Madison, I follow Parker as he drags the purloined package down the hall and into the living room. "Can I open it now?" "Wait for me." Madison launches herself from my arms and scurries over to her brother's side. "Have at it, you two," I say, giving Eva a peck on her cheek and closing the door behind me as they tear through the wrapping paper. "So what's the plan for tonight?" "They're obsessed with the red pandas at the Central Park Zoo. I thought we could grab a bite near there, see the pandas, and finish off with, 'Mommy, look what Uncle Nash got us.'" As Madison and Parker lift the brightly colored boxes containing presents Simmons swore would be Eva-approved, I feel a wave of appreciation for my assistant. "I see. Is there something you'd like to say to your very generous uncle?" "Thank you, Uncle Nash," they say, rushing back over to me and wrapping themselves around my legs. I tousle their dark heads. "Anytime. Now who's going to lead me to the pandas?" Me, they chant, until Eva tells them to get their shoes and coats on. As the twins dive into the coat closet, Eva turns to me. "Tell Catherine I said thank you as well." I throw her a sheepish smile. Better her than Jay. She looks skyward. "Don't you dare. We'd wind up with a drum set and a motorized Jeep." The rest of the afternoon passes in a blur as we tour the zoo, including the pandas. While Eva takes Madison to the bathroom and Parker engages in a staring contest with a snow leopard, I send a quick text to Nixie. "Nash, looking forward to tonight." Her response is quick. Nixie, "Me too, XO." Those 2 letters are new. She hasn't used them before. Kiss, hug. Our brief embrace a few hours ago has barely whetted my appetite, and I'm eager for plenty more of both. Dropping the phone back in my pocket, I clap my hands together. "Who's ready for ice cream?" Chapter 7. Nash. It takes a few beats for Nixie's expression to register what she sees, what she thinks she sees. Madison, Parker, Eva, me. I hold her fierce stare even as the impact of it resonates inside my body like a bomb. My jaw locks and then clenches, my ribcage contracting to grip my lungs in a vice. Every muscle is too tight, too tense. And I watch, helpless, as her amber irises ignite, swelling and swirling with emotions, confusion and horror and fury, until her pupils are mere pinpricks of deepest black at their centers. Nixie eyes are funhouse mirrors, distorting reality into something else entirely, turning the truth into a lie. Madison, Parker, Eva, me. We look like a family. We are a family. But not the kind of family reflected within Nixie's pained gaze. And with Madison hanging off my back and Parker suspended between me and Eva, who could blame her for thinking I'm just another scumbag who tucks his wedding ring and conscience deep in his back pocket whenever it suits him? Oblivious, the kids peel off me, throwing themselves against the glass cases guarding the ice cream from their lustful panting. Seconds drag by like hours as we face each other. Surprise and disgust seep from her pores, distorting her gorgeous features like Vaseline smeared across a mirror, her silent accusations reverberating in my ears as distinctly as the kids' excited squeals. Eva has followed the twins, watching over them as they point enthusiastically at every flavor.
Once they come to a decision, she says, "Excuse me, could our little guy here try a taste of the cotton candy?" At Nixie's wince, I jerk toward Eva, wondering if she's ever called Parker our little guy before without me noticing. "Of course," Nixie answers, her voice high and thready. "And I want to try the pink one." Eva smiles down at Madison. "And a taste of the very berry strawberry for Little Miss Pinkalicious here, please." Nixie's stricken expression eases as she hands small spoons to my niece and nephew with their choices of ice cream, watching as they sample each other's flavors before predictably asking for scoops of both. "You know the rules," Eva interjects. "Only one scoop. But, Mommy, please," they beg in unison. "If you'd like, I can give them each 2 really small scoops. It's no trouble," Nixie says softly, her tone barely audible over the kids' impassioned pleas. "Yes, yes, yes, 2 scoops!" When it comes to ice cream, the twins have the auditory processing skills of bats. Eva flashes an appreciative smile at her. "That would be great. Thank you." As Nixie grabs a metal scooper from the pail of warm water, Eva walks back toward me and loops her arm through mine. It's a struggle not to push her away, not to jump over the counter and explain to Nixie what she's really seeing. Instead, I watch the color drain from her cheeks as she attacks the tubs of ice cream, the freckles scattered across the bridge of her nose standing out in sharp relief. Madison notices, too. "Look, Mommy, she has princess glitter on her face, just like me." The description couldn't be more accurate. Nixie moves with a regal bearing, and her face shimmers as if she emerged from a snow globe swirling with flecks of gold. 4 golf ball-sized scoops later, Nixie drops the oversized spoon back into a jug of water and extends a pair of ice cream cups over the counter, straight into Madison and Parker's grasping hands. "Thank you," they squeal. Nixie winks at my niece. "Us princesses have to stick together." Swallowing the heavy knot of want lodged inside my throat, I step unobtrusively away from Eva. "Why don't you take them outside while I pay?" I suggest, eager to have a few minutes alone with Nixie. Eva looks away from the kids, a frown tugging her eyebrows together when her gaze lands on me. "Nash, are you okay? You look a little pale." I stiffen. "I'm fine, just—" Eva shakes her head, her hand curving around my shoulder as she turns back to address Nixie. "Would you mind getting him a bottle of water?" "I'm fine," I repeat through a clenched jaw. Nixie looks from Eva to me and back again, her stare catching on the long fingers now resting on my collarbone. "Sure," she says, giving a quick bob of her chin and spinning around to the case behind her. Eva extends her free hand to take the bottle of water from Nixie and pushes it into my chest. "Geez, you would think I was trying to poison you or something." Rolling her eyes, she turns back to Nixie. "Men," she clucks, "you can't live with 'em and you can't live without 'em, right?" Nixie crosses her arms in front of her chest, the force of her glare rocking me back on my heels. "Oh, I can definitely live without 'em." Unfazed, Eva chortles. "Well, you're way ahead of me then." Pulling a wad of napkins from the dispenser right near the register, she motions to Madison and Parker. "Come on, guys, let's go sit on the bench outside." With the twins' mouths full of ice cream, only the sound of their tiny feet racing through the door can be heard over the low hum of the freezers. Harsh fluorescent lights beat overhead, leaving every nuance of Nixie's face bare to my gaze. Fury rises from her skin like steam. The door is barely closed when I blurt the most cliched line of all time. "It's not what you think." The words land in a foul pile at my feet, their stench worse than day-old garbage from Fulton Fish Market. Nixie turns up her nose and grabs the 100 out of my hand. "You know what, Nash? Spare me the sleazy, half-assed explanation." "Nixie, what? Are you going to tell me again how you—" She lifts her arms to make air quotes. "Don't do relationships? It looks like you're in a pretty cozy relationship to me." The invisible beam of energy running between us is sparking and crackling, its voltage off the charts and still rising. "I swear." "You swear? Is that the same as giving your word?" Nixie scoffs. "I'm keeping the dog, but I don't want anything else from you." Thrusting my change back in my hand, her glare could fell a redwood. "Leave, Nash. Go be with people who haven't realized what an asshole you really are. Yet." I open my mouth, but before I can get another word out, chimes blare through a small speaker set above the entrance of the shop. "Parker had an accident," Eva announces, poking her head through the front door. We need to get back home.
Worst timing ever. I stuff the cash into the tip jar, a heavy sigh punching from my lungs. We're not finished, I grumble. Nixie doesn't let me have the last word.
Oh, yes, we are.
Nixie. My knees nearly buckle as the door slams closed behind Nash's perfect ass. Damn him for looking so good on the outside when he's one ugly son of a bitch on the inside. His promise taunts me in the quiet, empty space.
I give you my word.
I am so angry, so furious. I'm absolutely shaking with it. But the emotion is unstable and unsustainable. As quickly as it flares, it's gone. The sudden hollowness left in its wake does not remain so for long. Disappointment seeps into every void, filling each nook and crevice until it feels so much bigger than that. Disappointment is getting a bad seat at the movie theater. Disappointment is the taco place forgetting to include guacamole with your order. This is disillusionment. Nash didn't just pull off my rose-colored glasses. He'd stomped on them in front of me, then thrown the jagged shards in my face. I'm just as upset with Nash as I am with myself. How could I have been so stupid again? I actually believed Nash. And I think I started to believe in him, too. Eventually, the door opens again. Another family. And then a pair of teenagers. When I'm alone, I attack the glass with Windex, refill the napkin dispensers, wipe off the tables, and attempt to give myself a pep talk. Pull yourself together, Nixie. What really just happened? You discovered that there's another jerk roaming the streets of Manhattan. Big deal. A jerk who swooped in like Santa Claus and gave me the pet I've been longing for my whole life. There has to be a silver lining in the situation. I mean, losing both my parents at an age when I still believed in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, I know what true loss is and how it feels. Discovering the guy I've been crushing on is a complete slimeball might be pretty shitty, but it hardly qualifies as tragic. Feeling a little bit better, I push off the register. Silver lining number 1, even though I've spent all day looking forward to my date with Nash, at least I won't go home to an empty apartment. I have Kismet. And while I hate that she'll forever be a reminder of the cheater I so foolishly fell for, hook, line, and sinker, I can't regret the circumstances that brought her to me. I grab a pint-sized container, filling it to the brim with alternating layers of mint chocolate chip and crunchy crumbles. As I invert a loaded spoon onto my tongue, letting the concoction melt in my mouth, I find a second silver lining. With no need to save my appetite for dinner, I can gorge myself on free ice cream. Except that it isn't quite as delicious as I remember. The mint-infused flavor has a slightly chemical aftertaste, and the crunchy crumbles are chalky and almost stale. I swallow it down anyway. No, Nash does not get to ruin my favorite treat. Any other silver linings? I think about the fun, flirty text stream on my phone, and the thrill that raced up my spine every time it buzzed with an incoming message. Our conversations rekindled a spark in me, one I thought might be permanently extinguished. After what happened to my parents, I shut down. It took years for me to open up to Derek and his father, who took me in and raised me like I was his own daughter. Years before I stopped expecting that they would be ripped away from me, too. They say kids heal quickly, but I trudged through most of my childhood like an open wound. Derek's father did his best, but he worked a lot. It was Derek who took me to soccer practice at the neighborhood park. Derek who insisted I finish my homework before I turned on the television. Derek who asked about my friends and walked me home from after-school playdates. Derek used his allowance to buy my favorite candy from the corner store and let me tag along with him and his buddies if I had nothing else to do. He held my hand when we crossed the street. And eventually, he taught me that it was okay to laugh again, even to love again. Until one phone call ruined everything. But the sad, scared girl who locked herself away in Williamsburg isn't the same person I am now. Nash made me question my self-imposed exile. His kiss shook my foundation like an earthquake, made the ground beneath my feet feel unsteady, but in a good way. Like I wasn't standing on dry, barren dust, but rich soil, ripe with possibilities. And now there will be no more flirting, no more kisses. But maybe there is one more silver lining. Although running into Nash with a gorgeous woman and 2 adorable kids in tow isn't how I wanted to spend my evening, I'd rather come face to face with his hypocrisy now than later. Nash and I are nothing, really. Not even friends. Sure, Nash Knight is 50 shades of sexy, but we're completely incompatible. Nash said it himself. He doesn't do relationships. And I don't do one-night stands. Except that, no, that isn't true. Nash Knight is a liar. He's clearly in a relationship, and there are kids involved. I curse my stupidity for not paying closer attention to the woman's ring finger. Eva, he'd called her. Is she his wife, fiancé, serious girlfriend? Are those his children? With a pang, I remember how she referred to the little boy that was clearly Nash's mini-me. Our little guy. I might not have checked out the woman's hands, but it would have been impossible not to notice the rest of her. Tall and thin, with jet black hair and startling blue eyes. She wore elegant, expensive-looking riding boots that peeked out and slim-fitting dark jeans. A white blouse and brown suede blazer added to her look of streamlined sophistication. Looking down at my own ensemble, I grimace. I'm wearing jeans, ancient Converse sneakers, and an oversized sweatshirt that defeats the purpose of my logoed tee beneath, with my hair in a messy top knot, inhaling an entire pint of ice cream. A disgusted sound emerges from the base of my throat, the contents of my stomach turning sour. I jam my spoon into the nearly empty carton and pitch it into the garbage. Of course Nash would rather be with her. She's his perfect pair, and I'm just not. Somehow I managed to get through the last hour of my shift. Not that there are many customers on a chilly evening in mid-September. Too bad, because it allows a lot of time to think. Their happy little foursome was in the store for 5 minutes, maybe 10. Yet every second of the ordeal is alive inside my mind, rubbing at my brain like sandpaper, making it impossible to think about anything else. Nash, Eva, 2 kids, one that looked like her, one that looked like him. They could have been cast in a commercial for a minivan. Actually, no, not a minivan. A 6-figure Mercedes SUV, maybe. It's at times like these when I miss my parents the most. Especially my mom. Because I have questions. Why do I keep falling for the wrong men? How can I spot a liar before it's too late? Is love really worth the trouble? Dozens of ice cream tubs mock me with their silence, and the thick cotton of my sweatshirt is no match for the frigid air. I cross my arms and rub at my shoulders, willing the clock to speed up.
Nash. Leaving my guts at Nixie's feet on the floor of the ice cream shop, I pick up Madison and carry her to the car while Eva tends to Parker. Her cone drips all over my clothes as I lean back against the headrest and close my eyes, the memory of Nixie's shocked, hurt expression lodged in my brain like a poison-tipped spear. After Jay drives us back to Eva's apartment, she and I continue with our tag team approach, as we've done so many times before. I run the bath, she strips off their clothes, she soaps up Madison, I wash Parker. I dry Madison off, she dries Parker. The twins have only recently separated into their own bedrooms, and there we switch again. Eva dresses Madison in her pajamas, and I do the same for Parker. I read Goodnight Moon to Madison, and then again to Parker. Eva emerges from Madison's room just as I close Parker's door, the very hungry caterpillar dangling from her hand.
Thanks, Nash.
She shoots me a grateful look, pushing fingers through her dark hair.
I could use a glass of wine.
When I don't immediately jump in with a me too, she adds,
Don't make me drink alone, okay?
I shove my hands back into my pockets and drag in a breath. Sure. Nixie is hardly in a hurry to see me again, and I can use a drink to quiet my racing thoughts, not that wine would have been my first choice. Following Eva into her kitchen, I open a drawer and pull out her steel corkscrew. Sorry about last night again. Were the kids disappointed? Tight bands bracket her lips as she sets a bottle on the counter in front of me.
Oh, Nash, I know better than to get their hopes up. I never tell them that you're coming over until the doorman says you're in the elevator.
Her eyes shine with a sadness I didn't put there, but haven't done nearly enough to fix. This is turning out to be one hell of a banner day. Fuck. I uncork the Malbec, Eva's words chipping at my conscience, and pour 2 hefty glasses. What can I say? She's right. 100% right. Eva, She takes the glass from my outstretched hand and moves to the couch in the living room, sinking into the cushions.
It's fine, Nash. Really, I get it. You have a life.
And my brother doesn't. The unspoken thought hangs in the air between us, lowering the temperature in the apartment by at least 10 degrees. I gulp at my wine, my eyes prowling the room for the photographs of Wyatt scattered on walls, tabletops, and bookshelves. An electronic frame plays a montage of photographs on a continuous loop, my brother in every single one. Wyatt, alone with Eva, with me, with Scott, with our parents, with his firefighter buddies, photos of Wyatt with everyone, except the twins. They've never met their father, but Eva makes sure that they see his image and feel his presence in their lives every day. I sit down heavily on the couch. I should be here more. I want to be here more.
Do you really mean that?
I don't hesitate. Yeah, I really do. Eva ventures a cautious smile.
Madison and Parker would like that,
she says, then adds softly,
I would too.
My shoulders hunch forward as I meet her gaze. Eva and I have known each other for years, since my time in the executive MBA program at Columbia. She was an undergraduate, and we bumped into each other, literally, walking through campus. I asked for her number while we scrambled to pick up books and papers before they blew away, and after dating for months, I brought her home to meet my family. Wyatt was home too, the same age as Eva, and the 3 of us went to a local bar together. It was a fall night, nearly Thanksgiving. The line at the bar was 3 deep, and as I bellied up for another round, I had a clear line of sight to Eva. There was a look on her face that was similar to the way she looked at me, but her expression seemed brighter somehow, her blue eyes gleaming. But it was the wide, goofy smile splitting my brother's face in half that sent the bottles I waited so long for sliding through my fingers. When they hit the floor, splashing everyone around me, Eva and Wyatt had turned immediately, guilt breaking through their elated haze. I left. Later, they both denied what I'd seen with my own eyes, the spark between them. Our breakup was mutual, and Eva seemed relieved. Not long after, they became a couple. It caused a rift between me and Wyatt, but with him risking his life every day, it was hard to stay mad at my brother. I threw myself into work and a steady stream of interchangeable women, knowing that Wyatt and I would get back on track eventually. And we did. I was the first person Wyatt told when he decided to propose to Eva. By that point, I was genuinely happy for them. And then he died before he had the chance, before he knew Eva was pregnant. Eva discovered she was pregnant after the funeral, and I vowed that I would take care of her and my brother's child. One child turned out to be 2, and the 3 of them are the reason I've thrown myself into work, shunned any relationship that might encroach on my responsibilities to them. In nearly 5 years, Nixie is the first woman to make me question whether I have room in my life for anyone else. Good. I nod. Why don't you ask the kids what they'd like to do next weekend? We can go to the Bronx Zoo or the Children's Museum, maybe take a quick trip down to Disney or Legoland. She smiles as if I've said something funny.
Slow down, Nash. Why don't we see how your week goes? Don't you have some big deal you're working on?
I'm always working on a big deal. I'll make the time, Eva. She replies with a vaguely non-committal noise.
So what else are you up to these days? It's been a while since we've done more than talk about the kids.
I rarely discuss my work outside the office, and never with anyone not bound by an ironclad NDA. Too many deals have been destroyed from a casual comment overheard by the wrong person. Eva knows this. The usual, mostly work.
Still fighting?
Yeah, when I get the chance.
How about women? Are you seeing anyone these days?
An image of Nixie fills my mind, regret slamming into my stomach. No. I frown, the words slipping from my lips like a bitter pill. Is it a lie? After today, I don't know if Nixie will ever agree to see me again. Eva tilts her head to the side, silently appraising me.
Don't you ever want more?
I stare back. I'm fine with the way things are, Eva.
Are you, Nash? Really?
Her voice is gentle.
Wyatt wouldn't want us to be alone or lonely for the rest of our lives.
I stare at her warily. I'm not lonely. I have you, the kids, work.
I have you and the kids too, and I've been working with Jolie on branding her new jewelry line, which I'm really loving.
Eva presses her lips together, releasing them on a sigh. Whatever is coming, I won't like it.
But Nash, I am lonely. I want to spend my life with someone to share dinners and bedtime routines and an after-dinner glass of wine with, someone to go to bed with at night and wake up beside in the morning. And the kids need a father.
They have a father, I shoot back, bristling at the direction our conversation had taken. Why is my perfectly ordered life suddenly bursting at every seam? First, Nixie makes me doubt the path I've chosen, then Mac Duncan condemns it, and now Eva is telling me she's dissatisfied too. What the hell is going on?
Yes, they do,
she agrees. Her features are neutral, her voice as calm as if she's trying to coax one of the twins out of a temper tantrum.
But he's buried 6 feet under, and we're here. Alive.
Frustration bubbles inside my veins, and I take a deep breath, then another, holding my temper in check. The last thing I want to do is hurt Eva's feelings, or offend her at all. She has too much on her plate for me to pile anything else on. They have me, I say simply, my tone restrained. She shrugs.
Sometimes. Once a week, at most. It's not enough, Nash.
I set down my empty glass on the cocktail table and wrap my hands around my knees, feeling jumpy and on edge. What are you saying, Eva? A few seconds pass by as she looks at me with her mouth just slightly open, as if she isn't quite sure she should push out the words clogging her throat. Finally, she does.
I'm telling you that I'm going to start dating. Or
what? I press, despite wishing this conversation was already over. Better yet, that it never began.
Or I want to know if whatever there was between us.
Her voice trails off as she looks at me hopefully.
I want to know if there's a chance we can get back to that place. If there's room in your life and your heart for more than just your next takeover target. If you and I and the twins can be a family. A real family.
Shock swirls inside my gut, and I stand up, then fall back down as if yanked backward by a string. You're my brother's—
No, she interrupts, her voice firm. I was. Past tense. Before that, I was yours, remember? We loved each other.
I try to make sense of what Eva is saying, but I can't. It's completely disorienting. You're asking me to take Wyatt's place, I eventually manage. Eva, I don't think I can. I can't. I won't. Her expression is stoic as she holds the delicate crystal goblet between her palms, thumbs tracing the slender stem.
Maybe you've given up on love, but I haven't. I can't force you to be anything more than what you are, a friend to me and an uncle to my children. But just think about it, okay?
I offer only a long, searching look before I stagger up from the couch, dragging the back of my hand over my lips as if I can scrape the taste of our conversation away. Eva is the only woman I've ever loved, and she ripped my heart out of my chest and danced on it in a pair of spiky stilettos the night she chose Wyatt over me. But I buried any lingering animosity toward Eva the day we buried my brother. And as the mother of my niece and nephew, I care about her deeply. I'll do anything in the world for her, but I'm not in love with her. Hell, I want nothing to do with that damned emotion ever again. Her kids deserve a father, though, and the thought of anyone taking Wyatt's place makes me sick with nausea. As I cross the living room, my normally compartmentalized mind is a jumbled mess. Eva doesn't deserve what fate doled out to her. What she and I once had was light and fun, simple. Maybe we could get back there again, but is that enough? After what she shared with Wyatt, and even just the initial spark I felt with Nixie, would simple be enough for either of us? At the front door, I turn. I'll think about what you said, Eva. But even if all I can be is their uncle, I want to be a damn good one. Let me know what the kids want to do this weekend, and I'll make it happen. I close the door behind me and dart into the elevator. My head is pounding and my heart, the organ I thought had turned to stone long ago, feels shredded. Despite the late hour, I need to burn off some of the emotions clogging my pores, squeezing my chest. For the next 3 hours, I pound heavy bags, pummel speed bags, jump rope, and lift weights before finally climbing onto the treadmill. I should be tired, but I feel like I could keep going all night. After 5 miles, Reggie comes up to me and turns off the machine. You fucked it up already, huh? My head drops, frustration knifing through my spine. Yeah. You want to talk about it? I've known Reggie for more than half my life. We don't talk. He throws out advice, I usually take it. Nah, I'll figure it out. He blinks up at me a few times, then gives a reluctant nod. All right, son. You've got 2 angels looking out for you, one on each shoulder. They won't lead you wrong. Scott and Wyatt. I hear their voices as I log another couple of miles, as I head to the locker room, as I shower off the sweat. Family first. Always. And when I walk out the door of Reggie's gym, my eyes are drawn to the alley across the street where I first encountered Nixie. At this hour, it's a dark gap between 2 buildings. I swallow, grabbing my phone from my pocket and pulling up Nixie's name in my contacts. She thinks I'm the lowest of the low right now, and maybe that's for the best. With a feral growl, I hit delete. Before I can change my mind, I scroll over to my texts and erase our entire feed, too. If only I can wipe out the memory of Nixie's heart-shaped face, burnished with golden freckles. Forget how every glance sends waves of heat licking at the surface of my skin, penetrating deep. Chapter 8. Nash. The next month goes by at warp speed, most of which I spend leapfrogging across the Eastern Hemisphere: China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, India, Israel. My passport needs extra pages. Am I running myself ragged to avoid Eva? Yes. And in the hopes of forgetting about Nixie? Hell yes. Not that it works. As I analyze dozens of companies with technology similar to network tech, but without marriage on his mind Mac Duncan at their helm, they are like a jumble of rocks held together by cement. Some are as dull and misshapen as gravel, and some glow, valuable enough to be worth the hassle of drilling through the excess. Which is exactly what my balls feel like they've been filled with. Gravel. Swallowing a groan, I shift in my chair. Ever since a goddamn meteor named Nixie crash-landed into my life, nothing has been the same. It's as if all that gold has spoiled me for other women. Coppery hair, topaz eyes, sun-kissed skin dusted with bronze freckles. Every thought of her shoots off fucking fireworks, overshadowing every woman who isn't her, including Eva. Things are tense between us, too. We haven't revisited our last conversation, but I can't cut her out of my life. That would mean ignoring the twins, too, which is out of the question. I have my assistant set up visits to the Museum of Natural History and the Hayden Planetarium, and buy tickets to Disney on Ice, the Harlem Globetrotters, and the latest Disney movie to hit theaters. Activities with little opportunity to talk. Today, though, Madison and Parker have a cold, canceling our plans to spend the afternoon at a kid-friendly festival on the High Line. Instead, they want me to come over to build them a fort out of couch cushions. So I throw myself into building the best damn pillow fort possible, reading them 6 books by the light of a flashlight. I'm stalling, and Eva and I both know it, but as the kid's eyelids droop, it's obvious Eva's done being patient. Which means I have a problem. I have no fucking clue what I should do. What's the best course of action in this situation? Should I get back together with my ex, the woman my brother planned to marry, to ensure my niece and nephew have the family they deserve? Yes. It's the right answer, the obvious answer. Eva is gorgeous. She's also smart and funny and kind and a great mother. I loved her once. And yet, she isn't mine. Not anymore. I realized that a long time ago after seeing the way she looked at my brother. She isn't Nixie either. But how can I let Eva bring another man around Madison and Parker? A man who isn't Wyatt, who isn't me? It makes sense for us to get back together. Logically, I know it's the right choice, and I think it's what Wyatt would want. But in my gut, it just feels wrong. After I carry Madison and Parker into their bedrooms, Eva is waiting for me on the couch, a wine goblet lifted in my direction. I toss Harold and the purple crayon on the table and take the outstretched crystal from Eva's hand. Madison woke up, insisting she wasn't tired at all.
She hates that you leave once she's asleep.
I sip at the wine, the sour taste of guilt mingling unpleasantly with the tannins. My eyes travel up the length of Eva's leg to her Angora sweater, and finally to a pair of blue eyes as clear and direct as her daughter's. Eva, A frown travels from her mouth to her forehead, dark brows pulling together and forming a shallow crease down the middle.
Don't.
Don't what?
Analyze, rationalize, boil everything down to the lowest common denominator.
That's what I do. She leans forward, rubbing the back of my calf with the tip of her toes. Her voice softens.
It's just me, Nash. Just us.
I push out a heavy breath. Okay. Maybe Eva's right. Maybe I should stop thinking so much, forcing the details of my life into spreadsheets and pie charts. Eva moves closer, resting her elbow on the back of the couch and leaning her cheek on her palm. A fingertip from her other hand draws an infinity sign on my thigh.
Let's just see where this takes us.
This. I have no idea what this is, but maybe it's time to find out. To know if what I felt with Nixie was a fluke. I turn my face to meet her gaze head-on, unease coiling inside my stomach. Eva's eyes darken slightly as she presses her palm against my chest, her thumb stroking the base of my neck.
I'm really glad you're here.
There is no golden glitter dusting the bridge of Eva's pert nose, no sunshine radiating from her eyes. She isn't Nixie. I blink away the thought, the craving. Me too. I mumble the lie into her ear, the tip of my nose sweeping along her smooth cheek. She curves her hand around my neck, fingertips raking through my hair. I don't want to hear what she has to say. I have one thought, get to the finish line. Sex is familiar, a unifying bridge to connect two people that life and circumstance have forced apart. Maybe it will bring us back together again. Eva's lips aren't as full as I want them to be, her taste not as sweet. But instead of pushing her away, I curve my hands around her shoulders, bringing us closer so that her breasts press against me. I kiss Eva deeper, searching for a key to unlock what we once were, my hands plowing along the curve of her skull, gathering her hair into my fists. With a surprised gasp, Eva breaks our kiss.
Let's go to my room,
she whispers, her breath hot against my lips. I glance at the screen across from me, straight into a grinning Wyatt, not much older than Parker, running through a water fountain on a scalding summer day. Good idea. It's a damn shitty idea, but I'm not a quitter. I have to give this epic disaster in the making a fair chance, and I'd rather do it away from my brother's unsuspecting eyes. I haul myself to my feet and extend a hand to pull Eva up to me. She's tall even without heels. She leads me through the living room and down the hall, past the twins' rooms and to her own. Wyatt has never lived here. I bought the apartment for Eva just before Madison and Parker were born, when I realized I was the closest thing to a father they would ever have. I haven't been in Eva's bedroom since my walkthrough with a real estate agent years ago, and I'm nervous her walls are covered with pictures of Wyatt too, but thankfully it's too dark to see much. I close the door behind us and spin Eva around until her back is against it. My lips are on her neck, my tongue licking her racing pulse as her hands clutch at my shirt. Her skin burns my mouth, making me wish I'd downed a tumbler full of whiskey rather than 2 sips of wine. I want to be numb, my taste buds cauterized. As my hands grope at Eva's waist, my mind flashes to Nixie, wondering if her cut has healed, if there's a sliver of a scar marking her smooth skin. I groan, pushing the thought away as I reach beneath Eva's sweater, cupping her breasts within my palms. I've never gone beyond kissing Nixie, so at least here I can't compare the 2 women. Even so, a rush of bitter longing sizzles at the back of my neck. Eva's nipples pebble, her back arching against me. Abruptly, I pull my hands away, send them sliding down her spine to cup her ass. Subtle and firm, it's barely enough to squeeze. I bring her legs around my waist, stride to the bed, and lay her across its center. Enough light comes through the closed blinds to see Eva's dark hair fanning out against the white sheets, falling over the edge like a leaf-clogged gutter instead of a blaze of fire. I jerk my shirt over my head, blocking out the sight. Throwing it into a corner of the room, I edge a knee between Eva's spread thighs, resting my weight on hands I place on either side of her shoulders. "Nash," she whispers, her arms reaching around my neck, pulling me down. For a moment I go with it, letting gravity and pressure work their will. Eva's lips curve into a shy smile, and it finally manages to pierce through my abandoned conscience. I want Nixie's feisty grin, her sarcastic barbs. I want to break through the impenetrable shield she'd been starting to lower. I want Nixie. I've filled the past month with work and workouts and failed attempts to find a woman who could make me forget her, even for just a few hours. And now I'm about to treat Eva like she's just another placeholder. No, I can't do this. Maybe Nixie's right. Maybe I am a man-whore. I'm cocky and arrogant and a ruthless son of a bitch. But I'm not cruel, at least not to family. And Eva is family. Family first, always. I have more respect for Eva than this. Wyatt might be gone, but she deserves someone who will look at her the same way he did, like she's the only woman in the world. And the twins deserve to see what love looks like up close. I can't fuck Eva. Not when the woman I really want is Nixie. And even though Nixie hates me right now, being with Eva feels like I'm cheating on her. Eva's hands are at the waistband of my jeans, tugging at the button, the zipper. Eva. I grab her wrists, pinning them to her sides. She stares at me, an unreadable expression in her eyes, confusion radiating from her tense body. I blow out an anguished sigh and release her wrists, disgusted with myself. I can't, Eva. I can't do this. A shiver vibrates through her. What's wrong? I don't... Eva pauses, her tone heavy with reproach. I don't understand. She raises her arms to my bare chest, fingers spread. It's been a while, Nash. Show me what you want. I can do better. Her breathless plea hits me in the solar plexus, and suddenly I realize something else. All the women I've fucked and forgotten, no matter how elegant the room service breakfast, the handwritten lie, I've treated them like trash. And no matter what I say to Eva right now, I'm doing it again. No, Eva, no, it's not you, it's me. An unfamiliar laugh bubbles up from her throat, wry and sardonic. It's not you, it's me. Really, Nash? She pushes me away. You can't be more original than that? I back away from the bed, grab my shirt. Eva, She rolls over, her voice muffled. Just go. I am the world's biggest asshole. Eve, she lifts her head, dark hair sliding against the curve of her neck. Go, she yells, the single syllable raw and pained, an electric charge in the still air. I back out of the room, close the door, and turn to walk down the hall. Just as I pass Madison's door, it opens to reveal her round face tilted toward me. Uncle Nash, she says in a stage whisper, I had a bad dream. Will you lay with me? My heart stutters to a stop at the sight of my niece, just until a rush of guilt kickstarts it into a heightened rhythm. Of course. Swinging her into my arms, I carry her back into her canopied bed, pulling aside the tulle panels and tucking her gently under the covers before arranging myself on top of them. Do you live here now? The scent of strawberry shampoo wafts up from her hair, and I drop a light kiss on her forehead. No, honey, I was just, talking to your mom.
Mommy likes when you talk to her.
After tonight, I'm not sure that holds true. I like talking to her, too.
Uncle Nash?
Yes. I brace myself for whatever question is knocking around her skull.
Are you going to be my Daddy Nash one day?
Christ, it's a whopper. No, sweetheart, I'm always going to be your Uncle Nash. You have a daddy. He's just in heaven right now, so you can't see him.
I do see him. I see him all the time.
My eyebrows climb up my forehead. You do?
Yes, in pictures and on the pewter.
Right. The photographs on the wall, the montage in the electric frame. My throat feels like it's filled with broken glass. Right. That's good.
But I want a daddy that lives here with us. All my other friends have daddies. Why doesn't my daddy want to be with me?
That broken glass doesn't stay in my throat. It's everywhere, shredding me to pieces. He does. I know he does. I bet he'd give anything to be here right now.
Mommy says that if you want something bad enough, you have to work real hard and make it happen. Can you tell Daddy to work harder?
I wish I could, but when you go to heaven, you don't get to come back. Madison doesn't say anything for a minute, and I almost start to believe that I'm through the worst of it. Until, in a much smaller voice, she says,
I want a new daddy.
What the hell do I say to that? Close your eyes, Maddie. Let's see what tomorrow brings. She gives a sleepy yawn, curling against me as her thumb creeps into her mouth.
I love you, Uncle Nash.
I love you too, Princess, I grit out, cursing myself for following Eva into her bedroom and cursing myself for not staying there. Once Madison's breaths become deep and even, I slip my arm from beneath her head and slide off the bed, then walk slowly down the hall. In the darkened living room, the light of the picture frame is like a beacon. I walk over to it, letting the photographs bring up memories I've long since forgotten. I reach out a hand, slide my fingers over the animated screen. God damn it, Wyatt. I miss you, buddy. So fucking much. Back in my apartment, I head straight for the shower, turning the water to scalding. Steam rises up around me and I breathe in its thick vapor, scrubbing at my skin like I've gone for a swim in the toxic waters of the Hudson River. It doesn't do any good. The filth I'm trying to wash away is inside of me. It's in my blood, my brain, the marrow of my bones. I can't get clean, and I can't erase the feeling that I'm dishonoring my brother somehow. In Eva's bedroom, I'd been so certain I was doing the right thing by leaving, by stepping aside so she could find someone who would worship her as my brother had. Until Madison's mournful plea,
I want a new daddy,
flipped the script. Am I just being a selfish prick by not running straight to City Hall and giving Eva and the twins exactly what they want? How will Eva ever find someone who loves Madison and Parker as much as I do? For years, Eva was the girl that got away, and I resented the fuck out of Wyatt for taking her away from me. But I didn't want to lose a second brother, so I swallowed my emotions and got over it. Then Wyatt died, and his children were born. Those kids have me wrapped so far around their tiny dimpled pinkies, it's almost embarrassing. I have to step up for the twins. They are my brother's kids, and if he can't be here to raise them and keep them safe, I'm not about to let him down. But anyone else? No. Eva wants a father figure for her kids, Wyatt's kids. That's supposed to be me. She wants a man in their lives. If not me, then who? Eva's words haunt me, too.
Maybe you've given up on love, but I haven't, and I won't.
My feelings for Eva were snuffed out years ago. Can they be rekindled? Could I ever love her the way she deserves? Would she eventually make my nerves skip, all synapses firing on high, my dick jerking to attention the way Nixie does, with one glimpse of her fiery hair swaying against her soft skin? Christ. I shrug into jeans and to Henley, barely taking the time to smooth my wet hair back and head to the elevator. What I really need to do is get Nixie out of my head. Maybe I want her because she's the only woman to turn me down and I can't even remember how long it's been. Or maybe I just need to check in on her, explain the situation, and get some damn closure. Whatever is necessary, I need to get it done. Tonight, before I lose my mind. I emerge into the street just as Jay pulls the car up from the underground garage and slide inside quickly. Take me to Nixie's place. His eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, hesitating a minute before turning back to the road and shifting the black beast into drive. Yes, sir. 40 minutes later, we pull to the curb in the middle of a dark street in a questionable neighborhood. Jay points at the dilapidated building outside my window. She went inside that one. Scowling, I take in the broken light bulb over the entrance, the crumbling steps, the cracked glass. That one? Yes, sir. Which apartment? Jay answers reluctantly, I don't know. You didn't walk her in? I offered, but she wouldn't let me. Biting back the angry retort on the tip of my tongue, I get out of the car and slam the door behind me. A steel box, dented and chipping, hangs beside the door, a grid of haphazardly written names with buttons beside each. No Hyde or Nixie or set of initials hint at which button belongs to her. Before I go through the act of pressing as many as necessary for me to gain access to the building, a man that looks too close to cauliflower ears for my liking scurries inside. Stepping over the black trash bag that smells like a rotting corpse partially obstructing the vestibule, I catch the door before it closes. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth by any stretch of the imagination, but I never lived in a dump like this. Figuring I might as well start at the top, I determinedly climb all 5 flights and knock on the last door at the end of the hall. I'm not even sure Nixie is home, but I checked the hours of the ice cream parlor where she worked. It closed an hour ago, so she should be home by now. Unless, of course, she doesn't work there anymore, or she stopped to see a friend, or go on a date, or do just about anything anywhere. I haven't spoken to Nixie in over a month, and I know almost nothing about her, including whether she still lives in this building, or even in this city. I still don't know her real fucking name. Fuck. Lately it feels like my carefully ordered life is crumbling to pieces. I need to set at least one thing straight. If she's here, I'll find her, and if she isn't, I'll still find her. On my 8th attempt, an elderly woman answers my knock in a hot pink silk bathrobe and matching slippers trimmed in fur. Hello, I'm looking for—
Oh, my. Good-looking young men must grow on trees these days.
A cigarette hangs from gnarled fingers, a cat making figure eights through her ankles. Thank you.
Why don't you come in? You look like you could use a drink.
She opens the door to a perfectly preserved time capsule from the 60s. Mustard-colored walls frame a curved lime-green sofa housing several other cats. A Sputnik-style chandelier hangs above a glass coffee table, an overflowing ashtray in the middle. Bookshelves line 2 of the 4 walls. I can't. I'm actually looking for a girl. The woman's face darkens immediately.
There ain't none of that business here, and a respectable young man like yourself should be ashamed.
I hold up my hands as if I'm surrendering. No, that's not what I meant. I'm looking for someone specific. A friend. Her name is Nixie.
Well, why didn't you say so? Pretty girl, keeps to herself. A bit too much if you want to know the truth. She checks on me sometimes, though. Lives 1 floor down. 4G.
I could kiss her. Crusted lipstick, cigarette breath and all. Backing away from the door, I give an appreciative smile. Thanks. She leans into the hall, bathrobe unfortunately gaping open.
2 good-looking men asking after her in just 1 day. That should put a spring in her step,
she clucks gleefully, twirling on her heels and retreating back into her apartment. 2? My shoes slap the worn steps, wondering if I've made a mistake. Maybe Nixie gave up her no-relationship stance and is seeing someone. Grinding my teeth, I knock on the door to 4G anyway, and then I knock again. As a last resort, I put my ear against the door. Is she in there with someone? What I hear sounds a lot like moaning. Or crying? What the hell? I jiggle the door handle. Nixie? Giving it an upward nudge, it swings inward easily, and I step into the apartment. Nixie, I call out, you okay? Immediately, a little black dog gives a single woof and jumps off the bed, padding over to me with its tail wagging. I bend down and scratch behind its ears. Some guard dog you are. Now that I'm inside, I easily spot the source of the noise. A small speaker sits on a makeshift desk, exuding the most god-awful racket I've ever heard. It sounds like a herd of cows dying. At the back of the room, a door opens and out comes Nixie, still in the process of wrapping a towel around her body. Her fucking gorgeous body. One glimpse has me rock hard in an instant. Nixie's shriek surpasses the volume of her speaker. I jump to my feet, pointing at it. I thought those sounds were coming from you. I thought you...
So you broke into my apartment because I'm listening to a meditation track for my art therapy class?
Meditation? There was absolutely nothing relaxing about the noise she's listening to. About that, this whole place is a break-in waiting to happen. It's not safe here. You need to move. Her jaw sags as she stares at me, wet hair dripping into a puddle at her bare feet.
No, you know what? You need to leave. Get out.
With her free hand, she points at the door.
Get out, now!
I hesitate. Nixie looks ridiculously adorable with her too small towel clutched to her chest. Sure, I'll leave, but not until I ask her about what the lady from upstairs said, and convince her to move to a safer place. I will. But first...
But nothing,
she says, stomping her foot. Maybe it's the damp floor, or maybe her anger puts her off balance, but in the next breath her heel kicks out from under her and Nixie starts to fall. I'm at her side before she hits the floor, scooping her into my arms and heading straight for the narrow bed beneath the window, her towel falling away. She turns her head into my shoulder.
I'm fine,
she whispers. I swallow the heavy lump of desire building in my throat, letting go of her as reluctantly as a robber forfeiting his loot, my eyes skimming over Nixie's lithe limbs and perfectly proportioned curves before forcing myself to retrieve her towel. Her hair spreads across the bed like rays of the sun, and when I come back, I notice that one fiery chunk has curved just under her jaw. After placing the towel over her, I extend a hand to brush it behind her ear, letting my fingers linger on the smooth warmth of her skin. My chest squeezes, blood pumping to parts of my anatomy that want to touch the rest of her too. This is getting to be a habit. The thick, russet fringe surrounding her eyes is the perfect frame for their stunning topaz color.
Carrying me or lying?
Eyes that cut me to the quick with their no-holds-barred bluntness. I told you, what you saw, it wasn't what it looked like. Her lips twist.
The motto of cheaters everywhere, save it, I'm not interested.
Nixie pushes me away, but I grab her wrists. Those are my brother's kids. I'm their uncle. For a second, her face registers surprise, but then suspicion creeps back in.
Yeah? Well, you and their mother looked pretty cozy to me.
I feel a sting of shame at how I left Eva earlier, shame that I was in her bedroom at all. Wyatt's absence is a chasm I can't fill. My interest in Nixie crystallizes that fact. It hasn't let up, and I need to see where it leads. Cozy, yes. She's family, and she'll always be family. I meet Nixie's accusations head-on, sparks of heat radiating from her glare. But we're not...
And what does your brother think about you pinch-hitting for him? Does he know just how cozy you two are?
My brother's dead. There's a tiny hitch in Nixie's breath as it catches in the back of her throat. Tiny, but audible.
I'm so sorry,
It's okay. It happened a long time ago, before the twins were born.
Oh.
It's less than a word, more like an exhaled beat of sadness. She blinks at me rapidly, a wet sheen coming over her eyes. I cut her off, not out of rudeness, but because I've heard it before. The sympathy, the pity, no matter how well-intentioned, I'd rather avoid it all. That's why we look like a typical family of four. In a lot of ways, that's what we are. A flicker of understanding passes across Nixie's face, an acknowledgement of my reluctance to talk about the loss of my brother. Although she's not done asking about Eva.
That first time we talked on the phone, you said that the woman who turned love into a 4-letter word for you slept with your brother. You were talking about Eva, weren't you?
Yes, but that was a long time ago. Ancient history. Ancient history is an exaggeration, but I sense in Nixie a willingness to give me the benefit of the doubt. Still, she perseveres one last time.
So you and Eva, you're not
together? Not since before the twins, years before the twins. Eva is the mother of my niece and nephew. I bring Nixie's wrist to my face, turning it over to kiss the tiny patchwork of veins stitched beneath her skin. That's all.
Nixie. A tiny hiss escapes my lips as Nash nibbles his way along the inside of my arm, from the curve of my elbow to the angle of my shoulder, collarbone, neck, earlobe, jaw. Stopping an inch away from my mouth, his warm breath tickles my lips like a cinnamon-scented breeze, a sweet temptation. His explanation makes sense, and it makes me feel like a heartless bitch, too. I don't know what it's like to lose a sibling, but I imagine it's similar to losing a parent. Soul-crushing. But I do know, better than anyone, how easily looks can deceive. I know how death destroys everything it touches, how loss and grief and resilience can create new families based on the tiniest drop of shared blood, or none at all. I made assumptions without allowing Nash to confirm or deny. I judged him guilty without evidence or testimony. And I was wrong. I believe Nash. But I wasn't entirely wrong. I didn't imagine the possessive drape of Eva's hand across Nash's chest, or her hypervigilance of even the slightest change in his expression. If Eva had her way, they would be together, for sure. I opened my mouth, intending to say something, anything. I'm really, really sorry about your brother, or I don't want to get involved, or you should leave. Any or all of the above. Instead, I pull the scent of him into my lungs, holding my breath and trapping it there, until my chest vibrates with need. My tongue sweeps across my lips, desperate for a taste of Nash. And he knows it. In the instant before his head dips, his mouth covering mine, I catch a flash of his sultry smile. It should be enough to get me to shove at his shoulders or turn my face away. So damn cocky, that smile of his. But it isn't enough. And I don't. In the back of my mind, lingering sullenly like an uninvited guest, is the knowledge that this, whatever this is, won't end well. But right now, I'm not sure I care. It's been over a month since I laid eyes on Nash, and I absorb his presence like a drought-ravaged field in a rainstorm. Living on my own with no close ties to anyone or anything except Kismet, I'm ripe for sexual contact. And Nash is a hard man to resist. My arousal is like a drug that sings through my veins and weighs down my limbs. Surrender is inevitable. As our tongues slide together, the network of nerve endings just beneath the surface of my skin comes alive. Already squirming with pleasure at Nash's weight above me, they dance and cheer at his touch. He groans my name, and the sound of it cascades down my spine like music notes, hitting all the right chords. I reach for the back of Nash's neck with one hand, plunging my fingers through his still damp hair. With my other hand, I tug at his wrist, sliding his palm along my ribs until he cups my breast. Yes, I whimper. My nipples harden, Nash squeezing the pulsing nubs between his thumb and forefinger. I arch my spine, streaks of white-hot color racing against the back of my eyelids like shooting stars. His mouth leaves mine, his lips and tongue forging a wet path down my neck, punctuated with bites that alternate between tender and turbulent. The pulsing between my legs that started out slow becomes faster, desperate. My knees edge apart, needing to feel Nash between them. But even as I rub the soles of my feet along Nash's powerful thighs, wrapping my ankles around his hips and drawing him into me, it isn't enough. I want to be full, filled by Nash. I'm already panting. And when his mouth closes around my breast, a hungry squeal shoots from my throat. Instinctively rocking my hips, I feel the hard length of him pressing against me through his jeans. "Off!" I moan, pawing at his sweater, at the band of his jeans, craving his naked skin next to mine.
Not yet,
Nash whispers, shifting onto his elbow and moving one of his legs to the side. I moan at the decrease in his weight, gripping his shoulders and trying to keep him above me.
Shh,
He whispers against my neck.
I'm going to crush you.
I don't care. My protest is cut off by another kiss, this one long and lingering. But I realize why Nash moved. With his weight on his elbow, he trails his fingertips from the edge of my hairline, down my cheek and chin, tender touches sweeping along my breasts and ribcage, dipping into the well of my belly button, the subtle ridge of my hip bone. He finds the thin pink line that stretches from that bone almost to my lowest rib, my souvenir from the night we met.
Does it hurt?
Nash asks softly. No. I shake my head. When he looks like he doesn't believe me, I run my hands over the tattoos emblazoned across both biceps and one forearm, and then the scar on his abdomen that looks like a faded version of mine. You've seen the sharp end of a knife, too. Skin heals. I'm fine.
Tough girl,
he whispers. My eyes flutter shut as his long fingers move lower, stroking my thighs with feather-light touches that have me squirming beneath him, the heartbeat between my legs growing more insistent and emphatic with each one. Words clog in the back of my throat, the same one over and over until it becomes a silent chant. Please, 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 please. Finally, as if he hears me, the tips of his fingers sweep at the outer edges of the most intimate part of me, now wet and wanting. Closer and closer, until they're pulled inside by my heat. My hips buck upward. Nash smiles against my mouth.
Needy Nixie.
Yes, I am. Out of my mind with need. His fingers pierce me, his thumb finding my swollen bud. Delicious beads of tension are pried from my center as a shiver of excited anticipation vibrates through my entire body, ending on a guttural moan. The sound is like nothing I've ever heard, certainly not from me, and my eyes fly open. Nash's intense expression fills my field of vision, green eyes glowing with lust, his mouth hard with intention. He wants me every bit as much as I want him. He wants me, but for how long? The realization is like a slap to my face, the sharp sting clearing away the haze of excuses I'm feeding myself. What am I doing? This can't go any further. No matter how good Nash makes me feel, the man could eat me alive and still pick up a tart from a downtown bar for dessert. But it's too late. I'm caught in the rapids, headed straight toward the waterfall, every muscle tense and poised for the inevitable. And I do fall. But even that is different, too. Like all the times before have been merely reading about gravity from a textbook, while Nash actually brings me to the very edge and sends me soaring, tumbling, falling. I have no idea how long it takes to catch my breath. Could be the blink of an eye or an hour. But when I do, Nash is still there, looking like the cat that ate the proverbial canary, as if my orgasm was powerful enough for two. Maybe it was. I can't do this, I say, to myself as much as to Nash. His thick brows lift.
I think you just did.
A mistake, never to be repeated. Nash makes me want things I'm sure he can't give me. That flying high feeling of loving and being loved in return. The comfort of knowing there's at least one person in my life who has my back, and that the feeling is mutual. Communication driven by respect, fueled by trust. Nash could make me lose sight of my own dreams, just for the pulse-pounding excitement of being in his arms. His shoulders are so broad, his grin so damn blinding. Being around him almost makes me forget what I learned from Derek. Lessons that came at such a high cost. I almost lost myself. And now my arms are shaking from the effort of forcing Nash off of me. My whole body is shaking. Not because he is so heavy or because I'm weak, but because it physically hurts to push him away, when all I want to do is hold him close. Not knowing where to look, I watch the slow bob of Nash's throat as he swallows, bracing myself for his anger. What I get is a heavy sigh that rumbles from his chest.
You sure?
Yes. But I wish I wasn't. He dips his head in a nod.
We're still not finished, Nixie.
This time I know better than to argue. Before Nash leaves, he notices the sliding lock at the top of my door. The one I hate using because it makes a screeching noise that is 10 times worse than nails on chalkboard.
Does that work?
He asks, looking back at me. I nod.
I'll wait in the hall until you lock the door behind me.
Chapter 9. Nash. I practically vault into the ring this morning. There's an honesty about fighting that I love, and I need it today. Lose focus? Bam, you get hit. Too slow? Bam, you get hit. Poor aim? Bam, you get hit. Cause and effect, action and reaction, reward and consequence, truth, honesty, pain. Half an hour later, my opponent is on the floor, and I'm in the shower, trying not to let the adrenaline rush swirl down the drain. Life isn't as simple outside of the ring. Last night, walking down the stairs of Nixie's apartment building, leaving her, was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Which is absurd. I barely know her. We haven't even had sex yet. Now there's a tragedy. So fucking close. I wish I knew what changed her mind. It happened so fast, like the flip of a switch. One moment we were on the exact same page, and the next, we were in entirely different books. I wanted to ask, to stay right beside her until I knew what the hell went wrong. But those eyes of hers, filling with disappointment, with doubt, with fear, they just about slayed me. I didn't ask. I couldn't stay, because I was afraid of what I might learn. What if Nixie wants too much, or not enough? Or worse, what if she just doesn't want me? Because I want to follow this unexpected thread of connection and see where it takes us. Maybe it will break, or maybe it won't go very far. It's entirely possible, probable even, that I'm not the kind of guy who can handle more than a few nights with the same woman. But what if I am? Eva asked me, "Don't you ever want more?" My initial reaction was dismissal, a stubborn reluctance to fix what isn't broken, but maybe that's the point. I'm not broken, so why am I behaving as if I'm so damn fragile? Filing down my interactions to the lowest common denominator and avoiding anyone who might shake things up. I walked out of Nixie's crappy apartment, knowing I was leaving something precious behind. Even now, striding to my office in a $5,000 suit, custom-made Italian Oxfords on my feet, French silk tie choking my neck, I've never felt so worthless. And Eva. What the fuck am I going to do about Eva? Yeah, life in the ring is so much easier. As if she heard my turbulent thoughts, my phone rings. Hey, about last night. Eva stops me.
I'm not calling to talk about last night. In fact, I'd rather not discuss it at all.
I frown, wanting to confront the inevitable awkwardness head-on so we can move past it. I think we should.
No, she says firmly. It was a mistake. I never should have put you in that position. We're friends. You're the twins' uncle. For now, that's all.
For now? But I decide not to press the point. She's letting me off the hook, and I'm grateful. I'm sorry, Eva.
Me too.
She pauses for a minute before taking a breath and perking up.
But like I said, that's not why I'm calling. I just wanted to firm up our Thanksgiving plans.
Thanksgiving? That's
3 weeks away.
I mutter a curse beneath my breath. I'd completely forgotten. Right.
I know we were supposed to stay in New York this year, and your parents were going to come up.
Hope flares in my chest that Eva's made alternative arrangements. Maybe I can just stay here and forget the holiday exists.
But I was over Jolie's the other day, and Raina Betancourt stopped by. I know you and Tristan have gotten pretty close, and she invited all of us to Bermuda for the week.
Crap. I search for another out. A week? I can't take off an entire week.
Since I knew you would say that, we're only going for a few days. I think Celeste Van Horn will be there too, and maybe Celeste's brother. You're friends with Bryce, right?
Yeah, but
I've never met him. What's he like?
Life of the party. Irresponsible as fuck. Hell of a right hook. I have a lot going on right now, Eva.
Tristan is hardly a slacker, and if he can take off for a long weekend, so can you.
I can't argue with that. Tristan Betancourt is one of the hottest hedge fund managers in New York. I didn't expect to like a guy who was born on the Forbes 400 list, but Tristan is one of the least pretentious people I've ever met, and one of the hardest working. His wife, Raina, is no slouch either. If the New York Stock Exchange ever decided to throw a prom, Tristan and Raina would be crowned king and queen. What about my parents?
They were absolutely thrilled to switch their flight and meet us in Bermuda. Everyone's on board with the change in plans, Nash.
When I don't say anything, she brings out the big guns.
Do I need to put the twins on the phone so Uncle Nash can explain why he's too busy to spend the holiday with them?
Fuck. I'll try to make it work.
I'm sure you will, she says, a little smugly. I'll take care of the necessary arrangements with Catherine. You don't have to worry about a thing.
Shaking my head, I drop the phone and sigh. I have plenty of time to figure out how to get out of it. I turn on my computer and sit down behind my desk. Here at least, I know what the hell I'm doing. Everything about Night Ventures brings me comfort. Leather soles slapping marble tiles, elevators that race upward without the slightest hesitation, rows of desks in cubicles, ringing phones, humming computers, every last one of them bought and paid for by me. Employees I've hired and can fire at the slightest whim, pitching ideas and acquisition plans with the precision of a general going to war. Business is a daily battle, one I relish every day. My schedule is packed with meetings and projects, but before I can focus on work, I have some other tasks that require my attention. My assistant steps into my office seconds after I bellow her name through the open door, her face as inscrutable as ever. My rough edges never seem to rub her the wrong way. It's unfortunate not everyone in my life is a paid employee.
The team from FIT is in the conference room awaiting instructions, she says.
The Foundation for Innovative Technology is a think tank based in San Francisco. I'm paying them a fortune to evaluate the list of acquisition targets we've come up with as alternatives to a network tech deal. Mac Duncan's company can't be my only option. There has to be another tech company that can get me what I want, with an owner who cares more about the price I'll pay than my damn personal life. They can wait. First, get me the number of the best locksmith in Brooklyn. Second, I rattle off Nixie's address from memory, watching as she copies it on the notepad in her hand. Do some digging on the owner of the property and make a few calls criticizing the hazardous living conditions. Crumbling steps, insufficient exterior and interior lighting, an intercom system that doesn't accurately reflect the tenants' names. The place is a mess and the landlord should be ashamed of himself.
Is that all?
Her face doesn't betray the slightest curiosity for my sudden interest in a dilapidated Brooklyn apartment building. Make sure you tell them to get the windows washed. No matter where she lives, Nixie should wake up to sunshine on her face.
Consider it done.
Nixie. Kismet scratches at the door, whining to go out. I blink my bleary eyes awake and frown at my window, trying to figure out what time it is. The glass is so filthy I can't tell. It took me hours to fall asleep after Nash left, and he haunted my dreams, too. If not for Kismet, I might pull the covers over my head and stay in bed all day. Instead, I scribble a note to the building superintendent about the grimy state of the exterior windows. Somewhere between a strongly worded complaint and a beseeching plea, and slide it beneath his door on our way outside. It's not my first letter, and although I don't expect anything to come of it, it's worth a try. I've cleaned the glass myself many times. On the inside of my apartment, the panes gleam. But I can't access the outside, and that's the problem. They probably haven't been washed in a decade, maybe longer. A brisk walk helps clear some of the cobwebs from my brain, and I remember to stop at the bodega on the corner to pick up a can of WD-40, which is conveniently kept right near the register, beside the cans of bug spray. In a city of apartment buildings, squeaky locks are as common as cockroaches. An hour later, after Kismet is fed and my sliding lock operates soundlessly, I head to the Pratt campus. There are only 10 of us in my sculpture class, and we're each assigned a potter's wheel, a chair, a lump of clay, and a jug of water. Usually, the professor starts off by explaining the theme and scope of our assignment. Today, she says only, "We're going to try something different." Then she dims the lights, turning on instrumental music with a heavy beat and sensual rhythm. You are to focus on the feel of the clay in your hands. You can make something or nothing. What's important is that you feel. Experience the art of sculpting through your palms. I've seen Ghost. Hasn't everyone? That scene with Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore, their hands woven together, his front to her back, his thighs pressed against hers, wet clay oozing through their fingers. Does foreplay get any better? I don't expect to feel anything sexual in a room with 9 other art students I barely know. But I'm wrong. Spreading my legs around the potter's wheel, the pedal humming beneath my right foot, I pour water on the already moist clay and wrap my hands around the cool, spinning mound. It warms up quickly, changing consistency and shape as I work with it. The lights are low, and my eyes drift closed as I focus on the tactile nature of sculpting. Of course, it isn't long before thoughts of Nash intrude. I've spent all morning forcing memories of last night, memories of him from my mind. But now my defenses are down. The clay within my hands becomes Nash's shoulders, his abs, his thighs, his everything. And damn, he feels good. I can touch him the way I want to, without fearing that he's comparing me to the mile-long list of women he's been with, or wondering if he's counting the seconds until he can go back to his own apartment, his own bed. With Clay, there's no need to think about why we're completely wrong for each other. There's no need to think at all. For an hour, I give myself over to the joy of manipulating something between my hands, having the power to build or destroy, add or remove, speed up or slow down. And when the lights come back on, I resent the sharp tug of reality pulling me back to earth. I enjoyed letting my mind drift, letting it take me back to Nash. Maybe a little too much. Biting back a dejected sigh, I take my foot off the pedal and lift my hands away. In front of me is an irregularly shaped vase. I look more closely, inspecting it. No, not irregularly shaped. It is a heart, slightly open at the top, as if I curled my fingers inward at the very last second, leaving a gap where it should be fused together. An open heart or a broken one? When I return to my apartment, the building super, Sam, is on a ladder in front of the entrance, replacing a bulb that's been broken as long as I've lived here. "Let there be light," I joke, as it sputters to life. Sam grunts, reaching for a screwdriver dangling from the brown leather utility belt wrapped around his substantial belly.
"Have a list a mile long today. Got your request about the windows, too."
He fits the cover into place, shoves the screwdriver back in his belt, and lumbers down. The ladder shakes wildly with each of Sam's steps. Visions of him breaking his neck in front of me bloom in my mind, and I jump forward, wrapping both of my hands around the metal sides. Did hiring a window washer make it onto your list? Another grunt as he steps to the ground and slams the ladder shut.
Not mine, but it must be on someone else's, because I got a message that a crew will be here first thing tomorrow. Already put a notice under everyone's door to make sure their windows were sealed shut unless they want soap scum getting in. Blinds, too, in case there's something they don't want anybody seeing, if you know what I mean.
Great. Thanks, Sam. I bound excitedly up the stairs, deciding to check on Mrs. Dwyer to see if she needs any help. I make it to the first landing, then turn back. By the way, any particular reason for all this activity? Are we all about to be evicted and the building turned into condos? Drawing a fleshy palm over the sweat beads popping up across his forehead, Sam snickers.
In this neighborhood? Doubt it. Alls I know is I got a call an hour ago about being personally named in a safety hazard suit if things don't change. Building's been this way for years, no reason to sue over it. But the wife gave me a list and told me I needed to fix some stuff around here.
I'm sure we all really appreciate it. I hesitate, feeling guilty for adding another item to Sam's list. But if I don't ask now, it will never get done. Is there any chance you can take a look at my lock sometime today? I'm not sure if I need a new one or if it's something you could repair.
Sure,
he says, with a fleeting grimace as he glances up the stairs. Sam rarely ventures above the 3rd floor, and he's already climbed to the 5th today.
Oh, that reminds me. There was a guy here earlier while I was delivering the note about the windows. He was standing in front of your door. Looked to me like he was trying to get in. Said you were expecting him, but he seemed fishy. I told him to get out of here.
God damn that man. I mumble a word of thanks to Sam and sprint up the remaining stairs. My phone is out of my purse before I close the door behind me. Didn't anyone ever tell you that no means no? I demand, patting Kismet as she sniffs excitedly at my feet.
I take it you're upset about the locksmith?
Nash's tone is clipped, not a sliver of apology dripping from his tongue. Is that what you're calling yourself these days? What is wrong with you?
Let's back up. I think we can both agree that a new lock on your door is a necessity. The sooner the better. So I contacted a locksmith this morning. He said he would be at your apartment this afternoon.
For your information, I already asked my super if he would take a look. You can call your guy back and...
If you mean the same person currently tasked with building maintenance, I highly suggest going with someone else.
I know Nash is right the second he says it. The only thing I've actually seen Sam fix in the months I've been living here is the light bulb by the front entrance. But I'll eat my door, lock and all, before I admit it. It's my problem, and I'll handle it. I pick up Kismet and carry her to my bed. You need to stop, Nash. Back off. I hang up on him without waiting for a response. Do a quick search for locksmiths near me on my internet browser, and then turn my phone to silent mode. If Nash calls back, I'm not talking to him. And I'm not letting whoever he hired touch my door either. I need a new lock, but not one bought and paid for by Nash. I wouldn't put it past him to expect his own key. On my next walk with Kismet, I'll check the locksmiths in the area and decide which of them to hire. Half an hour later, when a knock sounds at my door, I slide Kismet off my lap and jerk to my feet. I'll tell Sam I'm going to handle the lock myself. He'll probably be thrilled that I've saved him the trouble. I yank at the knob, bypassing my usual glance through the peephole. I'm sorry about the confusion. The sentence dies in my throat. The man at my door isn't Sam.
Chapter 10. Nash. Back off. That's what Nixie wants from me. My ego is bruised that she's so emphatic about it, but I'm a big boy. I'll get over it. Eventually. Maybe. But I'll deal with that later after I know she's safe. I quickly dial the number of the locksmith I hired. Nixie Hyde is at her apartment. I want you to install the highest quality lock on the market, whatever the cost. Okay, I'll head over there now. I hang up the phone, still feeling unsettled. Something Nixie said is bothering me, but I can't put my finger on exactly what. No, it's not what Nixie said. It's what the locksmith didn't say. He didn't mention that he tried installing the lock earlier. I'll head over there now. Not, I'll go back there now. I hit redial. Did you try to get into Nixie Hyde's apartment today, or examine her lock in any way? No, I never even went into the building. My stomach clenches. You never went into the building? No, you said she lived in 4G. I rang the buzzer several times and no one answered. But I'm free now. I don't wait for the man to finish his sentence. Running for the elevator, I bark at Simmons. Tell Jay to pull the car up front, now. I try calling Nixie, but she doesn't pick up. Something is wrong. I can feel it.
Nixie. Taking in my slack-jawed expression, Derek's lips twist in a bitter attempt at a grin.
It's a little late for an apology, don't you think?
After a moment of stunned silence, I recover my wits. Yes, it is. My attempt to slam the door in his face is thwarted when Derek sticks out a booted foot and shoulders his way inside my apartment. Alarm coils around my intestines as I open my mouth to scream. But before I can make a peep, Derek's palm covers my face and he kicks the door closed. Kismet jumps off the bed, her movement dislodging my phone. It falls to the floor and skids across the bare wooden planks, near where she paces at my feet, whining anxiously.
Stop it, Noelle. We need to talk.
I smell vodka on his breath, cigarette smoke on his hand. With no other viable options, I open my mouth and bite his fingers.
Ow!
Derek pulls his hand away, although not far enough. It drops to my neck, his thick fingers wrapping around my throat.
For fuck's sake, I'm here to talk!
When I try to move back, Derek's fingers curve inward, as if he's trying to palm a basketball, the tendons in my neck giving way beneath the pressure of his grip. A strange look comes over his face as I push at his chest, scratch at his forearms. Derek has never really hurt me. He's yelled. He's grabbed me too tightly. He's shaken me. In his worst moments, there's been a raised hand I expected to strike, a closed fist that stopped just shy of making contact. But he's never choked me before. My vision blurs at the edges as I try to take a breath and fail. Finally, I manage to break his hold and jump back, rubbing my throat where I still feel the clutch of his hand. This isn't the Derek I know. And when the misty haze clears, when I look at him, really look at him, Derek seems as shocked by his behavior as I am. He blinks at me, tugging at his ear in a gesture of embarrassment. I cross my arms, still wary but certain that that strange, eerie version of him is gone. You said all I need to hear months ago.
What you heard...
Derek shakes his head and makes a sound somewhere between a growl and a moan.
It's not what you thought.
I roll my eyes, then glower at him. Nerves have given way to indignation. Do all of you get some sort of playbook when you go through puberty? Confusion slackens his jaw.
What? Who?
Men, I spit, as if the word itself is an insult. I thought Nash and Derek were out of my life, and now, in the span of a few hours, they're back. Both of them.
It's not what it looks like. It's not what you heard. It's not what you thought.
I mimic, deepening my voice and reaching down to give my crotch an adjustment. I mean, can't you guys put a little more thought into it? A storm cloud rolls over Derek's face, my rant seeping into his inebriated mind.
Are you seeing someone, Noelle?
My gaze falls to his hands, now clenched into stiff fists at his sides. But I'm too mad to back down. You barge in here and think we can have a conversation? Are you kidding me? I want to know. I deserve to know. You don't deserve anything from me anymore, least of all an explanation. We have history together. Years where I looked out for you, took care of you, loved you. You can't erase all that just because you overheard me talking to my bookie. I was saying whatever I could think of to get him off my back. Of course we have history together. Not all of it is good, though. For a long time, Derek merely treated me like a kid sister. But eventually, things changed. His voice deepened. I grew breasts. All my friends had crushes on Derek, and I began to see why. An awkwardness sprung up between us that wasn't broken until the first time he kissed me. From that moment on, our love was all-consuming. Really, it consumed me. He was controlling and possessive. At first, I chalked it up to love. Derek simply loved me so much that he needed to know where I was at all times. He wanted to be with me so much, of course he resented any time I spent with anyone else. And he was just looking out for me when he scrolled through my emails and texts, never allowing me to install a password on my phone. I can't remember exactly when Derek's love began to feel less like a warm blanket and more like a mouth gag. I tried to break up with him, but he wouldn't leave me alone. The more I told Derek I didn't want to see him, that I needed space, the more often he showed up. Behind me in line at Starbucks, on the treadmill beside mine at the gym, across the street as I walked home. Everywhere. And I never knew which Derek I would get. The easygoing guy who would splash through puddles in the rain, holding my hand, laughing with the delight of a kindergartner, or the man who was frighteningly on edge, his jaw clenched, hands fisted, ready to lash out at anyone, including me, for the slightest transgression. Maybe Derek does deserve an explanation from me. Maybe we're overdue for a long conversation, not just about what I overheard, but about our entire relationship. It stopped working for me well before I left. But not now. Not like this. Fine. When you're sober, we can talk. His flush deepens. No! Now! Kismet puts herself between my legs and growls, something I've never heard her do before. I shake my head. Derek, if you really want to talk, and not lie or try to intimidate me, we'll do it another time. You're just saying that. You'll disappear again, I know it. I won't. I promise. We stare at each other for a long moment. Derek's eyes are bloodshot, but not as wild as when he first barged in, his expression more anguished than angry. Just then, my phone lights up on the floor, Nash's name running across the screen. Derek's nostrils flare. Who the fuck is Nash Knight? He grinds out, taking an aggressive step toward me. Before I can say anything, Kismet launches herself at Derek, her teeth sinking into his thigh and hanging on. He curses, shaking his leg and batting at the dog. Stop it! I scream, reaching for her. But I am too late. Derek's thick hand makes contact and Kismet flies across the room. The saddest yelp I've ever heard scissors through my eardrums, followed by a high-pitched, quivering whine. I sprint to her, picking up the trembling dog and holding her to my chest. Derek is already backing away from us, his hands raised, palms facing out. Noelle, I didn't mean... I turn fierce eyes on him. Get out! With a last regretful look, he bolts through the door. I immediately grab my purse and follow him, though at a slower pace. The vet is just a few blocks away. Making soothing noises, I start down the stairs, Derek's heavy footsteps vibrating through the soles of my feet. A beam of light brightens the stairway as the front door opens, followed by a grunt and then a,
"Watch it, buddy."
I recognize the voice immediately. Nash! At my yell, Nash's leather Oxfords pound the treads. He is by my side in seconds, looking from the shaking dog to my reddened neck.
"I'll fucking kill him."
There's no time! You're taking me and Kismet to the vet.
Nash. Nixie won't let go of the dog, so I sweep her up into my arms and carry both of them down the remaining stairs. Twin tides of relief and rage course through my veins as I put them gently into the back of the Navigator.
Jay, can you drive about 2 blocks up and then make a right? The vet's office has a navy awning with a white dog on it.
Nixie speaks quickly, her voice high and trembling. Jay merges into traffic as I stroke the dog's head. The guy who came barreling down the stairs just as I was coming in, was he the one that hurt you? Nixie gnaws at her lower lip, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening.
I don't want to talk about Derek right now.
Derek. I tuck away the name for future use. Fine, but we will talk about him. From the very first time I laid eyes on Nixie, darting into that alley, it's been obvious that she's running from something. After my unsettling conversation with Eva, I convinced myself to let the matter drop, to let Nixie drop. I'm not exactly sure what Nixie and I are, if anything at all. What I do know is that Derek hurt her and the damned dog. And now he's at the very top of my shit list. Once we arrive at the clinic, the receptionist looks from Nixie's face to the trembling canine and immediately ushers us into a small examining room. Less than a minute later, the veterinarian rushes in. She takes Kismet from Nixie and sets her down on the examining table.
Can you tell me what happened?
She asks, running her fingers along the dog's sides. Nixie wipes her eyes.
I was having an argument, and I think Kismet thought I was in danger.
She pauses, gulping air like she's just coming up from the bottom of a deep pool. I reach out a hand to squeeze her shoulder, and the doctor looks up at me, her eyes sliding back to Nixie and snagging on her reddened throat. Her face hardens, and I knew she's connected me to Nixie's injury.
Sir, I only allow 1 adult per dog. Would you mind stepping out into the waiting room?
Nixie frowns as she catches the lie. We walked past an exam room with an entire family jammed in around their Labrador.
He's not the one I was having an argument with.
The doctor's face looks unconvinced, but I only care about Nixie. It's fine. If you want me to go, I'll...
No.
Nixie shakes her head and reaches for my hand, her fingers slipping through mine as she looks at the vet.
It was my ex. Kismet thought he was going to hurt me, so she bit him. He slapped at her and she went flying.
Her voice cracks on the final word, and I bite down so hard, if there'd been an atom of carbon in my molar, I would have spit out a diamond. The vet relents, her scowl easing.
I can't feel any broken bones, but I'd like to take her in the back for a quick x-ray. Is that okay?
Nixie nods.
Of course.
She picks up the dog carefully and eases through the door.
Be right back.
So your ex-boyfriend, Derek. The name leaves a foul taste in my mouth. Has he done this before? I gesture at her neck. Nixie pulls her hand away.
Nash, stop it.
Me? My jaw hinges open. Tell me his last name. The bastard won't ever touch a hair on your head again.
You need to knock it off,
she grumbles, wrapping her arms across her chest and staring at me. I meet her aggravated expression with one of my own. Knock what off?
Stop saving me, all right? I can take care of myself.
Really? Doesn't look that way to me. My hands ball into fists as I stare at the red marks, fucking fingerprints around her neck.
That's because you act first and look later. I'm not some damsel in distress that needs your protection.
I release a pent-up sigh. Got it. Doesn't change the fact that there's some dickhead walking around out there that hurt you. He's not going to get away with that. She bristles, but has to swallow her response when the veterinarian comes back.
Well, the good news is that there's no lasting damage to Kismet as a result of her high-speed collision with the wall. She does have a loose tooth, which may or may not be a consequence, and there is bruising on her right side, especially at her shoulder and ribs. She'll need to take it easy for a few days, but she should make a full recovery. If she's having trouble eating, or still appears to be in pain by the end of the week, bring her back in and we'll take another look.
Nixie reaches out for the dog, her expression relieved.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll keep a close eye on her.
I take care of the bill, quashing Nixie's protests by pointing out that she'll have to let go of Kismet to sign the receipt and help her into the car. So, my place or my place, take your pick. She sniffs.
No thanks. You can bring me back home.
The apartment he grabbed you from? Not a smart idea.
It was my fault. I opened the door thinking it was Sam.
Sam?
The super. I told you I asked him to look at the lock.
And I told you,
Yes, I know, and I already decided to call a locksmith myself. Take me home, Nash. I mean it.
now we know you need more than a locksmith. You need a doorman and proper security. I shake my head, unwilling to back down even an inch. You have exactly 2 choices, my apartment or my hotel suite. Pick.
I don't have any of my things with me, or Kismet's either,
she says, exasperation pinching her features. Details. I'll have them taken care of.
Are you using this situation to get what you've wanted all along?
Her eyes narrow.
I'm not your next fling.
I didn't ask you to be. She cocks her head to the side, the arch of her ginger brow saying it all. Fine. I lift my hands in mock surrender. I won't ask you again. Satisfied?
No, not in the least.
Good, that makes 2 of us. Now apartment or hotel? A minute passes, then 2 before an annoyed breath rattles from Nixie's chest.
Since Greta wasn't exactly pleased with my visit last time, I'll go with hotel.
Good. I catch Jay's eye in the mirror and he nods, and then I pull a keycard out of my wallet and hand it to Nixie. 50th floor, Suite A. For the remainder of the ride, I send a flurry of texts and emails. By the time we pull up in front of the Holtzman, my assistant is waiting for us at the curb, a shopping bag at her feet. I gesture at it to Nixie. Leash and collar, dog food, bowls, and some toys and treats. Deliberately ignoring me, Nixie turns her attention on Catherine.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful of you.
My eyes widen. You know Nixie rounds on me, anger bristling from every pore.
You're not a hero, remember? Stop saving me.
Catherine presses her lips together as she watches Nixie stalk off into the hotel lobby.
I like her.
Yeah, I grumble. That's my problem, too.
Chapter 11. Nixie. I carry Kismet and the shopping bag up to Nash's enormous hotel suite, waiting for him to join me. Mostly so that I can yell at him some more. As the minutes tick by, I pace the oversized living room. Who keeps one apartment in a hotel and one in a luxury skyscraper just blocks from each other? Nash Knight. A man so infuriating, so cocky, so damn smug, I can barely stand to look at him. Okay, that isn't true. I can barely stand to look at him because every glance sets my face on fire, and I'm sure he can see my racing thoughts, including all those devoted to imagining what it would be like to have sex with him. Good? No. Great? No. Mind-blowingly amazing? Yeah, that one. At least if the other night at my apartment is anything to go on. My apartment? Crap! What am I going to do if my apartment isn't safe? Wait, what am I thinking? Nash has me so scattered I haven't focused on the most important thing of all. Derek found me. I lift a hand to my throat, pressing fingertips against the tender skin as I bend to drop a kiss on the top of Kismet's head. Sorry, girl, I whisper, filled with guilt that she put herself in harm's way trying to protect me. I broke up with Derek because he was controlling and obsessive, and I wasn't in love with him anymore. I ran from him because I found out about his plan to marry me for my inheritance. But it wasn't until the moment his hand wrapped around my throat that I truly feared him. Eventually, I stop frantically pacing and wander around the sterile apartment. I set out food and water for Kismet, open cupboards and closets, slam drawers. Words and arguments ping-pong inside my skull as I count the seconds until Nash comes upstairs so I can hurl them all his way. 5 minutes pass, then 10. 1 hour edges into 2. By the time I hear a knock, I'm practically steaming. Flinging open the door, eager to vent my outrage, the words clog in my throat when my eyes fall on Jay bearing 2 suitcases, Kismet's crate and doggy bed, and the backpack I use for school. I step aside to let him in. You went back to my apartment?
Yes, boss thought you would want some of your own things.
How sweet of him, I drawl, as Jay sets down my bags in the middle of the living room.
He's good like that.
He either doesn't catch my sarcasm or is choosing not to comment on it. I make a non-committal sound and put a hand on my hip. Speaking of, where exactly is this model of thoughtfulness? Jay shrugs.
I'm not sure. Maybe home, or maybe out.
That's helpful, thanks. Jay keeps his expression neutral.
Unless he needs a ride, I don't get the details on his social life.
It's well past dinner time, and after showing Jay out, I realize I'm hungry. I could walk around the block, pick up takeout from somewhere nearby. But despite my "I am woman, hear me roar" rant, I'm in no hurry to go outside by myself. Instead, I call room service and change into pajamas. When I left Derek, I had a simple goal: to stay off his radar until my next birthday. Then I could claim my inheritance and start fresh, somewhere far away. But now that I've seen the determination blazing from his dark eyes, I'm not sure I'll ever be free of him. The day I left Long Island, I withdrew every dollar I kept at the bank where Derek and Poppy also had accounts. I deposited it at a local branch of a smaller regional bank. I sublet an apartment off Craigslist, no application required, signed up for a few classes at Pratt, using my graphic design skills to change the name on my transcript to Nixie Hyde and paying with a cashier's check. I bought a new phone and suspended all of my social media. I've been cautious and covered my tracks well. How did Derek find me? More importantly, how am I going to stay away from him? I don't want to run again. I'm tired of hiding, tired of always looking over my shoulder. My food comes and I sign the receipt. It galls me that Nash is the reason I'm here, that Nash jumped in once again to save me. I could have taken Kismet to the vet myself, hired a locksmith myself. Someone else in my shoes might be grateful, but I'm not. I feel indebted and resentful. I don't want to depend on anyone but myself, especially Nash. As far as I can tell, he has two modes: cocky, bossy, arrogant Clark Kent, and equally cocky, bossy, arrogant Superman. And both of them have shredded my last nerves. When Nash mentioned the idea of a fling over coffee at Lucia's, I admit I was intrigued. More than a one-night stand, less serious than an affair. More romantic than friends with benefits, less involved than an actual relationship. Maybe a fling with a guy like Nash was exactly what I needed. But I was just fooling myself. I'm not capable of that kind of indifference. Whatever little piece of himself, who am I kidding, big piece of himself, Nash might let me have, it won't be enough. And falling for him will just lead to heartbreak. Nash is a bigger threat to my heart than Derek ever was. And I can't exactly avoid him while I'm living under his roof. Which is why I can't stay here. I change back into my jeans, grab Kismet and as much as I can fit inside my backpack, and take off. I'm not running away. I'm going back to my apartment. Nash will lose interest in me soon enough. I'm a novelty. Probably the only female who doesn't drop her panties at the first glimmer of his sideways smile. As far as Derek is concerned, if he found me once, he'll find me again. Moving to a new apartment won't do any good. I'll have my lock changed and get another deadbolt. And I'll come up with a new plan. Derek isn't getting his hands on my inheritance. And Nash isn't getting his hands on me.
Nash. A flash of color catches my eye as I nurse a drink in the bar while working on my laptop. Fucking hell, I mutter, jumping to my feet and slipping my computer into a messenger bag before striding into the lobby. I pull up alongside Nixie just as she steps outside the hotel. Going somewhere? She doesn't break stride.
Yeah, home.
I told you that's not a good idea.
And I told you I don't care.
You realize if Derek hurts you again, I'm going to have to kill him. Nixie looks up sharply, stopping in the middle of the sidewalk. I consider myself damn good at reading people, and something in her expression immediately makes me dial back my inner thug. Nixie's about a hair's breadth from hating me right now.
And I'll be the first one to testify against you at your trial.
The guy slammed your dog into a wall. I trace the red marks encircling her neck with my fingertips. The guy choked you.
It was a misunderstanding. He's harmless.
Doesn't look harmless to me.
She swallows. Stop looking.
I don't think I can do that.
Try.
With her hands on her hips and one of her sneakers half untied, Nixie looks like a teenager arguing over her curfew. My eyes travel from the hair tumbling down her shoulders to the bright white tips of her red chucks, then pull back up to her heart-shaped face. I've been trying to look away from Nixie since the first moment I set eyes on her. It didn't work outside the alley or since, and it sure as hell isn't working now. I shake my head. Not gonna happen. Our gaze holds, pedestrians forced to skirt around us as they hurry past. She huffs a small sigh.
What do you want from me, Nash?
Nothing you don't want to give.
Then it's nothing.
How about we compromise? The word feels foreign in my mouth.
Compromise on what?
A movie night. Your choice. She glances around.
Where?
I jerk my chin back toward the Holtzman. Upstairs.
Porn,
she scoffs, her eyes narrowing. Good choice.
Very funny. What kind of movie do you expect us to watch in your hotel room?
No need to be ashamed, Nixie. If porn is the first thing you think of when I suggest watching a movie together, I'm all for it. Bright pink patches bloom on her cheeks. Fucking adorable.
That's it. I'm going home.
I ease the backpack from her shoulders and slip my arm around her waist, subtly guiding her back to the lobby. Come on, the remote is all yours. Porn or the latest Channing Tatum, whatever you want.
I'm not having sex with you, you know.
First porn, then sex. Nixie, I like the places your mind goes.
I mean it, Nash. I'm different than the girls you usually bring here.
Don't I know it? Okay, so let me see if I have it straight. No porn and no sex.
And popcorn.
No porn, no sex, and no popcorn. Now that's going a little too far, don't you think? I feel the tension coiled around Nixie's spine fall away. Her shoulders loosen, her chest expanding to take in a deep breath.
You're right,
she says, releasing a laugh that skitters along my nerve endings.
No porn, no sex, but definitely a big vat of buttered popcorn.
I nod at the doorman, feeling about 10 feet tall. As the twins would say, I turned Nixie's frown upside down. You drive a hard bargain.
Nixie. Nash pushes the elevator call button, flashing a grin that punctures my lungs like a pin through a balloon. His smiles always leave me breathless, but this one is a doozy. I enter the mirrored enclosure first, keeping my eyes firmly averted from Nash's reflection as we are shuttled upwards. I don't want to risk another peek. He's too damn attractive for words, and every glance sends a kaleidoscope of winged butterflies practicing their aerials in my stomach. And they're multiplying, rapidly. Unlocking the door with his key card, Nash holds it open and I catch a whiff of his scent as I brush past him. Woodsy and clean, he smells like a forest. Aren't I kind of cramping your style? I mean, this place is supposed to be your love nest, right? He quirks a rich chestnut brow several shades darker than the hair on his head.
Love nest?
What would you call it then? One-night stand central? Sex cave? My breath hitches as he steps closer to me, tucking a finger beneath my chin and forcing my head back.
Nixie, I do believe you have sex on the brain.
His hand moves, sliding around my neck, his thumb sweeping along my jaw.
All you have to do is ask.
Ask? I'm this close to begging. Capitulation has never sounded so sweet. Can Nash feel the desire churning in the pit of my stomach? Smell my longing? I step back, just out of reach. Where's the remote? What I really want to know is, where is my willpower? What happened to my determination to get away from Nash, away from this suite? His soft chuckle dances along my spine as I set Kismet down. She walks tiredly to her crate and curls up on the bed inside. Nash lifts the phone to his ear and orders popcorn from room service, while I tug at the drawers of the TV console, finally locating the remote. And a milkshake, too, I add. Vanilla, extra thick. Nash coughs.
Also, a vanilla milkshake. And the lady prefers it thick. Extra thick, actually.
Lips twitching, he hangs up the phone.
Coming right up.
Why is everything sexual with you? I say, scrolling through the movie options. I swear, you're like a horny teenage boy.
I'm afraid men don't exactly outgrow the horny stage once they hit their 20s. Or their 30s. Or ever, probably.
I roll my eyes. Are you telling me that beneath your clothes you are still the same horn dog you were 10 years ago? He mutters a curse.
Nixie, I think you need to stop talking unless you want to find out exactly what's beneath my clothes. Although, given your taste in milkshakes, I promise you won't be disappointed.
Heat rises up my chest and neck, setting the tips of my ears on fire. Nash is right. I need to stop talking. Flopping onto the couch, I immerse myself in the hotel's movie selection. But it's hard to concentrate when all of my brain cells are focused on the man standing just behind me, his fingers lightly trailing over my shoulder. Luckily, there's a knock on the door announcing our popcorn and the milkshake I doubt I'll ever order with a straight face again. While he deals with the delivery person, I quickly find a movie I've been meaning to watch and press play. Nash hands me the drink and sits down, putting the tub of popcorn on the cocktail table.
So, when are you going to tell me what happened between you and Derek?
I swallow a mouthful of my shake, the cold concoction sliding along the roof of my mouth and into my throat. I wasn't planning on it, actually.
Then you should probably get used to staying here. No way you're going back until he's out of the picture.
Do you have a kid sister?
No.
Well, I think you should get one. You have this whole overprotective act covered. You might as well find someone to appreciate it. He grunts.
You appreciate it. You just don't know it yet.
If you want to know the truth, you sound just like Derek.
Oh yeah? How so?
I cock my head to the side. Nice try, but I'm not so easily manipulated. He grins, tossing a handful of popcorn into his mouth.
Worth a shot.
We settle into the movie, although I can barely focus on it. The side of my body facing Nash throbs as if I've spent the day tanning on the equator. When Nash reaches for my leg, I practically jump out of my skin. What are you doing? I squeal.
This movie sucks. I need something else to do.
His hand wraps around my ankle and brings it into his lap, flinging my sneaker to the opposite end of the room. Seconds later, the tips of his thumbs are sliding along the arch of my foot. I groan, putting my half-finished milkshake on the table and letting my head fall back against the couch. Oh, my God. If you had told me about this particular skill, I never would have argued about staying here.
I'll have you know my list of skills is very long.
I sigh in pleasure as I look over at him, not even minding the thinly veiled hint. Are you saying you've got mad skills? Nash winks.
Hell yeah. The maddest.
Dear God. That wink. Those hands. I'm a goner. After a few minutes, he reaches for my other ankle, putting it into his lap like a limp strand of linguine. Okay, I have to ask. You're not going to expect the same, are you? I don't really do feet.
I wasn't doing this as a quid pro quo. Although, since you're offering a trade, 10 questions is more than fair for 2 feet.
Pulling my feet away isn't an option. 2 feet, 2 questions.
8.
2.
6.
2.
You might not realize this, but I negotiate deals for a living. I'm pretty sure you're doing it wrong.
That's because I don't negotiate.
Everyone negotiates.
Not me.
5.
2. Nash lifts my feet off his lap. Okay. 3.
4.
3.
Deal. How do you know Derek?
Wait, what? 3 questions with yes or no answers. I look up to see Nash shaking his head.
Too bad. You didn't negotiate that. 2 feet, 3 questions, period.
I wrinkle my nose, thinking. Fine, but I get veto power.
1 veto. I can live with that.
3.
None.
1.
Done.
I blow out an anxious breath as Nash's delicious fingers move up to my calf. I've known Derek since I was a kid. Our fathers were friends who went into business together.
And?
Is that your second question?
No, it's me calling you out for giving half an answer.
Nash presses the inside of my knee, and I swear I see stars. When I was in high school, we started dating. He was older, but he treated me like a princess, and I thought the sun rose and set on his head. But as time went on, he wanted me to still be that wide-eyed teenager who was completely in awe of him. I loved Derek, but that wasn't enough for him. We'd break up and get back together for years. It wasn't a healthy relationship, and I finally ended things for good.
And that's why you ran away from him?
I never said I ran away from Derek.
You didn't need to. Second question. Why?
This is what I've been trying to avoid. I'm not ready to tell Nash the whole truth. There's something about September 11th that automatically shifts the focus of my personal experience and turns it into a burden shared by many. Nash was born and raised in Manhattan. I'm sure he has his own connection to 9/11. I can practically script the inevitable tit-for-tat exchange. He lost a cousin or an aunt. His uncle was a first responder. His dad worked in the towers and made it out in time. His mom saw the planes hit. It took them hours to get home, and he started to think the worst. But it's a contest I always win. I'm the only person who lost both her parents that day. The newspapers ran stories about me for ages, turning me into a curiosity, an exhibit. Poor little orphan, Noelle. Maybe one day I'll go into detail, but not today. Not yet. My stomach clenching, I squeeze my eyes closed and plunge in. My parents died in an accident when I was little. I hear Nash swear softly under his breath, his hands tightening on my legs, but I still can't look at him. He'll be staring at me with that horrible mix of pity and sympathy shining from his eyes, and I'll start to ugly cry.
I'm sorry, Nixie. I didn't realize.
I suck in a tremulous breath and blow it out quickly, then shake my head. It's okay. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing you don't ever move on from. No matter how long ago it happened, it's always right there.
It's the understanding in Nash's voice that makes me finally risk a glance at him. I see sympathy in his gaze, and the same understanding that was in his voice, but no pity. His brother, Madison and Parker's dad. Of course Nash understands. He lost his brother. We fall silent for a few moments, and I can tell Nash is trying to decide where to go from here. But I still haven't answered his question, and a deal's a deal. Anyway, my parents were both only children, and my only grandparent had Alzheimer's. I was raised by my dad's best friend and business partner. His name is Paul, but I call him Poppy. Derek is his son. Nash gently presses his thumbs into my instep, and I close my eyes for a moment before continuing. And Derek has a gambling problem. My trust, which is all I have left from my parents, matures next year. Derek wants all the money. I can feel Nash weighing his final question. I think he must sense my reluctance to talk about my parents, or maybe his mind is naturally geared toward finance because he asks,
If your trust doesn't mature until next year, why is Derek coming after you now?
Is that your third question? I don't want to talk about my trust, or the clause that's turned me into a target.
Yes.
Veto. He pulls my baby toe, cracking it. Ow! Hey! Don't be a sore negotiator. Next question.
Is this the first time he hurt you?
His hands still, waiting for my response. Yes, I say. Before, when he's gotten mad, he always managed to hold himself in check. This time, he lost control. It was only for a minute. Less, probably. But I shiver.
But nothing. There's no excuse for what he did. None.
My eyes snap open, and I see Nash's horrified outrage, plain as day. He's seething with it. And in that moment, my heart stills. Thanks, I whisper, my throat dry.
For what?
For being you, I guess. Nash is making me want to throw every one of my reservations right out the window. All my reasons for keeping my distance seem so petty and meaningless. Maybe being with him, even if it's just for a little while, will be better than not at all. Maybe.
Chapter 12. Nash. My eyes drop from Nixie's glistening eyes to her trembling lips, and then to her reddened neck. This girl. I don't even know what to do with her. Her story, losing her parents, both of them so young, raised not by relatives but by her father's business partner, seduced as a teenager by a man who should have treated her like a little sister, who should have been looking out for her, protecting her. Instead, he took advantage of her, hurt her, leaving her no choice but to run. A surge of emotions wells within my chest. Respect, lust, concern, interest, affection. God damn it, I like this girl. I respect this girl. And I want to fuck her. For me, that's a dangerous combination. A combination that feels like the start of something more. Maybe even love. And that's impossible. Completely inconceivable. I don't do love. Why? Because the other half of love is loss. And sure, some losses are inevitable, but without love, they don't have the power to devastate. I was the one to tell Eva that Wyatt died. She crumpled to the ground and didn't pull herself together until the twins were born. And even then, every one of their milestones, first smiles, first steps, birthdays, Christmases, was tinged with grief. I'm no stranger to sob stories, but Nixie's tale presses on my chest like a lead vest. I had to pry it out of her, and now I'm so far out on a limb I don't know whether to jump down or scramble back to the tree's trunk. My hands tighten on Nixie's legs, holding on to her as I fight to keep myself under control. I want to stand up, pace the room, hit a wall. Find Derek, hit him over and over until his face is unrecognizable, and he knows better than to come around Nixie ever again. And as for Nixie, I want to kiss her, hold her, fuck her slow and deep, hard and fast, until neither one of us can keep a rational thought in our heads, until she doesn't even remember Derek's existence. What I should do is go to the gym. Run until my legs give out, punch any bag I can find, any man willing to punch back. The one thing I shouldn't do, definitely shouldn't do, is pull Nixie onto my lap, thread my fingers through that riot of hair streaming down her back like a goddamn parade, and stare into her bottomless golden gaze like I want to dive in head first. But that's exactly what I do, and she doesn't push me away. It's crazy to close the gap between us and kiss her like she's the last source of oxygen on Earth, but I do that too. And still she doesn't push me away. Before I know it, Nixie's hands are wrapped around my neck, her wrists pressing into my shoulders, her breath warming my lips, and her sweet sigh of surrender echoing in my ears. Crazy as fuck. This girl is going to be the goddamn end of me. The me that I knew, the me that I've become, barricaded safely behind walls of steel and stone, looking out only through tinted windows. As Nixie's hips rock into me, I feel the cracks edging outward, fissures forming where her thighs press against mine, that little sound coming from the back of her throat making my cock drill against my zipper. He wants out, wants in, wants Nixie. So do I. My palms slide along her arched back, gliding along the curves of her ass, kneading her juicy flesh, just enough to fill my hands, not an ounce more. It's as if Nixie's body was made to fit perfectly within my own. With a savage groan, I yank her against me, so close there isn't a single inch of her body that isn't flush with mine. The bulge in my pants nestles perfectly within the apex of Nixie's thighs. Instinctively seeking friction, her hips are moving ever so slightly, rolling, rocking, driving me fucking crazy. I haven't been this hard, this close to exploding in my goddamn pants since I was 15, sneaking behind the bleachers with the head cheerleader just before a big game. The anticipation, the not knowing, the thrill of doing something forbidden with someone new? It's intoxicating. I'm already addicted. I pull away, raking my gaze over Nixie's pinkened, swollen lips. Her eyes are glazed and unfocused, pupils still dilated. With a ragged sigh, I rest my forehead against hers. Nixie, if I do this, if we do this, I'll be no better than Derek, using you for my own ends. She deserves more from me than just a fling. Who invited the jackass with the moral compass? Nixie's breath hiccups, but she remains quiet. Meanwhile, the jackass keeps talking. I can't stay here with you and not fuck you. I just can't. But I need to know you'll stay here. I don't want you wandering off in the middle of the night. You're safe here, and I need to know that you're safe. She swallows heavily, her eyes holding mine captive. I can see the conflict in them, the clash between what her mind knows and what her body wants.
Under one condition.
You want to negotiate again? Now. My lips twist, my eyes searching her face for clues. What more can Nixie possibly ask of me? What more can I give?
Lie with me,
she says, and I can feel her need for closeness, for physical comfort, as if it's a tangible thing. Maybe because I feel it too.
Just for a little while. Just until I fall asleep.
Me, Nixie, in bed together. No, not that. Anything but that. I take a deep breath, considering the alternatives, imagining what it would be like to hold Nixie in my arms for even a little while longer. Under one condition. Her laugh tickles my nerve endings. What? That question you vetoed? I want an answer. Why is Derek coming after you now, before your inheritance vests? Nixie lifts her head and slides off my lap to stand in front of me.
Come.
She holds out her hand.
I'll tell you if you lie with me.
I stand, allowing myself to be led into the bedroom. This is usually a place I feel confident, completely in control. How many women have I fucked in this very bed? Sex is like a science for me, each body a new experiment. My ability to achieve the desired results is never in doubt. Quivering, shaking, squealing, bliss, I always deliver. But now, as Nixie turns her back to me, pulling a lacy concoction through her shirt sleeves and letting it fall to the floor by her bare feet with the cutest pink-tipped toes I've ever seen, my control hangs by a thread. "Nixie," I groan. She swivels, golden eyes burning bright.
"Yes?"
"Not sure if this is a good idea. I'm a man, not a statue, although my cock is so damn hard it's in danger of cracking off."
"You want an answer?"
"Yes." She brings her hands to the button at the top of her jeans, the zipper a sharp whine splitting my fevered thoughts. Denim slides down her toned thighs, revealing a flash of the same lace as her bra, a tiny triangle in the place I want to press my mouth and breathe deep. Then inches and inches of glowing skin. She leaves her jeans in a puddle on the floor and crosses my path to slip beneath the sheets, holding one edge up.
"You coming?"
A devil in an angel's body. I kick off my shoes, but nothing else. Every muscle in my body is rigid, buzzing with energy desperate to be released. "Yeah," I say, slipping into bed. Her head is on the pillow, face turned toward mine. "No, I can't look at you without kissing you, and Nixie, if I start kissing you, I'm not going to be able to stop." She blinks, her tongue peeking out to swipe across a soft pout.
"I don't think I want you to stop,"
she whispers, sounding both confused and surprised by the admission. "When I leave, when I get out of this bed in the morning, what are you going to want then?" She thinks for a minute.
"I'd want you to miss me. And to come back."
The last woman I made any sort of commitment to was Eva, and look how well that turned out. I want Nixie, but what kind of track record do I have? Can I promise not to hurt her? Can I promise not to lose interest and leave? I shake my head slowly, forcing a harsh truth from my mouth. Like I said, you deserve so much better than what I have to offer. My hand tightens into a fist beneath the pillow as her lower lip quivers. Turn around, Nixie. I mean it. She relents, her hair sliding against my neck, smelling of caramel. Barely an inch separates our bodies, both of us running so hot it's a wonder the bed doesn't spontaneously combust. Unable to stop myself, I lift my free hand and rest it on Nixie's hip, giving the delicate bone a gentle squeeze. I'm here, though. Tell me. She blows out a sigh, her ribcage rising and falling beneath my forearm.
Under the terms of my parents' will, I gain my inheritance by fulfilling one of two possible conditions.
The first condition being your age.
Yes.
I wait for Nixie to continue, giving her a slight nudge when she remains silent. And the second?
Marriage.
I think I knew what her answer would be before voicing my question, but the single word still hits hard. My heart skips a beat, picturing Nixie in a white dress with Derek standing beside her, leering as he envisions getting his hands on her money. There are few people in this world I despise more than those who take advantage of innocence, and that's what Nixie is. Or at least what she was, until that asshole stained her with his ugliness. So even though he's the reason you ran away, Derek thought that if he found you, he could convince you to marry him? Her shoulders lift in a shrug.
Derek sees what he wants to see. He was there for me when my world shattered. He feels like I owe him.
I close my eyes, forcing myself to stay still when all I want to do is hunt the bastard down and rip his throat out. I hear her sniffle once, then twice. Hey, no, he's not worth your tears, Nixie. You don't owe him a damn thing. You don't know. Muttering a curse, I wrap my arm around Nixie and pull her against me, dropping the lightest of kisses on her neck. She starts to roll over, and I tighten my hold. Sleep, Nixie. I'm not going to be another disappointment in your life. I won't hurt you. Ever. Once Nixie's breaths become deep and even, I move away from her, each inch more painful than the last. Closing the door to the bedroom behind me, I call Trip Montgomery, who owns a cybersecurity company. Normally I would have called his partner, Lance Wells, but Lance is still single and is probably out with his latest flavor of the month, if she even lasts that long. Like Lance, Trip is one of the best hackers in the world, although their business is squeaky clean. Understandably, since Trip's father was convicted for pulling a Madoff-level scam, and on Wall Street the Montgomery name is mud. Luckily for me, Trip occasionally bends the rules for his friends. A late call from Knight. This can't be good. Sleep is for pussies. Trip chuckles. Says you, I'd kill for some shut-eye right about now. Trip's life should be made into a movie. There's so much drama, it's no surprise at all that he's not sleeping. What's going on? You sure you have time? I can get one of my in-house guys on it. Shut the fuck up. What do you need? I quickly explain the few facts I have. Father, Paul. Son, Derek. Long Island residence, approximate ages, and the information I need. Their last name. Atwood, Trip says a minute later. Next time, can you at least give me a challenge? Are you trying to curse me? He chuckles as I hang up. Pulling my laptop from my bag, I get started on my own research. I'm deep down the rabbit hole of corporate filings, real estate transactions, and press clippings when I see it. So innocuous at first. Just a link to a newspaper article that appears to be more of a human interest story than anything else. The article about the orphan of 9/11 is interesting, all right. For a moment, the words on my screen blur, the room itself swaying. Nixie Hyde is Noelle Kennedy. She is the orphan of 9/11. Her parents didn't just die, they died in the towers, just like my older brother. Nixie's link to the terrorist attack hits me like a sledgehammer, and I sit back in my chair, the air knocked from my lungs. Our lives have both been shattered by the same tragedy. September 11th. Why didn't she tell me? But I know, or at least I think I know. Every New Yorker feels like they have some ownership of 9/11, but unless you've lost someone, and not just someone, but someone you loved, someone whose life was completely intertwined with your own, you can't truly relate. The ensuing conversation is always awkward and uncomfortable. You lost your brother? Oh, how awful. My best friend lost her sister. Or my cousin was running late for work that day otherwise. Or we lived a few blocks away and weren't allowed in our apartment for weeks afterward. I avoid it whenever possible, so I can't fault Nixie for doing the same. But now the close connection between us finally makes sense. I continue clicking on article after article. There are so many. Most are centered on Nixie, Noelle, but one written on the 5th anniversary focused on her life since the attack. The accompanying picture shows a gangly, freckle-faced girl seated between a younger Derek and a man who could have doubled for the guy who had barreled out of her apartment building. Rage swells within my chest, and I turn my focus back to the source. I dig even deeper into the Atwoods, compiling every sliver of information concerning their business interests, looking for ways to destroy Derek through his father and their company. Oh, I fully intend to beat Derek to a bloody pulp, but if he's truly an addict, he'll find a way to gamble from his hospital bed. And when he gets out, Nixie will be in exactly the same position she's in now. If I really want to get rid of Derek, permanently, there's someone I can call. Damon King rules Manhattan's underworld with an iron fist, but he's not the kind of guy you want to owe a favor. Calling him is a last resort. But if there's one thing life on Wall Street has taught me, it's that money is at the root of everything. Cutting off an adversary's cash flow is like crushing his kneecaps. The best way to destroy Derek is to lay waste to his bankroll, which means destroying the root of it, Paul Atwood's company. It's nearly dawn when I find myself staring at a photo of the Paul and Derek Atwood standing side by side on their corporate website. By the time I'm through with Derek Atwood, he's going to wish he was dead. And if his father is collateral damage, so be it.
Nixie. I wake up alone. I'm not surprised to discover Nash is gone, although I am disappointed. I felt so close to him last night, while we were sitting on the couch together. The animosity between us had evaporated completely, making room for playful banter and lighthearted teasing. Even a few truthful confessions. More than a few, actually. The intimacy of those hours changed things, shifting my perspective and allowing me to see Nash in a different light. When he kissed me, I wanted to go even further. And when he stopped, I tried to tempt him. But now, with the other side of the bed empty, I'm glad he pulled the brakes. I'm not sure what to make of our new dynamic. Is it temporary or permanent? All in my head? Or does Nash feel it too? It's not just my thoughts that are restless. Unable to linger in bed, I slip from the sheets to check on Kismet and poke around in the kitchen. Hopefully one of the fancy appliances I noticed yesterday can brew a decent cup of coffee. Kismet lifts her head up when I come out of the bedroom, but promptly puts it back down and closes her eyes. Too early for her, too. I turn toward the kitchen in search of my morning dose of caffeine, but what I find is even better. Nash, flat on his back on the couch, an open laptop resting on his chest. He looks so peaceful, just lying there. No frown on his face, and those piercing aquamarine eyes that beamed with compassion and warmth last night are now shuttered. Tiptoeing over, I take advantage of the moment to study him further. Awake, Nash Knight is intense and intimidating. But asleep, his hard edges are slightly softer. That frantic energy about him turned down to a low hum rather than a crackling buzz. Wanting to keep this Nash around a little longer, I lean over the back of the couch, gently picking up his Mac. As I lift it from his chest, my thumb accidentally slides over the keypad, bringing the screen to life. What I see makes me want to drop the thing right on his head.
Good morning.
Nash's sleepy drawl climbs up my spine and saves him from a concussion. "What's this?" I demand, turning the screen to face him. Confronted with the blown-up image of me with the Atwoods, Nash's sleepy smile dies.
Looks to me like it's you.
Wise ass. I can see that. Why is it on your computer? Why are you prying into my life? I purposely didn't share the details of my parents' death with Nash, or Pappy and Derek's last name. But somehow he found out anyway, uncovering what I wasn't ready to reveal. My indignation serves as insulation, and I wrap it around me now, using it to restore the distance that last night eroded. He tugs the laptop from my grasp and closes the screen with a snap.
I'm not prying, Nixie. It's public information.
I answered your questions last night. I cross my arms over my chest. Did you think I was lying? You needed to fact-check me? Nash swings his legs over the edge of the couch and sits up, scrubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw. Unwelcome heat pulses between my thighs. Is there ever a time of day that this man isn't sex on a stick?
That's not what I was doing. Not at all.
Then what were you doing? Because from where I'm standing, it feels pretty intrusive. Nash pats the cushion.
Sit with me.
I stare at him, dubious. He crooks a smile and gives another pat.
Come on. I won't even negotiate the questions in advance.
When I step out from behind the couch, Nash's eyes immediately drop to my bare legs. Remembering that I haven't bothered to get dressed this morning, my cheeks color. He brings his hands up into a T.
Time out. Can you please go put a pair of pants on?
The naked want on his face is a gift, leveling, just slightly, what feels like a very unsteady playing field. Be right back. A minute later, I'm sliding onto the couch in the worn jeans I had on yesterday, drawing my knees up and wrapping my arms around them. Okay, go.
First, should I call you Noelle now?
No, Nixie is a nickname. And I like hearing it on his lips.
Done,
he says with a nod.
Look, I realize that you obviously decided not to tell me that your parents died in 9/11, or your real name, or any of it, and I'm not going to ask. Until you want to talk about it, I'll respect your privacy. When you do, if you do, I'm here. I'll listen. But I won't apologize for digging into the Atwoods. Derek took advantage of you, and now he's trying to bully you and steal from you. He thinks you're all alone, Nixie, that there's no one looking out for you. But he's wrong. You have me, and he's going to find out that I fight back. Hard.
Imagining Nash facing down Derek with that smug, I will break you attitude of his is definitely hot. And the little girl inside me who once believed in fairy tales and happily ever afters wants to swoon. But I'm not that girl anymore, and haven't been in a very long time. I appreciate what you're trying to do, really. But it's not your battle to fight, Nash.
Any man who leaves bruises on a woman deserves bruises in return. And Derek is vulnerable in other ways, too. He has no assets of his own, and from what I can tell, his only source of income stems from his father and their company. I have the means to destroy it, and, in the process, destroy him.
I look at Nash as if he's lost his mind. You know, for a guy who says he's no hero, you keep trying to act like one. Whatever Derek's issues are now, his father took me in when I was a little girl with nothing and no one. Leave them alone. Both of them. And the company, too.
But Nixie...
No buts. I'm serious. My father helped build that company, and I won't let you destroy it.
Derek is going to come after you again.
I lift my chin. Well, if he does, I'll handle it.
How? You going to buy a steel turtleneck?
Very funny, Nash.
I mean it. I don't think you're taking his threat seriously enough.
Nash doesn't know Derek like I do. Yesterday was a fluke, I'm sure of it. And either way, Derek is my problem, and I'm going to fix it myself. I'm not going into hiding again just because Derek thinks I'm the answer to his money problems. I watch Nash roll his head from one side of his neck to the other, my fingers aching from the effort of not coming up behind him and massaging those muscles myself, or strangling him. It's hard to decipher my emotions when it comes to Nash.
Don't think of it as hiding, then. Consider it a staycation.
A staycation?
Yeah. Movies, room service. There's a pool and a gym. Why don't you just lay low for a few days?
Because I have classes. I have clients. And hiding in a fancy hotel is still hiding, no matter what you call it.
Okay, fine.
He hooks an elbow over the frame of the couch.
But you need to learn some basic self-defense moves.
I blink. From you? I shake my head. Do men ever outgrow the G.I. Joe phase of their childhood?
Why not? You've seen firsthand what I'm capable of.
I have, in the alley. And I never want to see that cold, brutal glaze in his eyes again. I don't... His eyes slide to my neck.
This is not a negotiation.
He stands up and shoves the couch, with me on it, and the cocktail table against the wall, then moves into the center of the room and looks at me expectantly. I meet Nash's stare, but after a minute of unblinking silence, the futility of my effort is obvious. This isn't a fight I'll win, and it isn't exactly a bad idea either. Fine. I huff an aggravated sigh that's mostly for show. Let me put a bra on. He quirks one of his signature panty-dropping smiles that I feel to my core.
Not on my account, I hope.
A minute later, I'm back in the living room, although the thin lace barrier between my skin and shirt is practically pointless. Are you going to teach me to kick your ass?
Few people on the planet are that good,
he says, not a trace of humor in his tone. I like your modesty.
Never heard of it. Anyway.
He claps his hands together.
Before we get started, is there anything I should know about your body? Previous injuries, any place you want to keep off limits?
I stutter. A few hours ago, I wanted Nash's hands everywhere. I broke my arm when I was a kid, falling off the jungle gym at school, but it's fine.
Which one?
Left.
Noted. Now, come here,
he says, beckoning me forward with a crooked finger. I walk toward him, nerves swimming in my stomach, my skin burning for his touch. In the past 24 hours, I've bounced between wanting to pull Nash close and push him away too many times. I don't know what to think anymore, or what to expect. But I don't have time to dwell on it. For the next 45 minutes, Nash takes me through a dozen different scenarios. At first, I'm tentative and completely unsure of myself. Eventually, my confidence grows and we're both breathing hard. When I managed to slide out of Nash's hold and land a blow to his kidney, not that he even winces. It must take someone a lot stronger than me to get past the thick layer of muscle protecting his vital organs. He beams.
Nice.
I return his wide grin. Thanks. I had a pretty good teacher. The air around us pulses with energy, and I sweep my tongue over suddenly dry lips, watching Nash follow the movement with naked longing in his eyes. But then he swallows and steps back.
Mind if I get ready here before leaving?
Disappointment lances through me as I blink. It's a weekday. Of course Nash isn't going to stay here and play hooky with me. It's your place. Have at it. I shouldn't be so cavalier. Hearing the bathroom door close, the shower turn on, it's torture. With every blink, a tantalizing image of Nash's naked body flashes against the back of my eyelids. His tanned body, so strong and sleek, rivulets of water running down his well-defined abs, his powerful thighs, his... Stop it! Nash has my body all hot and bothered, and my mind is a mess. But he put a stop to what we started last night, and he was right. Keeping things platonic is for the best. I absolutely cannot join him in the shower. No matter how badly I want to. No matter how good I know he'd look dripping wet. Chapter 13. Nixie. After spending 2 days lounging around the Holtzman, only leaving to go on walks with Kismet and to the Pratt campus, with Jay always nearby, I decide it's time to escape my overprotective detail and get back to reality. Nash won't like it, but that's too bad. I'm not his prisoner. He can't keep me here against my will. Though, I have to admit, the time we've spent together has been nice. Very nice. True to his word, Nash hasn't brought up 9/11. And I haven't made any more confessions. Neither of us has mentioned Derek. And we haven't shared another kiss. He calls before leaving the office and we decide what to do for dinner. I picked Thai the first night. He picked sushi the next. But he leaves the choice of movie to me, probably because he works through most of it. Though he does occasionally set his laptop aside when I nudge him, not so subtly, with my feet. But a foot massage is as far as we've gone. I haven't asked him to sleep in bed with me again, and he hasn't offered. It's an uneasy truce, and I don't expect it to hold. Of course, when Nash gets back to the suite tonight and sees that I'm gone, he'll probably show up in Brooklyn and throw a man-sized temper tantrum. He'll act like a brute, and I'll act like a brat. We'll probably both say things we'll regret. And maybe that will be the end of us. But when I turn onto my street, it's immediately obvious that Nash is the least of my concerns. There are 2 vans parked in front of the building. Mold Remediation Specialists of Brooklyn is written on one, and Metropolitan Wildlife Removal is written on the other. Uh-oh. I spot Sam on the curb, hiking up his belt with one hand while running the other through his hair and looking like he would rather be anywhere else. Sam? I ask, a sinking feeling in my stomach. What's going on? He spins to face me, the tools in his belt jangling.
Nixie, where have you been? I called you 3 times yesterday.
I saw the calls, but I didn't recognize the number, so I didn't pick up. I'm sorry,
It's okay. It's probably better if I explain everything in person anyway,
he says hurriedly, wiping at his sweaty forehead.
Mrs. Dwyer's windows weren't sealed shut when the window washing service came, so she called me about water getting in.
Shit. I meant to help her, but I got sidetracked by Derek and completely forgot. Oh no! Is there anything I can do?
Nah. She went to stay with her sister out in Rockaway until we get all this sorted.
He waves at the vans like they're enough of an explanation. What exactly is all this?
Well, the water was simple enough to take care of, but I noticed some mold behind the couch and curtains. Now, I can mop up a leak and manage basic electric and plumbing, but I don't do mold.
He points to the first van.
So I called those guys.
I nod. How long will it take to fix? Sam's eyes slide away from mine.
That depends. When the mold guys opened up the wall, they found a snake.
Oh my God, this keeps getting worse. A snake? What kind? A garter snake? A dead snake? I take a quick breath. A dead garter snake? I can handle one small, harmless, and most importantly, very dead snake. Barely. Sam shakes his head.
No, the one they caught was about 7 feet.
I feel my gag reflex kick in, and I pick up Kismet, holding her close. But they caught it, right?
Yeah, they're looking for the others right now.
Others?
The wildlife guy saw 2 other skins in the wall that he says don't belong to the one he caught.
Again, a wave of nausea rises up my throat.
Don't worry, he's checking the building now. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Sam doesn't look sure at all, and I definitely don't feel sure. I don't even want to go into my apartment to get my things. But all of my art supplies are in there, and I got 3 new watercolor orders on my Etsy site yesterday. I don't call Nash right away. I walk around the block once, then twice, and then I sit on the stoop across the street and stare up at the building. The windows look beautiful, clean and completely streak-free. I eye the 2 men dressed in what look like hazmat suits, standing at the curb, smoking a cigarette. I should probably ask if they can check my apartment for mold, too. Mrs. Dwyer is right above me. Maybe... Another guy comes out of the front door lugging a cage. A very heavy cage, by the looks of it.
Got another one,
he shouts to Sam. And I am officially done. Frankly, I don't even feel bad about it. I can handle cockroaches. I can even, almost, handle mice. And the only place I've ever seen a rat has been in the subway. But I didn't scream. The rat went his way and I went mine. But 1 case of mold and 2 captured snakes, with another one on the loose, is not a healthy fungus-reptile ratio. Which, for the record, should be 0. As in 0 over 0 equals 0. I pull my phone out of my purse. Nash answers on the second ring. So, I was wondering if Jay could drive to Brooklyn.
Nash. The sight of Madison and Parker's smiling faces never fails to make my heart swell. I swipe at the screen to take Eva's call, hating that it makes their photograph disappear. You're up early. Try explaining that to my children, will you? Their preschool doesn't start until 9:30, so one would think waking up before dawn isn't necessary. There's a pause while Eva sips at what I'm guessing is her 2nd or maybe 3rd cup of coffee. Although maybe they're right. Even with nearly 4 hours to get ready, somehow we're still always late. I've offered to hire a nanny for you 1,000,000 times, Eva. If you need help in the mornings, I'd be happy to— No, Eva immediately objects. An occasional babysitter is all I need. You know how I feel about hiring a stranger to raise my kids. I do know. She's determined to make up for the fact that the twins are growing up without a father by being supermom. I respect her for it, but I worry too. Sure, she allows family to help her. My family, anyway. Eva's mom passed away when she was a teenager. Her dad is out of the picture, and if he knows what's good for him, he'll stay that way. But my parents live in Florida, only coming back to New York for occasional visits, and I work 7 days a week. If you change your mind, let me know. The kids will be in full-day kindergarten in 1.5 years. I'm on the home stretch, she says, her tone more wistful than excited. Anyway, I just wanted to check in. Should we meet at the airport tomorrow, or will you pick us up on the way? Airport? And then I remember. Thanksgiving in Bermuda, a trip I had absolutely no intention of going on, but forgot to cancel. Fuck. For the last week, my attention has been on all things Nixie, counting the number of freckles scattered across her face, 6 on her left, 7 on her right, and 3 on her nose, the increasing accuracy and speed of her punches, her favorite foods and movies. I even enjoy watching her turn a blank page into a whimsical watercolor, which is literally watching paint dry. I nearly lost my mind when Nixie called me from Brooklyn. Had I known it would only take a couple of snakes to get her to stay at the Holtzman with me, I would have shoved the reptiles into an air vent myself. I'm falling more in like with her every day, and every night I watch her go into one bedroom while I go into another. I haven't been back to my own apartment in ages, and I'm frankly shocked by how quickly Nixie has become a habit I have no intention of giving up. Although maybe not quite as shocked as Simmons when I walk out of the door by 6 every day and don't show up again until nearly 9. I've never kept hours like this before.
Did you forget?
No, I lie, plowing a hand through hair I just combed into submission. There's no way I can bow out now. I'll pick you up. Want me to come upstairs and help with the kids? She laughs.
No, once they see their suitcases, I'll be lucky if they get any sleep at all. We'll probably be waiting in the lobby before you even leave your place.
I hear Nixie puttering around in the kitchen, the smell of freshly brewed coffee wafting through the closed door. There's no way I'm leaving her alone in New York while I'm out of the country. I don't even like leaving her to go to my office a few miles away. Eva, I need to bring someone with us. Although I haven't taken any action against Derek Atwood yet, I hired someone to keep an eye on him. Apparently he's been back to Nixie's apartment building in Brooklyn twice. It's only a matter of time before he realizes that she's moved out and starts looking elsewhere.
Jay? I thought he was going to his sister's after he drops us off at the airport.
No, not Jay. Interest piques Eva's voice.
Who?
A friend.
A friend like one of your cute boxing buddies, or...
I frown. I don't have cute boxing buddies. She laughs.
Says you. Oh, how about the hotel heir?
He'll probably be at their latest resort. There's a new Holtzman every time I turn around. It's hard to keep track.
I guess I'm stuck with just you then.
And my friend. She's having trouble with her douchebag ex. I won't leave her here alone. I hear a crash in the background.
Oh no, Parker, why didn't you let Mommy pour your orange juice? Here, say hi to your Uncle Nash while I clean this up.
Parker's tear-clogged voice comes on the line.
I spilled,
he moans. I know, buddy. Maybe you should ask for help when you need it, okay? I leave the bathroom and take a suit from the closet, talking to Parker and then Madison as I get dressed.
I didn't make any spills this morning, Uncle Nash. I was really careful because I'm wearing my favorite dress. Want to know what color it is?
I'll bet it's blue.
No.
Green?
No.
Oh, I know. It's brown, right? Her peal of laughter vaults through the phone.
It's pink.
But that's my favorite color, I tease.
Don't worry, we can share. Mommy says we have to go now. I love you, Uncle Nash.
I love you too, Maddie. The smile still on my face, I end the call and step into the kitchen, desperate for a cup of coffee and a lobotomy. Nixie is there, her back to the cabinets, lips curved around the edge of a mug.
Little Miss Pinkalicious?
She asks, eyes like melted butterscotch. Yeah, that's her.
She's adorable.
And she knows it too. Nixie sets her mug down to pour coffee into a travel mug for me. So, do you have a passport? The pot rattles against the insulated tumbler.
I think mine's expired. Why?
After I leave, I'm going to send Jay back here for you. There's a one-day passport office in Midtown. He'll take you. She screws the top on and hands it to me.
Why do I need a passport, Nash?
Ever been to Bermuda? She shakes her head.
No.
Me neither, but it's where we're spending Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, that's
this Thursday, I finish. Her shoulders hike up an inch at my sarcasm.
What would I do about Kismet?
I'll have my assistant look into whatever is required to bring her with us.
I can't believe the holidays are already here again.
She glances away and blinks a few times before turning back to me.
Who's we?
Eva, the twins, my parents, a few friends. She shakes her head.
No way. I'm not crashing your family vacation.
I'm not leaving you here alone.
Well, I'm not going to Bermuda.
I choke on a swallow of the hot coffee and decide to use one of Eva's tricks. Fine. Then you can explain to Madison and Parker why their uncle isn't there to build sandcastles on the beach with them. She tilts her head, skeptical. "Oh, please, I'm sure there will be a nanny, maybe two, to play with them all day long." I shake my head. Nope, no nanny, just their mom. I check my watch and set down the mug, shrugging into the suit jacket I left on the back of a bar stool. And me. Running a tongue over her teeth, Nixie gives me a long look before turning away.
"I'll think about it."
Nixie. The door closes behind Nash, and it immediately feels as if he's taken all the energy in the room with him. I pick up my mug, wishing it was something stronger. Better yet, something to make me stronger. Because the longer I spend with Nash, the less I want to leave. I like making coffee for two in the mornings and talking about our days at night. I like hearing the quiet click of his computer keys while I'm working on a painting, and watching Nash cut bits of meat for Kismet from his dinner plate. After Jay helped me get the rest of my things from my apartment, and by helped, I mean that he braved the snake-infested building on his own while I stayed on the sidewalk and thanked him effusively before, during, and after every trip. I made the mistake of doing another Google search and actually clicking through a few of the links. I told myself it was only because he'd obviously done the exact same thing to me. But whatever my motives, it's hard not to be a little in awe of Nash. Not long ago, I called Nash a master of the universe. I thought I was being tongue-in-cheek, but the phrase is apparently more apt than I realized. His business successes are legendary. From nothing, he became a millionaire in his early 20s. According to the Wall Street Journal, as a result of several shrewd and daring investments, he's widely expected to join the Billionaire Boys Club sooner rather than later. Some media outlets call him a greedy vulture, a heartless tycoon. Others laud his philanthropic efforts with at-risk youths, painting him as a modern-day Robin Hood, a champion of kids eager for a helping hand, not a handout. The society pages swoon over Nash, calling him Wall Street's most eligible and uncatchable bachelor. He's been photographed with dozens of beautiful women, starlets, socialites, models. Which, of course, makes me wonder, what on earth does he see in me? But aside from that, it's what else I know about him that gives me pause. Nash is Good Samaritan, an overprotective ally who lets me kick and hit him all in the name of self-defense. A stubborn, egotistical chauvinist with too much sex appeal for his own good. And an uncle to a pair of adorable 4-year-olds. It's hard to reconcile the man who wears so many cliché titles with the one who speaks of building sandcastles, who just reminded his nephew to wash his hands after going to the bathroom, who carries his niece on his back like it's the most natural thing in the world. And now Nash expects me to go away with him, with his family and friends, to celebrate my second most detested day of the year, Thanksgiving. When my parents were alive, we spent the entire day in the kitchen, cooking together. My father would slather the turkey with butter, even beneath the skin, and cover it with cheesecloth, basting it every hour. My mother made sweet potatoes topped with marshmallows and cornbread stuffing with apples. It was just the three of us, and while the food cooked, we sat at the kitchen table and played board games. Candyland and Monopoly and Trivial Pursuit Jr. Back then, I loved Thanksgiving. Not anymore. If I could, I would permanently erase it from the calendar. I barely remember my first Thanksgiving without them. It must not have been an easy day for Poppy either, although he tried not to let it show. He was newly divorced, and he was mourning my parents too. My father was his best friend and business partner. He knew my mother since before I was born. And they weren't his only friends that died. The day Poppy picked me up from school, his navy suit was caked in a pale gray chalky dust. That dust was everywhere, in his hair and on his skin. Tears had streaked through the grime on his cheeks like a sad clown. For him, and so many others, the months after 9/11 were filled with funerals and memorial services. sometimes 3 or 4 in a single day. It was a dark, dark time. Rather than attempt to recreate the traditions of prior years, Poppy took Derek and me to a local Chinese restaurant, and that became our new tradition. The 3 of us sitting at a small, round table in an otherwise empty restaurant, eating egg rolls and wonton soup, crunching on fortune cookies. For our main course, Poppy ordered a dish called Happy Family. I'm still not sure whether he was being ironic or hopeful. This year, I expected to spend the holiday alone. No turkey or candied sweet potatoes. No happy family. Just me and Kismet. But now, if Nash doesn't go to Bermuda, we'll be spending Thanksgiving together. Just the 2 of us. That can't happen. A week ago, I basically served myself to him on a silver platter, and he turned me down. And if he stays here in New York, I'm sure I'll do it again just to distract myself from the date on the calendar. No, Bermuda is definitely a better option. And besides, spending a long weekend in a tropical paradise hardly qualifies as a hardship. Surrounded by strangers, I'll be safe from both Derek and Nash. With a sigh, I pick up my phone. I changed my... Nash's smooth voice interrupts me.
Jay's waiting for you downstairs.
My shoulders tense. How did you...
Know you'd change your mind?
You know, no one likes a know-it-all.
Yet everyone respects a man who knows it all,
he says, a little too flippantly.
Now, don't take too long. Traffic's a bear getting uptown at this hour.
I swallow my rising irritation. It will be faster if I take the subway. Jay doesn't have to chauffeur me everywhere.
He does if he wants to keep his job. More than that, he's going to sit right next to you in the passport office.
Nash, that's ridiculous.
No, it's non-negotiable.
I'm fuming. It's been over a week since Derek came to my apartment. I'm sure he's... I hear voices in the background trying to get his attention, but Nash doesn't hang up.
He was there yesterday.
What?
And 2 days before that. Atwood hasn't forgotten about you, Nixie. Not even close.
I cross my arms, gnawing at the inside of my cheek, thinking.
Please.
The word is like a soft breeze, caressing the side of my face pressed against the phone. A breeze with the power to knock me on my ass. I capitulate. Fine, but only because you asked nicely. Nash rewards me with that throaty chuckle I love so much.
I'll do my best to be as nice as possible from now on.
And then he's gone, leaving me staring at my phone and wondering if leaving the country with him is such a good idea. A nice Nash? Jesus. My willpower is about as steady as a quivering spoonful of cranberry sauce.
Chapter 14. Nash. Just as Eva predicted, Jay hasn't even come to a stop in front of her building before Madison and Parker leapfrog through the revolving door.
Uncle Nash, are you going to fly us to Bermuda? Can I sit next to you in the cockpit? I want to sit next to Uncle Nash.
Scooping the twins into my arms, I buckle them into the booster seats in the 3rd row. I'm not the pilot, so I won't be sitting in the cockpit, but I'm sure you can visit. Knight Ventures does business all over the world, which often requires sending a team of employees to far-flung locales at the last minute to get the jump on a deal. Rather than buying my own jet, I invested in a charter company in need of cash to buy a bigger, newer fleet. The benefit is access to a private plane anytime I need it. And if Parker and Madison want to spend an hour in the cockpit talking the ear off the pilot and co-pilot, I'm sure it can be arranged. But Madison is already distracted.
I know you,
she chirps, pointing at Nixie. Nixie's cheeks lift into a pleased smile.
You remember me? Of course, you're a princess too.
A light and airy laugh bubbles up from Nixie's throat, and she brings a finger to her lips.
Shh, that needs to be our secret, okay? I wouldn't want your uncle here to get jealous that I'm royalty and he isn't.
Madison bobs her head, dark curls bouncing on her tiny shoulders.
Yeah, Uncle Nash hasn't got any princess glitter on his face.
Nixie turns to look at me, her face serious as she appraises my skin.
Nope, not one speck.
I do,
Parker shouts, pointing to his nose.
but mine is called Prince Pepper, 'cause I'm a prince.
Eva hands the last of her bags to Jay and slides into the car.
Are my children informing your friend of their noble lineage already?
She's a princess too, Mommy, remember?
Eva glances at Nixie, head tilting to the side.
You do look familiar.
I deliberately get into the front passenger seat, pretending to work through my email inbox.
Yes, I was working in the ice cream shop. Oh, right, the one near Central Park. Is that how you two know each other? Not exactly, I hear Nixie fumble. We sort of bumped into each other downtown before that. Oh, Nash didn't mention it.
Consternation laces her words. Nixie deftly moves the conversation back to Madison and Parker, involving the kids in her conversation with Eva. By the time we arrive at Teterboro, they're all chatting comfortably, although there's enough tension in Nixie and Eva's voices to hear that they're still sizing each other up like tennis players hitting balls before their actual match. Eva darts off after the escaping twins as soon as we get out of the car, while I wait for Nixie. Noticing the blood drain from her face, I reach out a hand for her elbow. Hey, you okay? She takes a shaky breath, her eyes fixed on something over my shoulder.
I think I put it out of my mind that I would actually have to set foot on one of those.
One of... I follow her gaze, realization dawning. The plane?
Yeah, I haven't flown since the summer before.
She stops, swallows.
We went to Disneyland.
Shit. I should have anticipated Nixie's reluctance to fly, but it never even occurred to me. Nixie's eyes swing back to mine.
I don't think I can do this.
Fear of flying is common among those affected by 9/11. I've flown so often for work that my uneasiness has worn away, but my parents didn't get on an airplane until after the twins were born, when making the 1,000-mile trip from Florida to New York every few months became too taxing. Yes, you can. I step toward her, blocking her view of the plane and enfolding her hands within my own. Once we get inside, there's a glass of champagne with your name on it, and in 3 hours we'll be on the beach. She shakes her head.
I can't remember if I brought sunscreen.
I did. I didn't. Her gaze seems to snap into focus.
Oh, really? What SPF?
What the hell is SPF? The max, 100%. A weak smile flutters onto her lips.
Liar.
I'll buy you a lifetime supply of sunscreen when we get there. I'll hire someone to follow you around with an umbrella if I need to. I take a step backward, then another, pulling Nixie along with me. And I'm counting on your help with the twins.
You don't need me. Eva's with them.
I shake my head. Eva gets motion sickness. In about 10 minutes, she's going to be passed out cold on a Dramamine Xanax cocktail. You can't leave me alone with 2 4-year-olds. My eyes widen as if the thought terrifies me. I'm not stretching the truth about Eva, but Madison and Parker are seasoned travelers and will probably spend most of the flight interrogating the pilots and stewardess and devouring every sugared confection they can get their hands on.
Are you lying again?
Nixie's hands are trembling, eyes darting up at the plane, down to the ground, and then back to me, but with each step I take, she follows. Just a few more and we're at the stairs. Nope, not one bit. Help an uncle out, will you? I put one foot on the mobile stairway and then another, tugging Nixie up with me. With each step, she loses a little more color, her tiny freckles growing more visible. Gold princess glitter.
Mr. Knight, so nice to have you on board again.
I spare a glance at the stewardess, a pretty blonde, just long enough to confirm that I haven't slept with her. Thank God for small favors. I nod. Good to be back. My friend could use a glass of champagne, I believe.
Anything for you, sir?
Madison is already tugging at my leg.
Uncle Nash, Mommy says we can have Shirley Temples if you say it's okay. Can we? Can we?
A glance at Eva confirms that she's tossing back her pills with a mimosa, and I incline my head toward Nixie. What do you think? Should we get our little royal highnesses good and sugared up for the ride?
Please,
Madison begs, sliding onto the ground as she stares up at us.
They're my favoriteest drink in the whole wide world.
Nixie seems to pull herself together and rise to the occasion. Tugging her hands from mine, she puts them on her hips and regards my niece.
Are you sure they're your absolute favoritist? even more than milkshakes? Madison pauses to consider the question, wide eyes bouncing to the stewardess.
Do you have milkshakes?
She asks, as sly as a preschooler wearing a pink sparkly tutu could possibly be. The icy blonde's cheeks take on a reddish tone.
No, I'm afraid we don't.
My niece blinks twice and turns back to Nixie.
Yes, Shirley Temples are my most favoritist.
A laugh filters from her lips. Can't argue with a princess. So 1 champagne, 2 Shirley Temples, and I'll just take a water for now, I order, picking up Madison and buckling her into a seat.
Thanks, Nash,
Eva says, her tone grateful as she takes the last sip of her mimosa.
I'm about 5 minutes away from a nap.
I'm surprised she seems to have lost interest in Nixie already, but I know how sick she can get if she isn't at least half asleep by takeoff. No worries, we've got this. She raises one eyebrow, no doubt a response to my "we," but stays silent. I clear my throat, slightly stunned myself. We. But it sounds just right. I turn back to Nixie. Take whichever seat you like. I'm going to get Parker. For a suspended moment, Nixie looks as if she's about to say something, but then she drops into the nearest chair and fumbles with her lap belt. By the time I get back to the cabin with Parker, metallic wings freshly clipped to his shoulders, Madison has unbuckled herself and is sitting beside Nixie, her little mouth releasing a never-ending stream of questions and comments.
Can I sit next to your friend, Uncle Nash?
I'd been hoping to occupy that seat myself, but one look at Nixie's face tells me Madison is taking her mind off the fact that we're going to be flying 30,000 feet above the earth in a fiberglass tube, at least as well as I can, probably better. That okay with you? I ask anyway, selfishly hoping Nixie will insist on holding my hand through takeoff. Doesn't happen. Of course, she says, reaching over to help Madison with her belt, as if I didn't just maneuver her onto the plane like a tug towing a rudderless boat into harbor. I put Parker in the seat across from his sister and sit beside my nephew. Parker has always been quieter than Madison, silently observing the world through eyes that are the mirror image of his father's, the mirror image of mine. He didn't speak a word until last year, and just as Eva was beginning to research speech therapists, he began speaking in full sentences, each word pronounced perfectly. The stewardess comes out with our drinks, and as I pass Parker his maraschino cherries suspended in carbonated sugar water, I see that he's already fastened his belt. Good job, buddy. Parker grins and gulps at his drink.
Safety first, Uncle Nash.
He looks down at my lap.
Do you need help with yours? I can show you.
I reach out to ruffle his hair and then click my belt into place. All set. 5 minutes later, after the pilot comes out to say a few words and invites the twins back into the cockpit once we're at a comfortable flying altitude, we're speeding down the runway. Nixie throws back the last of her champagne and takes hold of Madison's hand.
Do you want to wear my tiara?
My niece asks.
You can't be scared with sparkles on your head.
Nixie doesn't respond right away, closing her eyes as the jet engines force the wheels off the ground, the nose of the plane easing upward. One hand squeezed within Nixie's, Madison reaches for her pink tiara and transfers it from her dark head to Nixie's fiery mane. Nixie opens her eyes, that golden gaze of hers pointed straight in my direction. Damn, if I wasn't sitting down, I would have fallen straight on my ass. Madison is solemn.
When you're not scared, you can give it back, okay?
Nixie lifts a delicate hand to her head, her full lips pulling into a soft grin. What I wouldn't give to see her mouth occupied by something other than a smile. Almost as if Nixie can read my lewd thoughts, she quirks an eyebrow, her stare pinning me to the back of the leather seat before she reaches over to give my niece a hug, the bejeweled headpiece tipping precariously.
Thank you, Madison. I feel so much better now.
Madison flashes white baby teeth that sparkle more than the pink rhinestones.
I'm a twin. I'm a good sharer. All my teachers say so.
Parker has been observing the exchange in his usual serious way.
That's not true. You don't always share with me. But you're my brother, silly. You should share with me the most.
I cut in. That's true. Brothers and sisters should share with each other.
Do you have brothers or sisters?
Parker asks Nixie.
No, I always wanted to, though. Even if you had to share with them?
Yes, even if.
Madison chimes in. Uncle Nash had 2 brothers, but they both went to heaven, so now Uncle Nash gets us all to himself.
The plain truth of her words eats at my composure like a vat of acid. I blink, glancing at Nixie, who is just as taken aback as I am.
Neither twin notices, though, and once the jet levels off, they happily leave with the stewardess to return to the cockpit. I order another champagne for Nixie and a whiskey for me.
You lost both of your brothers?
Nixie says.
Why didn't you tell me?
I unbuckle my belt and cross the few feet between us, dropping into the seat Madison just vacated and stretching my legs out in front of me. Probably the same reason you don't like talking about your parents. It's hard. Nixie rests her hand on my forearm, the heat from her palm burning through the fabric of my shirt and warming my skin. Then she sighs, tilting her head to the side until she's leaning against my shoulder. And for a while, we just sit together quietly, lost in our own thoughts. Except that with Nixie, I don't feel lost at all. I feel found.
Nixie. I'm flying. In an airplane. An airplane that could fall from the sky, or crash into a skyscraper, at any moment. And somehow I'm barely even thinking about the precarious position I'm in because of Nash. Because of his charming niece and nephew. Even because of Eva. But mostly, right now, because of what I just learned. Nash didn't lose just one brother. He lost 2. I can't even imagine. And yet, I can. Of course I can. Nash. His name is a sigh, an apology. A single syllable I'm using to express an entire galaxy of thoughts and emotions. And when Nash turns to me, it's as if he hears it. All of it. Every single thing I'm trying and failing to say. Because there's a universe of understanding in his gaze. He kisses the tip of my nose.
How does it feel?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It feels like I'm a part of his family. Like there was a small space, just my size, waiting for me. I'm not sure that Eva would agree, of course. But she's been, if not overly welcoming, then at least polite. But Nash definitely has a place for me. We fit together perfectly. And for someone who insists he doesn't do relationships, Nash is putting on an Oscar-worthy impression of a devoted family man. It's amazing how different he is from the man he initially pretended to be. Where is the cold, heartless brute I first met? The man who wouldn't bring a woman back to his own apartment because it was too personal. The cocky suit who was quick with a come-on but slow to open up. Because this man, the one sitting beside me who worships his niece and nephew, who stepped in to rebuild a relationship with the woman who broke his heart, who gave me a dog, he's the kind of man that belongs in storybooks and fairy tales. Or is the champagne going to my head? How does what feel? I ask, playing it safe. Thank God, because Nash says,
Flying.
I chase my embarrassment with another sip of champagne, the bubbles tickling my tongue, sliding down my throat. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and my muscles feel loose, the surface of my skin tingling. I am, aren't I? But when I look at Nash again, I know flying is a stand-in for something else. Maybe even everything else. Just like when I said his name and meant so much more.
And you're doing a kick-ass job of it.
I laugh. You know, I like this version of you.
What version?
I shake my head. No, I'm not going to explain it. You'll say something dumb and ruin it. But I just want you to know, you're a good guy. And I'm glad I'm here. Because of the travel requirements involved in bringing a pet to Bermuda, I left Kismet in New York with Nash's assistant, Catherine. Her own dog died last year, and she seemed genuinely thrilled to have a pooch for a few days. I feel badly for not bringing Kismet with me, but I know it's for the best. She's still recovering from her encounter with Derek, and fending off the attentions of 2 enthusiastic preschoolers would hardly be taking it easy, as the vet suggested. With the twins happily occupied in the cockpit and Kismet back in New York, I'm free to focus all my attention on Nash. We're already so close, but I find myself leaning just a little bit further. I've always known Nash is attractive. I mean, it's impossible not to. But there's something particularly mesmerizing about his eyes. They could have been drawn by a kindergarten prodigy obsessed with coloring inside the lines, cerulean irises ringed by a deeper, darker jade. And once I start to move, gravity does the rest. Until I'm so close that Nash's hand wraps around the back of my head, cradling my skull, and his lips descend on mine. He tastes even better than champagne. A drumbeat of desire dances up my spine, sending electric currents shooting along every limb. My toes curl inside the tips of my sneakers, and I wrap my arms around Nash's neck, my empty glass loose within my fingers. My breasts are heavy and aching, desperate for Nash's touch. Places I never knew I had throb with heat. I moan, low in my throat, wishing we were somewhere more private, somewhere alone. Eva might be sleeping, but I can still hear Madison's chatter and Parker's solemn, serious questions. The pilot and co-pilot's answers, the stewardess's comments. They're background noise, though. Nash is definitely the headliner. I wonder, if we kissed like this in a bar instead of a plane, would Nash bring me back to his place? And if he did, would he make me pancakes again? Or, having gotten what he wanted, would I not be worth the effort anymore? So many questions run through my mind, I feel like Nash's precocious niece. I finally find the strength to pull away, but only slightly, my forehead pressing against Nash's, our panting breaths mingling between our mouths.
Would we be bad babysitters if we escaped to the bedroom at the back of the plane?
Nash's voice is rough, like it's traveled over a long stretch of gravel. And his question is different, more practical, than any of mine. There's a bed on this plane? I shouldn't be surprised. The main cabin feels like a luxurious living room. Oversized chairs, upholstered in fine-grained leather the color of fresh cream, are grouped in pairs or foursomes. Every few feet, windows dot the walls like strategically placed artwork, framing a bright blue sky and fluffy cumulus clouds. There are no overhead compartments, only lacquered wood accents, attractive molding, and the warm glow of halogen lights. At my feet, the carpet is a subdued gray threaded with gold chevron stripes. Wealth whispers reassuringly from every corner.
Not as big as the one in my apartment, but it'll do.
Tempting. So tempting. What about Madison and Parker? He casts an eye toward the cockpit.
They're completely occupied.
I glance over at Eva, her enormous leather chair reclined, an eye mask covering half her face, her body beneath a cashmere blanket. Knowing the history she and Nash share, I expected to feel the same vague animosity toward her today as the night she walked through the door of the ice cream shop. Worse, even, because she's the woman who broke Nash's heart, made him afraid of getting burned again. I want to hate her for that, actually. But I can't. Eva is nice and kind. There's an easygoing confidence about her that makes me want to be her friend. Chatting with her in the car on the way to the airport, watching her dote not just on her children, but on Nash and Jay, it's impossible not to like her. And I want her to like me, too. I definitely don't want Eva to wake up and catch me making out with Nash like a trampy teenager he snuck in through the back door. My rational instincts breach the haze of lust enveloping me, and I pull away, severing our connection. I don't think that's a good idea. Proving my point, Madison comes bounding back toward us, a cookie as big as her head clasped in her tiny fingers.
Uncle Nash, look! Pink sprinkles!
The sprinkles are indeed pink, and shedding all over the pristine carpet. I want to drop to my knees and pick them up before they're ground into neon dust beneath Madison's shoes. But Nash just reaches for his niece and pulls her into his lap.
Is Parker eating a pink sprinkle cookie too?
No, they have a blue one for him, but he asked for plain instead. Thank you for lending me your beautiful tiara, Madison, I say, gently removing it. I'm feeling much better now. She gives me a cookie-crumbed smile and regally inclines her head toward me so that I can affix the combs to her dark curls. When I'm done, she lifts a hand to check that it's in place and levels a serious gaze at Nash. I have to go back to the cockpit now. But if your friend gets scared again, what will you give her? Nash purses his lips, a wicked gleam in his eye.
I'm sure I'll think of something.
Madison hops off his lap, hesitating for just a moment. She's a girl. She likes sparkles.
I don't have anything that sparkles as much as your tiara. But how about hugs and kisses? Will those work?
I choke on a sharp inhale, my eyes flying open so widely I can feel the tips of my lashes brush my lids. Nash! I wheeze a warning. Madison isn't perturbed in the slightest, her mouth pulling into an even bigger grin than before. That's a great idea, Uncle Nash. Girls like those. She skips off and Nash turns to me.
Out of the mouths of babes, right?
My face is hot and probably as pink as Madison's cookie. That was all your suggestion, not hers.
It got her royal endorsement, though.
I shake my head. You're incorrigible. He is, much like a 4-year-old.
Maybe. So, are you still scared?
A hollow laugh vibrates through my chest. Yeah, of you.
Me?
Nash's look of bewilderment is almost comical. Yes. More than you'll ever know.
Chapter 15. Nash. They say you learn something new every day. Today I learned that there are few things on earth more enjoyable than rubbing creamy coconut sunscreen, which she didn't forget after all, into Nixie's perfect skin. Of course, once every inch of her body was glistening and the sunscreen back in her bag, we were pushed apart by preschoolers. Madison insisted on braving the ocean with me, while Parker asked Nixie for her help building a sandcastle. Nixie is great with the twins. She doesn't talk down to them, doesn't treat them like a nuisance. She has a way of being present, completely in the moment, neither intrusive nor indifferent. The kids enjoy being around her, and so do I. And even though my thoughts aren't exactly PG, not all of them involve getting inside her bikini bottoms. Almost, but not quite all. The sight of Nixie in a bikini is... well, let's just say it's a good thing the ocean is cold, but even if she was covered from head to toe, I wouldn't care. I'm just glad she's here, in Bermuda, and on the beach. She could have gone into town with Eva, Celeste, and Raina for something they called retail therapy, but she opted to join us instead. What do you say, Maddie? Want to go check out your brother's sandcastle? Maybe help them build a moat? She holds up a tiny finger.
But first, one more wave.
You drive a hard bargain, Princess Madison. 5 waves later, my niece's excited, happy squeals still ringing in my ears, we emerge from the surf and stagger toward Nixie and Parker's elaborate sandcastle. Help has arrived, I announce. Nixie delivers her sarcasm with a smile.
Oh, good. We were having a rough go of it over here, right, Parker? She's a good builder, Uncle Nash, even better than you.
I feign hurt. Even better than me? Incapable of even the whitest lie, Parker looks away, busying himself filling another plastic bucket with sand. Madison takes advantage of the break in conversation, proudly holding up her hands, palms facing out.
Look, I got brinkles.
Nixie's gorgeous eyes are covered by a pair of Ray-Bans, but I see her brows knit together in a confused frown above the darkened lenses. Duplicating Madison's gesture, I add, we were in the water for so long we have prunes for fingerprints.
Ah,
Nixie nods in understanding. Are they too wrinkled to dig a moat? No, Madison squeals, dropping to Nixie's side and plunging her tiny hands into the wet sand. An hour later, their entire sand city is surrounded by an impressively deep moat, and the two 4-year-olds can barely keep their eyes open. I look at my watch. I'm thinking we should bring them both back to the house for a nap before they faceplant in the sand. Parker turns drooping eyes to me.
We're not babies anymore, Uncle Nash. We don't nap.
When you go to sleep too late and you wake up early, Madison's little body vibrates with exhaustion and anger.
I don't want a nap,
she screeches. Nixie jumps to her feet and pulls Madison into her arms.
No, of course not, she croons in a soothing tone. How about a rest, okay? Even big kids need to take a little rest after building the best sandcastle on the whole beach.
Nixie begins walking back toward the house, and I immediately pick up Parker and fall into step behind her. By the time we reach the back door of the Van Horn's impressive estate, both kids are sound asleep, their heads heavy on our shoulders. We make our way up the stairs to where Madison and Parker share a room adjoining Eva's and slip them beneath the sheets of 2 single beds. Grabbing the monitor from Eva's nightstand, I close the door to their room and join Nixie in the hall. The comfort that sprung up between us as we took care of the kids together collapses, a sandcastle being washed away by a rising tide. So, I begin. Nixie pushes her sunglasses atop her head.
Are you going to compare yourself to Derek again, or tell me that your intentions aren't good enough?
Her tone is light, teasing, but there's an edge to her words that's impossible to miss. Nixie, When I pause, she leans back against the wall, her skin glowing from sunshine and salty ocean air.
Has anything changed since we were in New York? Are you willing to give a little more, or am I supposed to settle for less?
Something inside my brain clicks into place. Don't ever settle, Nixie.
Then why are you...
I have my reasons, but right now I can't think of a single one. I can't make any promises to you, Nixie. This is all new to me.
I won't ask for anything you're not willing to give.
Nixie is quoting my own words back at me, and it makes me want to swallow her whole. You're one hell of a negotiator. My voice is gruff as I lift her into my arms, one at her back and the other beneath her knees. Nixie gives a quick gasp.
I learned from the best.
I walk down the hall and into my room, pushing the door closed with the heel of my foot. Stopping short of throwing Nixie on the bed and ravaging her like the caveman inside of me, pounding against my ribcage, I press my back against the door. Fire shines from Nixie's wind-blown hair, her amber eyes blazing with heat as if she swallowed the sun itself. So damned beautiful. Ripples of need course between us, oxygen expanding with uncertainty, with risk. You want this, I state plainly, not entirely sure Nixie will agree, not knowing what I'll do if she doesn't.
Yes,
she whispers, the single word less a declaration than a white flag of surrender. Whatever it is, whatever she means, I'll take it. I stalk to the center of the room and lay her gently across the bed, a carved mahogany post rising from each corner. Her skin glistens from sunscreen, bits of sand clinging to her curves like diamonds. I don't blame them. But it's her soft pink tongue slipping between her lips, darting from one corner of her mouth to the other that's my undoing. Nixie, I growl, setting one knee on either side of her taut thighs and splaying my palms over her narrow abdomen, fingers curving around her waist, my thumbs just below the shallow well of her belly button. You're shaking, I say, stating the obvious. Her body is vibrating beneath my hands like a race car warming up. She bites her lower lip, another tremor shaking her slight frame.
I know. Nerves, I guess.
I slide my hands from Nixie's waist to her ribcage, the curved bones so delicate beneath my fingers, the wild thumping of her heart pulsing against my palm. Running my thumbs along the coral band beneath the twin triangles tied at her neck, I make a silent promise to take things slow, keep my lust in check. Every woman I've ever been with has somehow led me here to Nixie. I don't deserve her, and I'll be damned if I disappoint her. You don't have to be nervous with me, Nixie. Ever.
I know.
Suddenly her hands fly to her face, covering her eyes.
It's just been a while, and I've only been with one person, and...
Gently, I pry Nixie's hands away, bringing them to my mouth and kissing her knuckles. Hey, we'll do this at your pace. and the only thing I want is for you to feel good. That's all. I turn her arms over, exposing fragile wrists with a delicate spiderweb of blue veins running beneath the skin. I press my lips to them, swirling my tongue along her pulse points. Nixie sucks in a quick breath, another shiver vibrating through her.
That feels good,
she whispers, the undertone of awe in her voice sending a surge of heat racing through my body, blistering the skin at the back of my neck. I nibble the tender skin from Nixie's wrist to the crook of her elbow, taking my time, tasting every inch. Her skin is naturally sweet, the sunscreen adding a hint of coconut. If she was holding an umbrella, she'd make a mean piña colada. Topaz's eyes smolder like a barely banked fire. I want to throw another log on, and then a gallon of gasoline too, just to see how bright I can get them. Sliding my palms along her arms, I pull at the string tied at her neck. It comes loose in my hands, and I keep at it, the triangles peeling from Nixie's breasts, exposing pale pink nipples crowning perfect, teardrop-shaped mounds. Beneath the intensity of my stare, they pebble, darkening slightly. I don't want to breathe, don't want to move, but my gaze is pulled back to Nixie's face. You're so fucking beautiful, Nixie. Do you even know what you do to me? The admission is wrenched from my throat, emerging as a strangled rasp. Her mouth opens, pink tongue peeking out again.
Show me,
she says. I take the request as a challenge. I'll show her, all right. Show her so much that tonight will erase the memory of the only man to come before me. There's an edge of fury to the lust simmering in my veins, a possessiveness I've never felt for anyone before. I hate that another man has seen Nixie like this, touched her in places I'm just now being given access to. Another man planted his flag and then hurt her, and I want to snap him and his damn flag in half. But that will have to wait. For now, I wind the string around the back of my hand, over and over until her bikini top lifts and I lob it across the room. I bring my hands to Nixie's face, my breath catching in the back of my throat as I trace her high cheekbones, delicately arched brows, the slight ski jump of her nose. My fingers thread into her thick hair, and I finally allow myself to sample her lips, my tongue running between the seam until they part, inviting my exploration. She moans, and I swallow the sound, feed on it. Fucking perfect, I mumble. Nixie's mouth lifts into a smile, a soft laugh escaping.
No one's perfect.
Then you've never looked in a mirror. She stills beneath me, her hands sliding to my shoulders. I pull back, trying to read the question swirling in her eyes. What?
I just want to know, is this...
She stutters, stops, starts again.
Do you say that to all the girls you take to bed? Because if you do, it's fine.
Tears well up, barely contained by the thick fringe of her lashes.
I'd just rather you didn't say them to me. That's all.
Is that what Nixie thinks? That this is some kind of prescripted routine for me? That other women affect me the same way she does? Jesus. I sit back on my heels, the backs of my thighs sliding against the tops of hers, running ragged hands through my hair, pulling at the back of my neck and blowing out a heavy breath. Nixie, I swear to you, nothing I've ever said to you, nothing I've ever thought about you, nothing I've ever wanted to do to you bears even the slightest similarity to anything I've ever said or thought or wanted before, with anyone. This is new territory for me. She sniffs, skepticism reflected in her taut brows as she sinks her top teeth into the pinkness of her bottom lip.
Really?
Really, but if you don't believe me, I don't want to go any further. Not if I make you feel like a one-night stand I picked up at a dive bar. Nixie tilts her head, lips twitching as she looks up at me from the corner of her eye.
You wouldn't be caught dead in a dive bar.
And you and I both know this isn't a one-night stand.
Then what is it exactly? She asks. Am I a fling? Because I don't even know what that means.
Do we need a label?
No.
And then she shakes her head, confusion written all over her face.
Maybe?
I take her by the shoulders. What is it you really want to know? A few beats pass.
When we go back to New York, will this ever happen again?
That's up to you, Nixie, but I hope to hell it will.
Where? The hotel?
Understanding is finally breaking through my lust-addled brain. Anywhere you want. My place, your place, the Central Park Zoo, wherever you let me.
Nixie. Nash runs a hand through the thick hair at his scalp, giving the short strands a sexy must look only Abercrombie models can carry off. And Nash Knight. Too well. His eyes are dark with desire, and I can picture him as a surly teen, fighting off busty cheerleaders more often than opponents at the boxing gym. Although, if teenaged Nash is anything like 30-something Nash, he probably didn't resist very much. But the Nash above me isn't a teenager or the cocky jerk he was when we first met. There are so many facets to his personality, he's impossible to define by pithy stereotypes. Nash is real. And right now, he's mine. Another tremor rolls through me, each vibration shaking off a little more of my fear, another layer of doubt. Could it be that I actually mean something to Nash? That he wants me, cares for me? That I'm not just another body in the endless stream that has slipped beneath him, another notch in his bedpost? I want to believe him so much. And something in his voice, in his touch, something etched into the tiny creases at the corners of his eyes, and his eyes themselves, darker than normal, like damp moss, and framed by those inky black lashes I wish I could steal, make me think he's telling the truth. Or at least what he believes to be the truth, which isn't exactly the same. But I'm willing to pretend, at least while we're living it up in paradise. What's built up between us is too strong to deny, and whatever happens after this, so be it. It's funny, though. One of the reasons I came to Bermuda was to avoid throwing myself at Nash in New York and getting rejected again. But now, this is something we both want. I'm not sure exactly what I'm getting into, and from the sounds of it, neither is Nash. But we'll figure it out together. Okay, I murmur, reaching for his arms and pulling him back down. I need to feel his weight on me, run my hands over muscles that rise beneath his skin like a topographical map commissioned from Michelangelo. Nash drops his chin to the curve of my shoulder, his breath dancing along my flesh.
You're like no one I've ever known, Nixie. And when you look at me like you are right now, with your eyes all soft and a smile on your lips, you make me think I must be doing something to deserve it.
He plants a light kiss on the tip of my nose.
I've been waiting to unwrap you since the first night we met.
A nervous laugh trips from my throat, my breasts pressing against him. There's not much wrapping left. He glances down at my bikini bottom, his grin like a matchstick dragging along the surface of my skin, leaving sparks in its wake.
I saved the best for last.
I might have laughed again, but suddenly his mouth closes around my nipple, my eyes rolling back in my head as I feel the graze of his teeth, the flick of his tongue. I arch up as my fingers curve around his shoulder, running my palms along smooth skin and taut muscles that coil and jump beneath my touch. Forget about a knight in shining armor. Nash is a goddamned gladiator. Another bite, not enough to hurt, just enough to make my breath shudder inside my lungs. My fingernails become claws, leaving half-moon indents at uneven intervals along his spine. Just as I'm about to scream from sensory overload, he lifts his head, blowing softly on the wet peak. There are no words. My entire body tenses. I'm a fish caught on a line, or maybe the worm used as bait, paralyzed with shock at the first sting of the hook. Perfectionist that he is, Nash does it all over again on the other side. The moment breaks, sensations flooding in. My limbs loosen, and I'm squirming, making noises I don't recognize as my own. Nash lifts his head, pushing back on his forearms, his gaze sweeping along my heated flesh. I always felt shy when Derek looked at my naked body, never able to read those fathomless eyes of his. With Nash, I force myself to ignore the vulnerability swimming inside my bones and look up at him, reading the slightest shifts of his expression. What I see in the hard planes and strong hollows of his face doesn't make me feel ashamed or afraid or dirty. Adoration bleeds from every pore. He draws in a shaky breath.
Point of no return, baby. I swear on my life I'll take care of you. But if we go any further, I don't think I'll be able to stop.
An air bubble of panic breaks free, rising up the column of my throat. But I swallow it down and flatten my palms on his chest, taking comfort in a pulse that's racing as fast as my own. Don't you dare stop, Nash. A roguish smile tugs at his mouth, one eyebrow lifting as rough hands wrap around mine, holding them above my head while he slides down my body. I think he says something in return, but the words are lost as his tongue scavenges the hollow of my belly, the side of my hips, the curve of my thighs. I'm twisting from side to side, so hot I can't fathom how my bikini bottom hasn't melted away. But it's still there, a barrier I can't wait to be rid of. As I gasp for air, Nash releases my wrists. Seconds later, his fingers are hooked over the strings knotted at my sides, sliding them down my legs. Naked, electricity shoots from my toes to the top of my head and everywhere in between. I am buzzing, vibrating, the sound of my heartbeat pounding against my eardrums. Nash's hands slide up my calves, wrapping around my knees and gently pushing them outward, raining kisses along the insides of my thighs. As he settles between my legs, those hands move beneath me, palming my ass. My breath catches in the back of my throat, wavering between shouting for him to stop and cheering him on. My muscles tense and knot as Nash's stubbled jawline abrades my sensitive skin, his mouth moving closer to my core.
I wasn't sure I'd ever get a taste of you,
he growls. A flick of his tongue adds an exclamation point to his hoarse words, my hips jerking upward.
So damned sweet.
His hands shift slightly, just enough so his thumbs can curve around my hip bones, preventing me from bouncing off the mattress as his tongue slips further within my folds, lapping at secret places only he has ever discovered. He starts slow, teasing me every so often with a long lick that leaves me gasping for air. Pleasure builds and builds, my spine arching higher and higher. Mumbled words and senseless phrases spill from my mouth, interspersed with Nash's name. Nash, a 4-letter word I want to scream from the top of my lungs. It is a curse and a plea, a command and a chant. Pleasure condenses from a crazy zigzag to a straight line, becoming thinner and thinner, so tight and taut it finally snaps. With a cry, I tumble free, spinning and swirling, my weightless body suspended in an erotic, blissful cloud. Ecstatic aftershocks are still rolling through me as Nash kisses his way up my sweat-slick skin. I turn my head into his neck, running my fingers through his tousled hair, feeling myself settle back down to earth. I know you don't like compliments, but I think you might just deserve an award for that. That was incredible. Nash's full lips curve into a smile. He kisses my forehead, my cheeks, the tip of my nose. Then, finally, my mouth.
You're my reward.
I kiss him back hard. Not reward, silly. Award, like a prize.
I heard you. Reward, award, prize. You.
This man. I capture Nash's stare with my own, dragging my hands down his ribcage and pushing at his still damp swim trunks. He holds a plank as I wrestle them off his hips, then kicks them away. My fingertips trace the contours and planes of his body on their way back to his face, his jaw clenched so tightly it could have been carved from marble. A breath shudders from Nash's mouth, slivers of his control breaking away, the vibrations echoing against my palms. Nash's body is stiff with tension, his muscles inflated by hunger. My hands can't stay still, sliding down his throat, skimming to his sides, to the place our bodies are just an inch apart, to the part of him that will soon be inside of me. Nash pulses in my palm, thick and hot, skin like brushed velvet.
Nixie,
he groans, closing his eyes for just a moment before opening them again, pinpoints of intense black staring at me from a sea of the brightest, lushest green. I suck in a shallow breath as his hips rock toward me, my lungs too small to contain the rising tide of lust and empowerment swelling within my chest. I start to slide down the mattress, wanting to take Nash in my mouth, to do for him what he's done for me. But he grabs my shoulders.
No, baby. You feel too damn good.
He yanks at the nightstand drawer and makes quick work of a condom, while I try not to stare in awe. A second later, Nash captures my hands again, entwining our fingers together and pressing them above my head. My knees edge apart as a deep reservoir of hunger uncurls within my stomach. Breathless with anticipation, I stare at Nash as my hips arch upward, the heady taste of lust filling my mouth. He's barely nudged me open when his head drops, his cheek resting against mine, the tip of his nose brushing the shell of my ear as he repeats my name again. Desperate to feel him deep inside me, a needy whimper leaps from my throat. Nash pulls back, his strong features arranged into an expression that makes my breath hitch. Lust and want and need. Something else, too. Is it too much to hope that it's love? But the question skitters away as Nash begins sinking into my center, inch by delicious inch. His hands tighten their hold on mine, eyes pinning me beneath him as surely as the weight of his body. His gaze shifts to my lips, his mouth following. With my kiss, I spill the truths threatening to burst from my heart. I love Nash Knight. So much, I wonder if the words are redundant. Can he see it? Feel it? Is it written all over my face? A trail of fire races along the network of nerves pressing against the surface of my skin. I'm burning up from the inside, stoked by a brand pushing its way into the deepest part of me. An exquisite invasion. For so long, I've felt empty and alone. Now I'm full to overflowing and cocooned within Nash's arms. Releasing a shuddering sigh, I wrap my legs around his hips, pushing up against him, craving friction. He smiles down at me, and my stomach flips yet again. It's so different than the one from the first night we met. That smile was arrogant and cocky, totally one-sided. This one is better, brighter, meant just for me. There's a kindness to the curve of his lips. A recklessness, too. Like we're sharing a secret that somehow binds us together, and he's glad.
Impatient minx,
he whispers, low and teasing. My own vocabulary is down to the bare necessities. Please, I rasp. Nash releases my hands, sliding his fingers to the base of my skull, cupping my head as he leans in for another kiss. His mouth slices over mine, his tongue pushing into my mouth, his hips pulling out, alternating kisses and thrusts until my head is spinning. I cling to Nash, meeting his hips and moaning his name. My hands rove up and down his back, luxuriating in the movement of his perfect muscles, the curved arch of his spine, the strength of his thighs. His movements change from long and slow to determined, purposeful jabs, sending waves of sensation that break over my skin, penetrating deep. and when his hand slips between us, I cry out from the surge that rushes through me, tension coiling fast and then shattering completely apart, suffusing my veins with glittering shards of bliss. Nash buries his face into the hollow between my neck and shoulder, his muffled yell vibrating through my bones as his body collapses onto mine. I revel under the weight, his quick puffs of air sending chills down my spine. Too soon, he lifts onto his elbows, putting space between us.
Are you okay?
He asks, his concerned stare so sincere. Better than okay. That was... wow.
Ditto.
His lips purse as if he wants to say more, but instead he scrubs a palm over his face. Suddenly self-conscious, I roll my eyes in an effort to downplay what just passed between us. Whatever. You've done this a lot more than I have. You don't have to pretend that you've never had good sex before. As if he knows exactly what I'm doing and why, Nash rolls to the side, bringing me with him, and tenderly sweeping away the wisps of hair clinging to my damp forehead.
Nixie, I've sure as hell never done that before. I don't even know what that was.
Chapter 16. Nash. I hate Thanksgiving. No matter how delicious the food or strong the liquor, the table is always missing 2 chairs where my brothers should be. Last year I flew to Florida with Eva and the kids on Wednesday. I lasted less than 24 hours before faking a work emergency. Before my mother had even put the turkey in the oven on Thursday morning, I was on a plane back to New York where I proceeded to get drunk in my office. Somehow Reggie found out I'd returned and managed to bring me to his and Lucia's apartment. Once I sobered up, I spent the rest of the holiday weekend sparring with Bryce, who has his own reasons for avoiding his family. Today, every seat around the table is filled. There are no boxing gloves on my hands. I'm holding a finely aged scotch, though, courtesy of Tristan's impressive cellar. Nixie and I spent the early part of the day at the beach with Tristan and Raina, while Celeste and Eva baked cookies and pies with the twins. Nixie offered to stay back and help too, but Raina took her aside, whispering that the staff does most of the work in the kitchen and prefers that we stay out of their way. I knew there was a reason I liked Tristan's new bride. It's nice to see my friend so happy in his personal life. Tristan and Raina had a pretty public struggle a while back, and not only did they stick it out, they married and are expecting their first child in a few months. And Tripp is a father, too. He has been for a long time, though he only found out recently. Life is a pretty insane roller coaster ride for him these days, but he'd be the first one to tell you he wouldn't trade it for the world. My friends are falling like flies. Raina stands up now, gazing at her husband as she lifts her glass of sparkling apple cider in one hand and rubs the swell of her belly with the other.
I'm sure it's pregnancy hormones talking, but I just want to say how happy I am that all of you have joined us for the holidays.
Raina casts her eyes around the table, grinning giddily first at Tristan and Celeste, and then at my parents and me, Eva and the twins, and Nixie.
Honestly, sometimes I still can't believe I'm here.
Tristan rises, pulling her into his side. If you weren't, I'd just be chasing you around the globe. And I'd like to thank all our guests for joining us today, too. Otherwise, Raina and I would be here alone with Celeste, who just kicked her latest boyfriend to the curb. He lifts his glass toward her. Smart move, by the way. And my Thanksgiving would have been spent learning all the different reasons men are the inferior species. You have saved me, and I appreciate it. Not one to be undone, Celeste pops up.
I'm happy to give you a lesson anytime you like, Tristan, but for now I'm just so glad to be among family and friends.
I notice Nixie dip her head, and I worry she's feeling excluded. But apparently Celeste notices also.
And that includes you too, Nixie, although I think we're all dying to know the reason Nash whisked you away from whatever big bad wolf was after you in New York.
Nixie glances up at the mention of her name, and now her flawless skin is glowing pink, and not just from the strong Bermuda sun. Her mouth opens, but it's Madison who speaks first.
You're being chased by the big bad wolf?
She asks, awe dripping from her voice. Eva shoots a glance at Celeste before turning back to her daughter.
No, sweetheart, the adults are just being silly.
Madison's little eyebrows pull together.
Oh, can we go play now?
Parker slips off his chair.
Thank you for Thanksgiving. It was yummy.
My parents have been quiet for most of the meal and now look over at Eva, who is halfway out of her chair.
Eva, sit,
my mother urges, gesturing with her hands as my father stands and pulls back her heavy chair.
Stay here. We'll take Madison and Parker for a walk on the beach.
My father rubs a belly that has grown in recent years. I could use a walk too. My mother elbows him.
I should think so, she chides.
His cholesterol and blood pressure have crept up lately, though he's stubbornly resisting her efforts to change his diet. Eva flashes a grateful smile.
Thanks, I'm sure they would love that.
Celeste waits until the foursome leave the room.
I'm sorry if I said something out of line.
No, it's fine, Nixie says, rushing to offer reassurance before taking a quick sip from her wine glass. We haven't yet managed a repeat performance of the other afternoon, although it isn't for lack of interest on my part. But between the number of adults in the house, plus running around after the twins, I'm ready to kidnap Nixie myself.
Well, I'm staying in Bermuda until the end of the month, and you're welcome to stay here with me. After everyone leaves, it's going to be too quiet, although I can't bring myself to go back to the cold just yet. You could always check out the new Holtzman that just opened in the Caribbean. I hear it's amazing, Raina says.
Maybe, Celeste replies, then steers the conversation back to Nixie.
So how about it? Thanks, Celeste. That's really nice of you.
Nixie glances at me.
But Nash is making a big deal over a little misunderstanding. Despite the plunging temperatures, I think I'd like to head back to New York.
I perk up. You know, it's not a bad idea. With Nixie safe in Bermuda, I can take a closer look into the Atwoods business myself, maybe even pay Derek a visit, not to mention make another trip to Nebraska for a second shot with Duncan. I haven't yet found a company that would serve as well as network tech, though my best people have been working on it around the clock for 6 weeks now. There has to be something I can offer to make Duncan reconsider.
I'll be fine.
Nixie's voice is firm, her mouth a tight line.
He's not going to bother me again, and I have classes next week and Kismet too.
Tristan has been watching our exchange with mild interest, and he now lifts concerned eyes to me. You working on this? Nixie catches my quick nod.
No, he is not. Nash, I mean it. Derek is not your problem.
He hurt you. That makes him my problem. Raina's eyes widen.
Someone hurt you?
No, Nixie says. Yes, my answer comes at the same time and is equally emphatic. Celeste looks at the two of us and then at her sister, shifting to the edge of her seat.
This might be even juicier than our family drama.
Raina lets out a low laugh.
I don't know. Ours is pretty tough to top.
Eva reaches out to cover Nixie's hand with one of her own.
We're all friends at this table. Maybe we can help.
Uncertainty is smeared across Nixie's face, like greasy handprints defiling freshly polished silver, her lower lip trembling slightly.
Derek is my ex-boyfriend. He's not handling our breakup well.
Celeste stands up and retrieves the open bottles from the buffet.
Talk of ex-boyfriends calls for refills.
Tristan quirks a smile. I think that's our cue to leave the room. He grabs his glass and looks at me. You in? I toss back the remains of my scotch and rise to my feet. Hell yes. Tristan heads toward a terrace off the dining room. Here, there is a terrace or patio off every room, each with a priceless view of pink sand beaches and endless ocean waves. Thanks for having us. It's been nice to get away from the city. Anytime. Raina and I don't get here often enough. He strides to a mahogany bar and selects a bottle. I hear you're quite the traveler these days. Is our joint venture not enough to keep you busy? We've got that fund on lock. Solid investments, solid performance, people we trust handling the day-to-day. And you know how it is, always looking for the next big thing. Always, he echoes. So you want to tell me about the new deal you're trying to put together? My muted grunt disappears into the breeze. What deal? You think your trip to Nebraska was a secret? He slants me a dubious look. Out of habit, I swivel my head, looking for anyone with ears. Tristan chuckles. This isn't Cipriani's. No one's going to overhear you, and we don't hunt the same prey. Yeah, well, Duncan isn't exactly the most willing seller. Network tech isn't like your usual, Marks. He built a good company. He's going to want a good offer. I snort, lifting my glass. You have no idea. That much? More. Just when I've dipped my toes into the relationship pool, I might have to fuck it all up by finding someone to agree to a fake marriage. No way can I ask Dixie, not after what Derek tried to pull, and Eva is just too complicated. I can't do that to her or the twins. I want network tech and entry into the Chinese market, but so far all my efforts to find a similar company to partner with my Hong Kong investment have come up short, and every day brings another possibility that Duncan will find an acceptable buyer. I stare out at the swelling sea, horizontal lines of white-capped waves frantically surging forward, only to crash and dissolve into harmless foam. I have enough money to walk away from Wall Street permanently if I want to, but why would I want to? I love what I do. How about you? You ever consider slowing down now that another Betancourt is on the way? You mean money moves at more than one speed? Tristan hoists one shoulder up, lets it fall. I'm going to work smarter, though. My days of staying in the office until midnight are over. After my mom died, I was basically raised by nannies. I'm not missing a fucking second of my kid's life that I don't have to. We're renovating our home setup so we can stay in the loop whether we're in the office or not. I grin at him. You're going to be a great dad. I fucking hope so, man. You know, I used to think about my next watch or my next car or my next vacation. Now? He glances over my shoulder into the dining room. All my scroll envy is about baby shit. Rocking chairs, slings. Hell yeah. When the twins were little, I used to put whichever kid was crying loudest in the sling and walk around the block until they were asleep. Then I'd go back for the other one. Make sure you get 2 of them, though. Sometimes Eva would use it, and it was such a bitch to get all the straps adjusted. Tristan shakes his head at me, laughing as he lifts his glass. To baby shit. I mimic the gesture and pour another slug scotch down my throat. So, business good for your firm? My question is rhetorical. The scandal Tristan and Raina weathered last year didn't ruin his reputation as Wall Street's golden boy. It burnished it. Knock on wood, Tristan says, rapping his knuckles on the bar. I'd ask the same, but I know you're tearing it up. Tell me what's going on with Nixie. I scowl. That douchebag ex of hers, he interrupts. Who cares about her ex? I want to know about you two. I choke on my drink. First baby slings, now we need to gossip like girls too? Don't give me that. You're the one mooning over that redhead like an abandoned puppy. Please tell me she's taken pity on you at least once. Heat rises above my collar. It's not like that. The hell it's not. You were practically drooling at the beach this morning, and you were hungry all right, but not for food. Aren't you supposed to only have eyes for your wife? I grumble. I'm married, not blind. Tristan's smile drops, and he becomes serious again. You know, I kind of thought you and Eva would wind up getting back together eventually. I turn away, plunging my free hand through my hair and tugging at the ends. Why does everyone think that? She was Wyatt's girl. She was yours first. He shrugs again. Eva hasn't been with anyone else, and you've been with everyone else. Figured it was only a matter of time. Tristan's words come at me like the waves I'm staring into, the walls I've built around me disintegrating like wet sand. Tristan is only saying what I've been unwilling to admit, even to myself. The reason I filled my nights, but never my bed, with an endless stream of women was to keep away from Eva. I haven't wanted to get back together with her, but I haven't wanted to get attached to anyone else either, because I believed that somehow, some way we'd end up together. Until Nixie came along and showed me how it feels to want someone so badly I'm damn near paralyzed by it. No, not happening. Tristan looks at me strangely. So why the reluctance with Nixie? Is it her ex? I force down the well of jealousy that rises whenever I think about another man coming near Nixie. He's a creep, but he's not the issue. I take a deep breath, exhale it slowly. When you and Raina got together, did everything just fall into place? Tristan cracks a laugh. No, not by a long shot. There were roadblocks and detours, and a few times I was sure we crashed and burned. But in the end, it was all worth it. Silence creeps in, each of us in our own heads. Mine is buzzing from alcohol and mounting frustration at not seeing a way through the bullshit littering the path between Nixie and me.
Hey, Nash,
Celeste yells from inside the house.
Come in here. I have an idea.
Rolling my shoulders to release the tension knifing through them, I set down my empty glass before Tristan can fill it again and walk through the open doors. Eva and Celeste look like they're ready to burst, and Nixie is pale beneath her newly acquired suntan. It's a biggie, Eva adds. I plant my feet just inside the threshold. What? Celeste can't wait.
You and Nixie are getting married.
Nixie. I look down at my wine glass, wondering if it's been laced with a hallucinogen. It looks fine. I pick it up and bring the rim to my nose, take a tentative sniff. Is there some way to know without sending it to a lab? Or maybe I've been dropped into an alternate universe. Setting the goblet down on a table scattered with the remains of a leisurely meal, Celeste waved away the staff when they attempted to clean up, insisting that they head home to take the rest of the day off after spending most of it cooking and serving. My eyes are drawn to Nash. Standing in the open doorway, he's just a silhouette. Behind him, a neon-pink sun sits low on the horizon, its fiery rays drenching the picture-perfect seascape in shades of rose and gold. Tristan claps a heavy hand on his shoulder.
Looks like we don't even have to be in the room for major life decisions. Who knew?
He ambles over to his wife and plants a kiss on her lips, his hand curving possessively around her rounded belly.
Glad there are at least a few things you still need me for.
Celeste scrunches her nose. Seriously, you two? I was hoping you might dial it down a notch now that you're almost parents. The rest of us are getting a toothache just being near you. Pulling my gaze from Nash, I turn toward Eva and just barely catch the look of naked envy she's giving Raina. She covers it quickly, but I know what I've seen. Eva is a wonderful mother, but being a single parent, to twins no less, has taken a toll on her. She shushes Celeste. Don't listen to her. That baby in there is one lucky boy. Raina gives a contented smile. Thank you, Eva. Nash clears his throat from the other side of the room, rocking back on his heels as he crosses his arms.
Is there any point discussing the bomb you just dropped, or can we chalk it up to too much turkey?
What's there to discuss? If you two get married, Nixie won't have to spend the next 10 months on the run from an ex who wants to marry her for access to her trust fund. I can't believe you didn't think of it yourselves. From the look on Nash's face, it's clear he would never have come up with the idea on his own. Neither would I. Eva, that's really sweet, but I don't think... You're not worried Nash would go after your money too, right? I shake my head. No, of course not. What I have is crumbs compared to Nash's wealth. With all the lawyers Nash has on staff, I'm sure he could have a prenup drawn up in no time. And when you get divorced, you'd both walk away with whatever you brought in. Eva refills her empty glass, some of the wine spilling onto the delicate lace tablecloth. She doesn't notice, but I can't take my eyes off the growing stain, curling my hands into fists to keep from attacking it with my napkin. What if it never comes out? What if all those yards of embroidered lace are ruined? Not every mistake can be fixed.
So, not only do you have us getting married, you're already planning our divorce?
Nash's voice is curt, abrasive. Hey, it's not called a marriage of convenience for nothing. You get married, Nixie gets to fulfill the terms of her parents' will, and her jerk of an ex will realize he's never going to get his hands on her money and can slink off to find another woman with deep pockets. It's a win-win. I swallow the knot of unease that's lodged itself in my throat. Eva, I really don't think marriage is the solution to my problem. Celeste giggles. It works for kings and queens. Why not a knight? Tristan lifts one of the bottles on the table and peers through the tinted glass.
Jesus, how many of these have you gone through?
Too many, Eva admits. But I'm serious. It's a good idea, and not just for Nixie. Who knows? Maybe Nash will find it easier to commit on his second trip down the aisle. I nearly choke. Forget about our wedding and divorce. Eva is already planning Nash's second marriage? A shot of jealousy penetrates my stomach and explodes inside me, the turkey dinner I've eaten threatening to revolt. On the other side of the table, Nash is as still as a block of granite, directing a glare at Eva so intense I half expect her to melt. She doesn't, though. Her stare is just as heated. I look back and forth between them, knowing they're having an entire silent conversation that none of us are privy to.
Nash will walk down the aisle when he's good and ready, and not before.
Speaking in the third person, his tone is clipped. Fine. Eva shrugs. Nixie doesn't seem inclined to marry you either. Celeste, why don't you ask your brother? Bryce? Honestly, it's not a bad idea. His agent has been on him to settle down. He can't seem to stay with one team for more than a few years and is constantly getting into trouble with his sponsors. Celeste pulls up a picture on her phone and slides it across the table at me. He's my brother, so I think he looks like a troll, but I've heard I'm in the minority. Raina laughs. He's only my half-brother, so I can tell you that having Bryce as a husband wouldn't be much of a hardship. No way am I reaching for the phone. I'm not marrying anyone, let alone a man I've never met. There has to be something in the wine. Has to be.
Nixie is not marrying Bryce.
Nash squints at the phone like it's on fire. Full disclosure, I've never met the guy. But I trust Celeste and Raina. I'm sure he's... Nash cuts Eva off.
Not happening.
I want to interrupt, but my throat feels like it's closing. She doesn't back down. You hardly have a say in this, Nash. It's up to Bryce and Nixie. A fake wedding is the simplest solution for Nixie, and it sounds like a wife would be good for Bryce's image, too. Nash crosses his arms, the knot of his Adam's apple bobbing low.
If anyone's going to marry Nixie, it's going to be me.
A frown creases my forehead as I finally find my voice. I think we need to chalk this conversation up to too much wine and sunshine. I stand, pushing back my chair and gathering up plates and empty glasses. Nash's voice stops me before I leave the room.
Maybe Eva's right. Maybe we should have the biggest wedding Wall Street's ever seen.
I swivel, the nerves in my spine shuddering. Have you lost your mind?
Not at all. They're right. A wedding is the most painless way to get rid of Derek.
Painless for who? I'm not opposed to marriage. In fact, I like the idea of finding that one perfect person and building a life together. When I find him, I have no doubt I'll be overjoyed at the prospect. But this, what Eva and Celeste, and now Nash, are proposing, is an insult to what should be a serious, well-intentioned commitment between two people who love each other. I shake my head. The 1700s are calling. They want their wedding back. Pale olive eyes bear down on me.
Derek isn't going away. If he really needs the money, you're not safe.
Raina stands, quickly followed by Tristan. I think we should let the two of you work this out. There's a chorus of agreement, and a minute later it's just Nash and me in the room. I drop back into my chair and glare at him. The man is the reason lust was invented, for God's sake. I can barely look at him without wanting to jump into his arms. But marry him? Gorgeous, successful, rich. It will hardly be a marriage of equals. Nash clasps his hands together.
I have the means to dig into the Atwoods business and completely destroy.
I already told you that my father built that company. You're not destroying it just because of Derek.
Fine. I can kick Derek's ass. Tell him if he comes anywhere near you, there will...
I recoil. You are not hurting him, Nash. Poppy took me in when I had nothing and no one, and you're not going to hurt his son. Your fists of fury had better stay in your pockets. Those dark, winged eyebrows climb up his forehead.
Fists of fury?
I shrug. I might have watched a few too many WWE fights growing up in a house with two guys.
So you won't let me touch Derek or his father's company?
He sighs.
I hate to admit that Eva's right, but a temporary marriage would solve the issue. Think about it. We could eliminate your problem with one piece of paper.
This is not exactly how I imagined my future husband proposing. How temporary?
A few months. Just long enough for the executor of your parents' will to hand over all monies due you and set up accounts Derek can't possibly get his hands on.
What would you get out of this? I ask. cocking my head to the side and narrowing wary eyes. We slept together once. Is that what you're looking for? A convenient lay? I regret the words the second they leave my mouth. They're crass and insulting. But still, I don't take them back. Everything about this proposed arrangement feels wrong, and like it's ruining any chance we might have had at building something real. Nash's chiseled jaw clenches, a vein pulsing at his temple.
Absolutely not. If you want a marriage in name only, you've got it.
That isn't what I want. Not at all. But why? Why are you going out of your way for me?
Has anyone ever warned you, never look a gift horse in the mouth?
His eyes glint at me like shattered bits of sea glass, and my gaze drops to his full lips, remembering with a flush exactly where they've been, what they've done, how good they felt. That mouth is a gift, all right. Stop it, Nixie. Focus. Yeah, but I've always preferred the phrase, better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Well, the road to hell is paved with good intentions,
Nash says, throwing back another proverb.
You might as well enjoy the trip.
Chapter 17. Nixie. Heaving myself into a seated position, I groan as I swing my feet over the side of the mattress. Did last night really happen? Outside, it's another gorgeous day in paradise. The sky an endless swath of azure blue stretching over a sparkling turquoise sea. Not a cloud in sight. Golden pink sand for miles and miles. As I stare out at the pristine beach, I see Nash jog toward the shoreline, heading away from the house. Good. I'm not quite ready to face him yet. Throwing on a simple sundress, I decide to go downstairs now, while he's gone. The house is quiet as I take a seat at the round table in the cozy breakfast room. Sipping a cup of coffee, I'm tempted to believe that last night was just a dream. God, what would it be like to call a man like Nash Knight my husband? I haven't been around very many married couples, not since I lived with my parents. Poppy never married, never brought anyone serious back to the house. But from what I remember, my parents liked being around each other. I was forever trying to squeeze in between them, either on the couch or on lazy weekend mornings in bed. Spending the past few days with Tristan and Raina has been bittersweet. They're always touching, whether holding hands or merely being close enough that their shoulders rub. It's obvious that they're completely crazy about each other, and just being around them warms my soul and makes me long for a love like theirs. But that isn't what Nash is proposing. Love isn't a part of the deal at all. I put my mug down and bring my hands to my face, groaning. Good morning. I lift my head and pull my hands away, the sight of Eva in a bikini top and sarong, her long dark hair swooshing against her back as she glides into the room, almost too much to take. The woman is a genuine brunette Barbie. I can't imagine her pregnant at all, let alone with twins. Good morning. She spoons egg and fruit onto her plate from the platters arranged on the sideboard and joins me at the table. We had quite the lively discussion last night, didn't we? I blink slowly, taken off guard that Eva is so quick to dive right back into it. I think I'm still processing it all myself. I cast a hopeful glance behind her. Where are Parker and Madison? Believe it or not, they're still sleeping. Eva spears a bite of pineapple and chews thoughtfully. If staying here means they sleep past 7, I might never go back to New York. I laugh, pushing my food around my plate. I wasn't very hungry to begin with, and now what little appetite I had is gone. Nixie, can I ask you something? Sober, and with no one else at the table to act as a buffer, there's an edge of tension between us. I try not to appear as wary as I feel. Sure. What is it that you want from Nash? What do you mean? Well, last night, everything seemed so clear-cut. But now that I've had the chance to sleep on it, I'd like to get a sense of your expectations. My expectations? I repeat Eva's words back to her, my tongue unwieldy and awkward in my mouth. Yes, I've known Nash a long time, and he's been different lately. I'm wondering if that difference is because of you. I don't know, I finally say, speaking slowly. But as for expectations, I don't have any. I certainly don't expect him to marry me. I mean, that came from way out of left field. She cocks her head to the side, silently appraising me. Everyone has expectations, Nixie. Maybe mine aren't on the same level as yours. All I want is to make it to my next birthday without any drama. But if there's something you're trying to say, I'd rather you just say it. I guess I am beating around the bush a bit. It's just that Nash is very... Eva stops, her eyes sliding away from me as she exhales. Nash is very important to me. That's all. I don't want to see him get hurt. I wouldn't do that. My mug shakes in my hands as I take a quick sip. And not to be rude, but do you really think you're in the best position to be telling me that? She offers a fragile smile. I guess he told you about us. He did. He said you were in love until you met his brother. If there's anyone who hurt him, it's you. You're right. I did. Nash says he's forgiven me. Brushes it off like it was nothing. But I know what I did wasn't right. I was selfish and stupid and cruel. Nash pretends to the whole world that he's a cocky hard-ass. And he is. But on the inside, beneath that ripped muscle and chiseled jaw, he's just a big softy. Finally, something we can agree on. Yeah, I'm beginning to see that. I've been in a holding pattern for a long time, afraid to move forward. Nash is the closest thing to a father my kids will ever have, and we loved each other once. I want him back, and I'm hoping that this... She waves her hand at me as if shooing away a mosquito. Infatuation he has with you will burn itself out quickly. Above our heads there are 2 thumps, followed by quick footsteps. I stare at her, too shocked to move. Eva glances toward the ceiling, and when she looks back to me, her features have hardened. Nash needs a woman who's not afraid to stand on her own 2 feet and has the strength to face life head on. You can barely stand up for yourself, whether it's turning down a marriage proposal or making your own holiday plans. You run away from your problems, Nixie. And Nash needs a partner, not a burden. Eva's unfiltered opinion of me eviscerates the top layer of my skin, penetrating to my bones. As 2 pint-sized careening tornadoes burst into the room, throwing themselves into Eva's arms, she delivers the final nail in my coffin. Nash might not know it yet, but he needs me. And a few months with you will be all the proof he needs. After my conversation with Eva, Bermuda feels less like a tropical paradise than an uncomfortable purgatory. When it's time to fly back to New York on Saturday, I swallow my nerves and climb up the stairs to the plane on my own. Nash doesn't have to coax me at all. We're barely speaking anyway. I purposely take a corner chair near Madison and her grandmother. Once we get settled, Madison sweetly asks, "Do you need to borrow my princess crown again? Because you can borrow it if you're still scared." You know what? I think I'm not as scared today as I was last time. Thank you, though. Nash's mom flashes me a sympathetic glance. Do you get nervous flying, Nixie? I nod. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground, to be honest. I don't blame you. If not for our grandkids, we probably would never board a plane again. She exhales a trembling sigh. After our Scotty... The stewardess appears, holding up 2 frosted glasses as she smiles brightly at the twins. "I heard there was a special request for milkshakes on your flight here." Madison squeals. "Me! Milkshakes are my favoriteest!" Parker frowns at his sister. "That's what you said about Shirley Temples. But that was last time. I'm allowed to change my mind." "You change your mind all the time," he says, then looks to the stewardess. "Milkshakes are always my favorite." Eva calls from her nest at the very back of the plane, eye mask already in place and her voice sleepy. "What do you say, guys?" "Thank you!" they both yell, grinning around their straws. As adorable as the twins are, I find myself impatient for them to settle down with their sugar fix. There was a look on Mrs. Knight's face when she mentioned her son's name. Sad, but also wistful, as if she wanted to talk about him. I noticed it in Bermuda, too, that she would often share stories with Madison and Parker about their dad and uncles when they were boys. The twins absolutely lapped it up, of course. And even Nash had chimed in a few times, talking about some of the trouble they'd gotten into. After the stewardess passes out champagne flutes to Mrs. Knight and me, and tumblers of scotch to Nash and his dad, I ask, "What were you saying about Scott?" But before she can answer, her husband puts a hand on her forearm.
"I'm sure Nixie doesn't want to spend the flight talking about 9/11.
There's a sudden ringing in my ears, a pinging so high-pitched that it drowns out everything else. The thrum of the jet engines, the sound of the twins noisily slurping their shakes, the stewardess asking if we'd like anything else before we taxi to the runway. I feel Nash staring at me from across the plane, and I turn to meet his gaze, taking in his pinched, almost apprehensive expression. "I don't mind, really," I say, after coating my dry throat with a heavy swallow of bubbly. "Was he in the towers?"
Nash. At the Holtzman, Madison and Parker's disappointed whines echo from the back seat as I walk Nixie into the lobby. They've grown attached to her already. So have I. But from the daggers glinting in her eyes, I highly doubt she feels the same. It was a mistake not to tell her about Scott, I realize now. She's angry. But more than that, she's hurt. I deliberately chose not to tell her that my brother died in the same tragedy that killed her parents. As if it was a secret, or something I had to hide from her. "I'm sorry you had to hear about Scott like that," I say, reaching for her elbow to keep her from walking away from me. "Are you?" she snaps. "Because it feels like you want me to live under your roof, follow your orders, and tell you all about my past while sharing absolutely nothing about yourself." "I brought you on a family vacation. You've met my parents, my niece and nephew, and Eva. Don't forget about her." I sigh. "Look, I'll be back as soon as I get everyone settled. We'll talk then about anything you want." "You don't have to babysit me. I'll be fine." I ignore her. "You'll be here?" "Yes." There's absolutely no commitment behind the word, but I decide not to push her. I return to the suite 2 hours later. Nixie is nowhere to be found. I call and text with no success, wearing a hole in the carpet as I grind my teeth until my jaw aches, pensively deliberating the moral implications of installing a tracking device on her phone. Finally, I go down to the bar and order a stiff drink, watching the lobby over the rim of my glass. I'm halfway through a second when Nixie strolls through the revolving doors, Kismet trotting briskly at her side. I slam my glass on the table and meet up with her before she reaches the bank of elevators. "You said you would be here when I came back." Nixie's eyes flick over me dismissively. "I'm here now." Kismet, at least, is thrilled to see me. She jumps up on her hind legs, yipping as she spins in circles. I pick her up and she covers my face in doggy kisses. "You were supposed to stay in the suite." She points at the dog. "I went to pick up Kismet." The elevator opens and I follow Nixie in. "Why didn't you wait for me? Or Jay, at least. You shouldn't go out alone." "All that talk about a marriage of convenience has left you stranded a few centuries in the past. I don't need a chaperone, Nash." There's a soft ding as we come to a stop, and she launches herself through the doors before they fully open. I unclip Kismet's leash and set her down, remaining in the doorway. It's Derek who's put you in a cage. I'm the guy offering you a way out.
A wedding.
I didn't write the terms of your parents' will, and I'm not after your inheritance. If you don't want my help, that's fine, but I'll be damned if I let Derek hurt you again. In fact, the simplest solution is to put him in a hospital bed so it's physically impossible for him to hurt a fucking fly. She rolls her eyes.
Seriously, Nash, knock it off.
Oh, I'm dead serious. Wouldn't be the first time I've sent a guy to the hospital, and I'm sure it won't be the last.
Derek is Pappy's son. That man raised me. I'd never be able to look him in the eyes again if I'm responsible for something happening to Derek. And I would never forgive you for it, Nash. Never.
Nixie's fierce glare is unblinking. She means it. Then marry me, for God's sake. If you won't let me hurt Derek for real, then at least give him the illusion that you're out of reach. She walks back over to me, puts one hand on my chest, and shoves me into the hall.
Fine, I give in. You've got yourself a bride. Congratulations.
And then she slams the door in my face. I have a key card in my pocket, but I decide to knock instead. After a few minutes of feeling absolutely ridiculous standing alone in the corridor, Nixie flings open the door.
What?
Can I come in?
I can't stop you. It's your place. But I'm telling you, Nash, I'd really rather you didn't.
I thought we were going to talk. About Scott. About us. About...
I don't want to talk to you right now. About anything.
Nixie,
please, just give me some room to breathe. That's what I need right now.
Disappointment and guilt twist through me. I want Nixie to need me, and it's my fault she doesn't. You want to stay here? Alone?
I swear if you tell me it's not safe, I'm going to scream.
There are security cameras everywhere here, in addition to doormen, porters, the concierge, and assorted other staff. No, it's fine.
I'll start looking for a new place tomorrow. I've stayed long enough already.
No, I say quickly. I'll go back to my apartment. You stay here. I want you to stay here. She nods.
Thanks.
I'll come back tomorrow. We'll talk then.
Nash, please. I got 12 new orders while we were away. I'm sure you have a ton of work to catch up on, too. When I'm ready to talk, I'll let you know.
Miss Daniels is running late, Simmons announces as she walks into my office, followed by a stooped older man wheeling a large black suitcase and holding a square box. But she said to start without her. She'll be here soon. Start what? My question is unspoken, written only in the confused frown no doubt streaking across my forehead.
You're fitting,
my assistant says quietly, as the man puts down the box and unzips his suitcase.
For your wedding.
Right. My wedding. To Nixie, my fiancée. We returned from Bermuda 4 days ago, and I haven't been back to the Holtzman. Or more accurately, Nixie has made it clear repeatedly that I'm not welcome at the Holtzman. I did, however, send over a jeweler from Harry Winston to hand-deliver the ring I selected. Encircled by a halo of chocolate-colored diamonds, the pear-shaped diamond is a rich, saturated yellow just a few shades lighter than Nixie's eyes. I have yet to see it on her hand, but she accepted it, so I guess it means we're engaged. Maybe it's for the best, because if she took one look at my face as I pushed the ring over her knuckle, she would see how much our engagement really means to me. There are feelings inside me, uncomfortable emotions that I'm not ready to examine yet, and I want to keep things simple. Nixie doesn't need to know about them. Yet, anyway. The tailor motions to me, expectantly patting the box, which I now realize is a fitting platform he set on the floor. When I step onto it, he pulls out a worn tape measure, mumbling to himself as he jots down numbers in a small notebook. Eva arrives as the tailor finishes with the last of his measurements, wandering over to the open suitcase, which is packed with fabrics of varying shades and textures, all of them black. She holds up 2 fabric swatches that look identical to me.
Which do you prefer?
Surprise me. I step off the platform and return to my desk, listening with half an ear as they discuss the tuxedo I'll be wearing in a matter of weeks. After the tailor leaves, I lean back in my chair and turn my focus on her. So are you planning to fill me in?
Oh, right. Sorry for being late. My parent-teacher conference ran long. Madison and Parker are doing great. Madison is having a hard time sitting still during circle time, though, and Parker...
Eva, I interrupt. I don't want to talk about the twins right now. Is there a reason you're so eager to see Nixie and me married? Clutching the Hermes Birkin bag I gave her last Christmas, Eva lowers herself into one of the chairs facing my desk.
Why shouldn't I be? Nixie's a nice girl who needs help. You're in a position to do that. I don't see what the big deal is.
Not long ago, you were talking about the two of us getting together. Now Nixie's in the picture and you've done a complete 180. I tilt my head to the side, eyeing her cautiously. What's going on?
What do you mean?
I arch a brow. This is me you're talking to. Spill.
She sighs. I'm not blind, Nash. I can see that you're attracted to the girl. She's pretty, she's sweet, but she's not right for you.
Then why?
So that you can do your good deed and move on. Marry her next month, live separate lives until she gets her financials in order, and then get a quiet divorce. Otherwise, you'll wind up shadowing her for nearly a year, constantly watching and worrying about her.
The force of Eva's delivery pushes me against the back of my chair. I sweep my tongue over the porcelain tiles of my teeth, weighing my response. Finally, I nod. Okay, I appreciate your honesty. Jerking my chin toward the door, I say, you can see yourself out. But Eva remains seated, edging forward until she's perched at the edge of her chair.
Am I telling you something you don't know? You can't really think you and Nixie are good for each other, can you?
Her questions are ones I've been asking myself for the past month, and I'm no closer to finding an answer. Eva, I don't have time to discuss this with you right now.
Or ever. You had the time when you were the one asking the questions.
Well, I'm through now. Stretching my hands toward my keyboard, I tap out a few commands and turn my face toward the screen. Work is the one place I still feel in control. I hear Eva's quick intake of breath, the tap of her heels as she crosses the room.
Just so you know, the announcements and invitations went out this morning. Try to look a little...
Eva's voice trails off, and I look up, a flicker of annoyance tightening the cords in my neck.
Happier. This will all be over soon.
She slips out of my office then, the door closing behind her with an efficient click, her parting words ricocheting around the room, thudding against the walls and windows until finally slamming into my chest.
This will all be over soon.
What if I don't want it to end? Not the actual wedding planning, of course. I don't have time for tuxedo fittings and ring shopping. I have a company to run. But I'm definitely not ready to let go of Nixie. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Then again, am I ready to let go of the lifestyle I embraced before I ran into an alley after a tiny slip of a girl who is as spirited and gutsy as anyone I've ever met? Being Nash Knight isn't a bad gig. I'm a player at the highest tier of the global financial markets. I have access to corporate secrets, limitless capital, and endless sexual favors. For the past decade, I've triumphed in boardrooms all over the world and in bed with international beauties after hours. Steamy one-night stands, brief but torrid affairs, illicit encounters in luxe bathrooms and dark corners of high-end bars. I'm a card-carrying member of the Mile High Club and several of the more risque, clothing-optional establishments across the globe. Looking back, though, I barely remember faces, let alone names. Nixie is like a tiny missing chip that somehow fills a chasm I didn't even know existed. But does she fit into my cutthroat Wall Street world? The upper echelon of international finance is a place where only the fittest survive. Don't let the Botox and blowouts fool you. Wall Street wives are the ultimate gladiators. Here, regardless of gender, thick skin and a Machiavellian mind are fundamental elements of the dress code. Nixie is not cunning or ruthless. Despite personal tragedy and an ornery spirit, there is a sweetness to her, a sweetness I'd hate to see diluted. Circumstances forced us from the starting block to the finish line without ever making our way around the track. She needs this marriage as much as I do, but what will we do afterward? Say our vows and then retreat to our separate corners until we can obtain a quiet divorce? Is this infatuation just a temporary thing? Will it only take another indiscriminate fling to get Nixie off my mind? So many questions, and there's no spreadsheet I can consult or data I can analyze. Just me and Nixie. The blind leading the blind.
Chapter 18. Nixie. My phone lights up with a FaceTime call just as I'm getting into bed. "This is new," I say to Nash when he appears on my screen. "I don't think we've ever FaceTimed before." He must be calling from his computer because I can tell the camera is further away than his hand could reach.
We don't have to. I can come over.
I sigh. It's late. I'm already in bed.
Even better.
You think sex will make everything better? I snap angrily. I hate that my body still craves Nash like an addict. Lying here, in a bed I know he's shared with countless women, I shake and tremble with desire and jealousy, my hand creeping between my legs as I recall in excruciating detail every lick and taste and touch. Who is Nash having sex with now? Has he gotten another hotel room, or is he bringing women back to his penthouse apartment these days?
Well, it can't hurt.
Kismet, hearing Nash's voice, jumps onto the bed. When she doesn't find him, she circles a few times and then lies down next to me with a disappointed sigh. What hurts is that you dug into my past while sharing next to nothing about your own. That's really shitty, Nash.
Hold on.
Nash moves off screen, and I recognize the view through his windows. He must be in his apartment. When he returns, he's holding a baseball glove.
As a kid, I was pretty good at t-ball. I'd walk right up to home plate with my little bat, and the ball would be waiting for me right on the tee. I'd swing and connect every time. Thought I'd get signed by the Yankees.
He chuckles.
But then I moved on to Little League, and my first game I didn't hit a single pitch. Not one. There was something about the ball not being right where I knew it would be. The unpredictability of having to adjust to a pitch in seconds. I'd swing too soon or too late, or my aim was off.
There's a rough edge to Nash's voice as he looks down at the glove in his hands, rubbing at the leather with his thumbs.
This was Scotty's. After that first game, he took me to the park, and I swear he must have thrown the ball to me 1,000 times, until I finally got it. I connected. And then he must have pitched 1,000 more to make sure it stuck. Muscle memory, he told me. He made me keep at it until my muscles knew what to do on their own.
He looks back at me, a wet gleam in his eyes I've never seen before.
When you saw the article I was reading about you, and you didn't want to talk about your parents, I understood. Thinking about 9/11 hurts enough, but talking about that day, about my brothers?
He swallows.
Not talking about any of it became a habit, like muscle memory.
I'm silent for a few minutes, taking in what he's said. It makes sense. Perfect sense. And how do you feel now?
Talking to you.
He bites on his lower lip, thinking.
It hurts, but not in a bad way.
What else do you remember about Scott?
He was the one who taught me how to make pancakes. Said that one day he'd be out of the apartment and I needed to know so I could make Mom her special Mother's Day pancake breakfast.
A sad smile trembles on my lips. My parents always made me special birthday pancakes. Every time I eat them, it takes me back.
So when I made you pancakes that first morning...
Yeah, I reply. Some triggers are good, though. I don't have many memories, but pancakes are a good one.
You have bad memories?
No, not really. I mean, they're not actual memories. I shake my head. There was so much coverage of the attack that it was impossible not to hear things. I'd have nightmares about my parents burning to death, or jumping out of the window and landing on the street. I'd wake up screaming, seeing them covered in blood.
Is that why you fainted in the alley?
I think so, probably. Or maybe it was just the culmination of that day. I think my body just shut down.
Do you still have nightmares?
Rarely. They finally stopped a few years ago. My nightmares were one of the reasons I went to a local college and commuted from Poppy's house. I was too embarrassed to move into a dorm. And, at the time, I was still so in love with Derek. It was him I turned to at night to keep the monsters at bay. Until he turned into a monster, too. Misinterpreting the reason for my frown, Nash says,
I think that's probably enough time in the past for tonight. I won't keep you any longer.
I resist the urge to ask him to stay. Resist the even stronger urge to ask him to come over. He's only a few blocks away. He could be here in minutes. I'm not mad anymore. This is what I needed from Nash, an open-hearted conversation, a glimpse inside his mind. I'm glad you called, Nash. I know our wedding is just for show, but it's only going to work if we both know what we're getting into. No more secrets, okay? Staring at my reflection, I don't recognize the woman looking back at me. For one thing, she's wearing a wedding dress. The most beautiful wedding dress I've ever seen. Yards of silk and lace, stitched together by hand. The overall effect ethereal and elegant. It's a good thing you fit into the sample sizes. I can work miracles, but even I can't create a dress like this in your time frame. Marcela Velasquez, owner of the eponymous Madison Avenue wedding salon, says, with a discreet glance at my belly before bustling out of the dressing room. I can guess what she's thinking. Most brides who buy their wedding dresses with just weeks to spare are probably pregnant. Of course, that's not the case in my situation. I've had sex with my fiancé exactly once, and he used protection. She returns bearing a delicate tulle veil with intricate beading sewn into a jeweled headpiece that could have been worn by a Windsor princess. Maybe it has. Her salon is so exclusive it isn't open to the public. Potential clients are vetted before they're allowed to make an appointment. And even then, permission to walk down the aisle in a Marcella dress isn't a given. Unless you're marrying Nash Knight, of course. I bend my knees and Marcella pushes the tiny combs through my hair, arranging the long veil over my shoulders before bringing one of the translucent layers forward. With the tulle covering my face, my reflection is softer, the edges blurry. Better. Behind this exquisitely woven veil, I can almost believe my own lies. In a matter of weeks, Nash and I will vow to love, honor, and cherish each other. Till death do us part. A promise we have no intention of keeping. Well now, Marcella says, looking me up and down approvingly. Don't you just look like a princess in a fairy tale? Oh, I'm living a tall tale, all right. What would Marcella think if she knew the 4-letter word that starts with L and ends in OVE has never even crossed Nash's lips? Or mine. Our union is a solution to my problems. The ultimate marriage of convenience. But at least Nash and I are on speaking terms again. I'm glad he FaceTimed me the other night. And the next night, and the night after that, despite being away on a business trip. The downside to our late-night chats is that my guard is slipping, as precarious as Madison's pink princess tiara. And I need to remember that there won't be a happily ever after, ride off into the sunset kind of ending for me. No matter how many times he's come to my rescue, Nash isn't Prince Charming. Certainly not my Prince Charming. He flew back to New York this morning, and tonight we're going to dinner. A business dinner, apparently. But still, there are butterflies in my stomach when I think about seeing him face to face again. Which I'm actually trying not to do right now, because Eva, who clearly subscribes to the keep your friends close and your enemies closer school of thought, is circling me, taking in every detail of the dress. She's jumped into our wedding planning with a passion. And despite knowing her true motivation, I don't mind. Having her around is just one more reminder that this wedding is merely an elaborate production, an act. I need to remember my lines and play my part. This will all be over soon, and I'd like to exit the stage with my heart intact. I think this is the one, Eva declares. Definitely. I do too. except for the price tag. It's absolutely insane to spend $50,000 on a dress and veil I'll only wear for a few hours at most to celebrate a marriage that might not last until spring. Eva, maybe I should wear something a little, I struggle for a word to replace the one I want to say, cheaper. Simpler? Why would you want to do that? Eva sounds genuinely perplexed. I just think maybe we should keep things, understated. Even though our wedding is just a sham, it feels wrong to be walking down the aisle without my parents to witness it, or even Poppy. Getting married is supposed to be a momentous occasion, and I only know a handful of people on the guest list, including the man I'm marrying. Her full-throated laugh fills the spacious room. A Christmas Eve wedding. Profiles in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, New York Post. A guest list that includes 300 of the wealthiest, most successful financiers and socialites in Manhattan. Understated went out the window the second Nash put that rock on your hand. I glance at the ring encircling the third finger of my left hand, rubbing my thumb over the stunning whiskey-colored diamond, surrounded by smaller, darker diamonds. It, too, is outrageously expensive. And meaningless. Nash didn't even give it to me himself, sending it via messenger to the hotel, and highlighting the fact that our engagement and wedding are just one big charade. A fake engagement, a sham of a wedding. A lie dressed up in diamonds and lace is still a lie. I will have the seamstress come in now, yes? The almost imperceptible edge of impatience in Marcella's tone brings me back to reality. Her list of clients includes Hollywood celebrities, New York debutantes, daughters of powerful politicians, and European nobility. She doesn't have time for indecisive brides. Eva lifts my veil. Yes? For God's sake, just follow the damn script, Nixie. I give a shaky nod. Yes. As if they were waiting right outside the door, two tiny women dart into the room, hair pulled back from their faces in severe buns, sewing kits clutched in their hands. Speaking a language I don't recognize, they kneel on either side of me, muttering quietly to themselves and pushing pins through the excess fabric at my waist as I hold my breath, anticipating the sharp sting of a needle with each inhale. Marcella backs out of the room, promising to return with lingerie guaranteed to make your husband refuse to leave your honeymoon suite. I don't even know if we're going on a honeymoon. I certainly wouldn't mind a repeat of the afternoon we shared in Bermuda, though. Thinking about it now, even surrounded by Eva and two seamstresses, Marcella coming in and out with frothy lace concoctions, has my heart thudding inside my chest, pounding against my ribs like it knows I'm driving downhill in a car with no brakes, no safety equipment at all. The sharp stab of a pin draws me back to the present, and I lock eyes with Eva in the mirror. She's sitting in the settee behind me now, her long legs crossed, phone held loosely in a perfectly manicured hand. You know, you really are going to make a beautiful bride, she murmurs, the nostalgic tone to her voice slipping beneath my skin. It's really too bad we won't be seeing each other after the wedding. I'm sure you'll want to move far away from here once all the financial details get worked out with your parents' will. Had the circumstances been different, we might have become friends. Reading between the lines, Eva's telling me to get the hell out of Dodge as soon as the deed is done. She needn't bother. I'm as eager to leave as she is to see me go. Nash said he wouldn't get back together with her, but I don't believe him. Even without considering Madison and Parker, Eva is beautiful and poised. She fits into his world seamlessly. Staying in New York will mean worrying about bumping into the happy Insta family around every corner. Logically, Eva is the best match for Nash. I know that. But the thought of actually seeing them together, it's too much for my heart to bear. Too late. I wish I'd swept the veil back over my face. Eva, you don't have to stay with me. I'm sure you have much more important things to do. Nonsense. The twins' school isn't far from here, and I have to pick them up in an hour or so anyway. Oh. I manage a half-hearted attempt at a smile. That's great, then. 1 hour. I can do that. I don't really know what to say to Eva. Thanks for letting me marry the guy you want for yourself. I promise I'll give him back soon. That doesn't exactly seem right. Thanks for helping with my fake wedding. I'll be out of your hair before you know it. Better, I guess. But what I really want to say is something like, back off, bitch. Nash might not know it yet, but he's mine. Except that he's not. Although Eva was blunt to the point of rudeness during our solo breakfast in Bermuda, her reasons for wanting Nash make sense. He's the closest thing to a father her kids will ever have, and he already loves them as if they're his own. I know only too well what it's like to grow up without parents. How can I, of all people, be so selfish as to put my desires above two of the cutest 4-year-olds I've ever met? And Eva is right about me, too. I'd rather run from my problems than face them head-on. What kind of wife will I be to Nash? A terrible one. No. No matter how much I wish things could be different, I need to remember that I'm a mere placeholder. Nash is my fiancé, but he isn't mine. And he never will be. He deserves better. Or at least better suited. Eva's phone pings as we walk out of the shop. Holding a finger up, she whispers, "Must be about the kids," and puts it to her ear. A brief exchange follows, and when she ends the call, there's a worried look on her face. Parker seems to be having a reaction to this supposedly all-natural Play-Doh the teacher brought in. Do you mind if Jay brings me to the school to pick him up before taking you wherever you need to go? The Navigator is parked right outside the door to the shop. Of course not. Jay slips out of the driver's seat and comes around the bumper to open the door. Eva quickly explains the situation and jumps into the back seat. I nearly follow her, stopping just a second before my foot leaves the curb. Actually, I think I'm going to window shop along 5th Avenue for a little while. Jay's face darkens.
Boss won't like that.
I gesture at the crowded sidewalks, the sunny sky. Tell Nash I promise not to rush into any dark alleys, okay? From inside the SUV, I hear Eva pick up her phone again. Madison has the rash too? Yes, I'm coming. Be right there. Jay, I'll be fine. Eva needs you much more than I do right now. The look on his face makes it clear he'd much rather stay with me than help Eva deal with dual allergy attacks. But he gives a resigned nod and shuts the door, jogging to the other side of the car. As he pulls away, I breathe a relieved sigh and begin strolling up the street. My next appointment isn't very far, and it's the perfect opportunity to enjoy the elaborate holiday displays New York is famous for. Slipping into the stream of people gaping at the make-believe scenes, I can almost believe I'm just another tourist. Behind glass display windows, there is falling snow and moving mannequins, chugging trains weighed down with bulging velvet sacks and festively wrapped gifts, Santa Claus and snowmen, elves and reindeer. The magic of the season is certainly alive and well in Manhattan. Retail magic, anyway. As fake as my upcoming wedding. I sense Derek's presence even before I hear him say my name. My first impulse is to run, but I force myself to remain facing the glass. In broad daylight, surrounded by people, Derek can't hurt me. And if he tries, I'm fully prepared to break out some of those self-defense moves Nash taught me. Back to stalking me, are you?
You say stalking, I say protecting.
Derek is calm, nonchalant. Protecting me from what? Tourists bearing selfie sticks? I snap. ducking out of the way as a teenaged girl nearly decapitates me trying to get a picture of her and her boyfriend. He moves between me and the girl.
If that's what you need.
I don't need anything from you. Leave me alone, Derek.
Heard about your engagement. Doesn't seem like you want to be alone to me.
I knew Derek would find out about Nash. That was the whole point of planning a lavish New York City wedding, after all. But hearing him acknowledge it is strangely discomfiting. What I do isn't any of your business anymore.
That's where you're wrong, Noelle. Everything you do is my business.
He turns his head, looking down at me.
Does your new fiancé know that Nixie Hyde is really Noelle Kennedy?
His implied threat leaves a sour feeling in the pit of my stomach. Nash knows everything about me. And now I know everything about him. We might be lying to the world, but at least we're not lying to each other.
I don't believe you.
That's your problem, not mine. We follow the crowd to the next store, the next block of windows. I change the subject. How's your father?
He's been better. He misses you. A few postcards can't make up for not visiting him in months.
I've sent more than postcards, starting with a long letter before I left. I didn't mention Derek, just that I needed some time and distance to figure things out on my own. And I've written every other week since, using a remailing service so that the postmark wouldn't give away my location. But Derek is right. It's been too long since I've seen Poppy. I bite down on my lip, blinking rapidly to hold tears at bay. Tell him I said hello, and that I miss him.
Why don't you tell him yourself? I can bring you back to the house right now. He'd love to see you.
That's not a good idea. Not today, not with Derek.
Why not? You afraid he'll talk you out of making the biggest mistake of your life?
His tone is indignant and just loud enough to be heard over the chatter of the crowd. Derek, we are over, I hiss. And not just because of what I overheard you say on the phone.
I told you that was a misunderstanding.
I shake my head, the ends of my hair catching in my lip gloss. I bat the strands away. Even I'm not that naive. I won't be the solution to your money problems. Derek's hand shoots out, his fingers digging painfully into my upper arm.
You don't understand, Noelle. I'm in trouble, and if I can't come up with the cash...
He stops suddenly.
I have to pay. I have to.
I jerk away from his painful hold. Hurting me isn't the answer.
But marrying you is.
The thick vein in his neck throbs, his dark eyes burning as fiercely as hot coals. How much money have I given you over the years? Derek always seemed to know when the monthly stipend from my parents' trust would arrive, and he took the check I received from my last gallery exhibition right out of the mailbox, forging my name and cashing it himself. It's never stopped you from getting into trouble again.
I'll give up gambling for good this time.
A lie I've heard so many times before, I almost laugh. You've been saying that for as long as I can remember.
But it's different this time, I swear. I love you. I've always loved you. You and me, we can have a good life together.
I know Derek loves me, in his own way, but only when times are good, when he's winning. There's been too many losses in recent years, though. Too many situations where he blamed me for failures that were no one's fault but his own. The reasons varied. I was a distraction, or I wore the wrong clothes, sat in the wrong place, said the wrong thing. Being with Derek became unpredictable and scary. His highs were too high, too intense. He wanted to drink and party and stay up all night. And the lows were downright awful. He would stomp around and yell until his face was a mottled red, then back me into a corner and yell some more. I step away from the crowd. No, Derek. I don't love you anymore. You'll have to figure things out on your own this time. I'm sorry.
Nash. What do you mean you left Nixie alone? I bark into the phone, clutched tightly to my ear, anxiously pacing back and forth along the perimeter of my office. The stunning view of New York Harbor is entirely wasted on me. Jay babbles an explanation that I interrupt mid-sentence. Why didn't you make her go with you, or call me? Wait, what? An hour ago? Jesus. Frustrated and knowing that nothing useful will come of berating Jay, I hang up on him and call Nixie instead. And call. And call. She doesn't answer, and I'm repeatedly directed to her voicemail. I also call the guy I hired to keep an eye on Derek. Apparently Derek spotted him this morning, and he decided to hang back a little too far. I yank at the tie knotted around my collar, unfastening the top 2 buttons of my starched shirt before I suffocate. Where the fuck is she? I glance at the papers covering my desk, the computer monitor detailing my daily schedule. I have back-to-back meetings for most of the day, finalizing our acquisition proposal for a company that, while not the same as Network Tech, will serve a similar purpose: consolidate with my Hong Kong venture and allow entry into the Chinese market. A proposal that might be moot because, unbeknownst to me, Simmons sent Mac Duncan the press release announcing my engagement, and he suggested we meet for dinner tonight before reconsidering my offer to purchase his company. Reconsidering? I thought the deal was dead. I should be over the fucking moon right now, but I'm not. All I care about is Nixie, and not because I need her to prove to Duncan that I'm a serious, level-headed man capable of taking over Network Tech. I swallow heavily. Until recently, I considered Duncan's company to be a once-in-a-lifetime unicorn deal. But I was wrong. I've been chasing the wrong dream. Nixie is the goddamn unicorn. Simmons, I bellow. Have you heard from Nixie this afternoon? Ever since my assistant took care of Kismet while we were in Bermuda, she and Nixie have struck up something of a friendship. Actually, yes, I called earlier confirming her appointment with a personal shopper at Saks. She glances at her watch. Right about now. A flare of hope breaks through my anxiety. Call them. Find out if she's there. She pivots, concern streaking across her normally stoic mask, and heads back to her desk just outside my office. She returns a minute later. Yes, she's there. Should I have them pass along a message for you? A tidal wave of relief crashes into me, and I grab at the back of my chair for support. Yeah, tell her to answer my damn calls. No message. But call Jay and tell him to plant his ass right outside Nixie's dressing room, and that further deviations from the plan will not be tolerated. She offers a stiff nod. Will do. Is there anything else you need? There's something wrong with the climate control unit. She turns to examine the thermostat on the wall. It's reading 67 degrees, same as always. It's a fucking sauna in here. Have someone check it. Right away, she says, then glances at the clock hanging on my wall. And you're wanted in the conference room in 5 minutes. I'll be there, I say, pulling my chair away from my desk and dropping into it, the movement propelling me forward until I plant my elbows onto my knees, holding my head up with my palms. Fear for Nixie's safety has shaken me to my core. I regret my promise to leave Derek unharmed. He's even more of a threat than I initially realized. Not only is he a gambler, he's a terrible gambler. Apparently most of his bookies refuse to take his bets anymore and are cagey about how much he owes, which is a bad sign. These are not men who can be fobbed off with "I'll pay you later" promises. If Derek can't afford to cover his debts, he's in trouble. And if he believes Nixie is his solution, she's in trouble too. I take a few deep breaths, calming my still frantic nerves. Nixie isn't with Derek. She's safe at Saks Fifth Avenue, trying on outfits for our dinner tonight and a wardrobe befitting my fiancé. As fear for Nixie's safety gives way to images of her undressing, I groan. Is this what being in a relationship is like? All these jumbled thoughts and feelings taking up space in my brain? It's awful. I'm a fucking mess. My intercom buzzes. I know, I'll be right there. Actually, there's someone here to see you. Frowning, I lift my head to glance at my packed schedule. It's not exactly a good day for drop-ins, I comment wryly. I know, but I think you'll make an exception in this case. I rub at my temples and sigh. Who is it? Paul Atwood.
Chapter 19. Nixie. Walking through the vaulted lobby of the Holtzman, a shopping bag in each of my hands, and several more carried by Jay, who has clearly gotten a dressing down by Nash for leaving me alone. I feel like an imposter. Actually, no, I am an imposter. But at least now I'll be an imposter with camouflage. According to the stylist I worked with, she was instructed to not only find me an outfit for tonight's dinner, but an entire wardrobe appropriate for the fiancé of Nash Knight, billionaire businessman. Wedding dress shopping with Eva, encounter with Derek, living out my teenaged pretty woman fantasy at Saks Fifth Avenue. I've had quite the day already, and it isn't over. Nash is picking me up in less than an hour for what Catherine described as a business dinner. It seems odd, given that I'm not involved in Nash's business. But what do I know? I just hope that whoever we're meeting doesn't mistake me for a mannequin. I haven't seen Nash since the day we returned from Bermuda, and the man leaves me feeling topsy-turvy every time I lay eyes on him. I mean, sometimes I have to remind myself to breathe around Nash. The air itself feels different, thinner, when he's near, as if Nash inhabits a higher altitude than the rest of us. My lungs aren't programmed to thrive at his level. We've talked a lot lately, but it's all been over the phone. He hasn't been close enough to touch since I was just as likely to slap him as kiss him.
Where do you want these?
Jay stops at the open doorway to my bedroom, half a dozen bags hanging from his wrists. I extend a finger toward the closet. Just inside there would be great, thanks. I don't have time to put everything away before Nash arrives, which was supposed to be an hour ago, so we could have some time together, just us, before heading to dinner. But shopping took a lot longer than I expected, as did my appointment at the in-store salon. After Jay settles himself in the living room, I close the bedroom door and quickly change. The elegant crepe de chine blouse and tailored skirt are so chic, I can almost believe I belong with a man like Nash. A pair of leather Gucci boots with a dangerous-looking heel complete an outfit I never could have put together on my own. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, I'm grateful for the added boost of confidence from the designer pieces. So long as I don't fall on my face, thrown off balance by the perilous combination of Nash's proximity and the 4-inch heels that make walking a risky sport. The finishing touch is a Judith Lieber clutch that costs more than my rent. It's the prettiest thing I've ever owned. I'm trying to squeeze my phone and a tube of gloss into it as I walk out of the room, straight into a wall. Except this wall has hands that reach around to grab my arms. This wall smells like an evergreen forest. This wall has eyes as deep and alluring as a hidden lake on a hot summer day. "Nash!" I squeak. The corners of his lips push into an amused smile, hands sliding up my arms to rest on my shoulders, thumbs sweeping along the bare skin of my neck.
Hey there.
Desire bombs down my spine, pooling inside my stomach and sending a shower of sparks zinging along every nerve. I'm sorry I couldn't get back sooner. His eyes drag over my body before returning to my face.
You look stunning.
I blush. Thank you. I wasn't really sure what to wear tonight, but
You look beautiful, Nixie. Perfect.
he looks down at my boots.
I sent Jay downstairs to pull the car out front. Doesn't look like you should walk too far in those.
A strangled laugh bubbles from my throat. Doesn't look like I should walk much at all. His smile widens.
Don't tempt me. I'd love to go all caveman and sling you over my shoulder right about now. Not sure we'd actually make it out the front door, though.
My chest squeezes, forcing air from my lungs in a dizzying rush. I lift my chin at the same moment Nash's fingers push into my hair, cradling my scalp. His lips find purchase on mine, the soft sweep of his tongue making me moan. I just about managed to convince myself that kissing Nash couldn't feel as good as I remembered, but clearly I've only been lying to myself. It's every bit as good as I remembered. Better, even. Maybe because it doesn't feel fake. Everything about this kiss, this man, feels solid and true. Real. Nash kisses me until I'm breathless, only pulling away to trail his lips along my jaw, down the curve of my neck. Wherever his mouth goes, my pulse speeds up, beating harder, faster. My Judith Lieber falls from my grasp, and I wrap my arms around Nash, reveling in the tense, coiled muscles beneath my palms. He's hard everywhere. The bulge pressing against his trousers stokes the fire building inside of me. I claw at his shirt, bunching the fabric within my fists. The bed is just behind me. Instinctively, I take a few steps backward. Or maybe it's Nash walking forward. Either way, we move as one until I feel the edge of the mattress pressing against the back of my calves. "Wait!" I gasp, somehow managing to wrench my face away from his. "Dinner! We're going to be late."
I don't care.
Nash's growl makes me want to fall back on the mattress and pull Nash on top of me. But instead, I push against his shoulders, blinking up at him until his face swims into focus. Catherine didn't give any specifics, but she left me with the distinct impression that tonight is a big deal. A bigger deal than Nash is letting on. "This is important to you."
You're important to me.
He shoots back. Somewhere inside my body, my heart is throwing a ticker tape parade. Balloons, confetti, a full-on marching band. I want to believe him so damn much. And if he's really telling the truth, if he really does care about me, I can't let him sacrifice a critical business opportunity just for a frenzied bout of lovemaking. I duck out of his reach and take a few steps on wobbly legs, bending to retrieve my abandoned clutch. Which is exactly why we're not going to be rude and keep your associate waiting. Nash takes a deep, shuddering breath, running both hands through his hair and then squeezing his neck as he directs an incredulous stare my way.
You're really serious.
His words are rough, the frayed remnants of lust clinging to...
You've been listening so intently. Now is the perfect time to take a deep breath, close your eyes, and let the music wash over you. We appreciate your time and support.
his vocal cords. I stay silent, not sure I can get another word out. Nash looks almost, dare I say it, vulnerable. Finally, he lets go of the corded muscles at his neck, shoves his hands in his pockets, and gives a jerky nod.
Okay. Rain check?
Definitely, I grin, walking out of the room. Nash catches up with me at the front door, his palms searing the small of my back as we step into the elevator and then the navigator. I stare out at the crowded city sidewalks, gathering up the courage to tell him about my day. So, in the interest of full disclosure, I need to tell you something. But I want you to promise you won't get mad. He makes a face.
After an opening like that?
Promise?
I promise I won't get mad at you.
I sigh. Derek came to see me today. Nash remains completely still except for a twitch in his jaw.
Where?
After wedding dress shopping and before Saks.
When you ditched Jay.
At my reluctant nod, he swears.
Christ, Nixie, I told you.
You promised you wouldn't get mad. He rubs at his forehead.
Mad doesn't come close to what I'm feeling right now.
Nash's eyes are a turbulent storm of emotions. What are you feeling? As much as we've talked lately, with very few exceptions, it's been entirely about people, places, things, events, stories, not confessions.
I'm feeling like...
He breaks off, swallows, glances out the window, blinks. Then, finally, he faces me once more. That look of vulnerability is back. But more than that, there's an earnestness to him I've never seen before.
I love you, Nixie. That's what I'm feeling. I fucking love you.
My heart reverberates with shock, sending a tremor through my entire body. But he cuts me off.
You don't have to say it back. I know this wedding is a means to an end for you. That if we turn it into anything more, we'll only complicate things.
Nash merely repeats what I've been thinking. But it sounds worse coming from his mouth than it does inside my head. So much worse. I'm not even sure what to say, except that it will include, I love you too. Surely we can figure everything out together. But there's no time. The door opens, a rush of cold air invading our warm cocoon. Nash steps outside, extending a hand to help me down. I hesitate for a moment, wishing desperately for a few more minutes with him in private. I want to pour my heart out to Nash now. But I don't want to rush either. I need time. I want forever. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what I'll get. So I take Nash's hand and slide to the curb, where a line of painted cast-iron lawn jockeys salute us from the sidewalk. With my heels, the top of my head is nearly to his chin, his mouth that much closer to mine. For a moment, I think Nash will kiss me again, and I lean into him, his hands running up and down my back in slow, reassuring strokes. But instead of a kiss, he says,
I want you to have a nice time tonight. Just be yourself.
Myself. I'm not even sure who that is anymore. My life has been a hurricane, especially lately. But right now, staring into Nash's smoky gaze, buffeted from the blustery wind by his wide shoulders, it feels like I'm standing dead center in the eye of the storm. There is calm and quiet. And above, arching over us like a rainbow, are the words he said in the car. I dredge up a cautious smile. I'll try. Nash's stare intensifies. He cups my chin, his thumbs sweeping over my lower lip.
Can I come back to the suite after dinner?
No FaceTime tonight, I tease.
Oh, I'll be spending plenty of time with this face.
He kisses the tip of my nose.
And this mouth, and...
He kisses my lips, then nibbles along my jaw to my neck. Is this a negotiation? The electric current between us is a palpable thing, scrambling the rational side of my brain and making it impossible to think clearly. He lifts his head, one dark eyebrow arched.
Am I winning?
His hands slide to my waist, butterflies fluttering beneath his fingers. I'm drowning in a sea of want. You don't fight fair. He flashes that cocky, confident smile he wears so well.
I play to win, Nixie. Fairness is a concept I left behind in kindergarten.
With one last kiss, he leads me across the sidewalk to the famed restaurant's entrance, and we step into the sumptuous New York landmark together. I've never been to the 21 Club before, and we're escorted past an elegant bar with rich leather stools embellished by polished brass nailheads, then down a steep staircase and through a narrow corridor, and finally through a thick stone door into an imposing wine cellar. An older man wearing glasses and a tweed sport coat is already seated at the room's only table. He stands, holding out his hand.
Thought it would be best to meet privately.
I glance at Nash through lowered lashes, but he has his billionaire businessman mask firmly in place, and his expression is impossible to read. He nods and they shake hands.
Best spot in the house. And this must be your fiancé.
He turns to me with a fatherly grin on his face. I like him immediately. Nash puts a hand on my waist.
Nixie, this is Mac Duncan.
The man grasps my hand warmly with both of his.
It's a pleasure to meet the woman who finally captured the Black Knight of Wall Street.
Nash. Nixie and Duncan hit it off immediately, their conversation flowing from one topic to another without being stilted or uncomfortable, which is a good thing because I can barely string two words together. Nixie is gorgeous in jeans and a t-shirt, but she's downright breathtaking in a pair of fuck-me stiletto boots and an outfit that's somehow soft and structured at the same time. If Nixie hadn't stopped me, I would have blown off dinner without a second thought. It's only been a few months since I met Nixie, but in that time she's somehow changed everything I knew about the man I thought I was. I don't want to live alone anymore. I don't want to fuck random women anymore. I don't want to use work as a substitute for having a personal life anymore. I do want more, though. More of Nixie. More from Nixie. But every time she moves her hand, the diamond on her finger sends shards of light through my skull, taunting me, reminding me that despite my very real feelings for Nixie, the only real thing about our relationship is that damned diamond. I dropped a bomb on her in the car. I love you. I said it because it's true, and when she didn't immediately say it back, when she just blinked a few times, looking confused and surprised, and even a little concerned, I quickly blurted something about not expecting her to feel the same. I can't take any more lies, especially a pity I love you too. I'm going to earn Nixie's love, no matter how long it takes, and I can't fucking wait to get back to the suite and get started. After 2 interminable hours, Duncan takes a last hearty swallow of his after-dinner coffee, and I subtly extend my Amex to the waiter hovering nearby. "Well, it looks like I was wrong about you," Duncan says. "I guess you aren't just a charmer, chasing skirts and companies with no concern for either. The love of a good woman has a way of making a man's head straight." Nixie laughs.
I don't know about that. I think Nash was pretty level-headed before he met me.
I think you're wrong. Did Nash tell you? Time slows down. Or maybe it's just my brain speeding up. Either way, the impact of what Duncan is about to say slams into me. Fuck. Why didn't I realize this before? It's Nixie finding out about Scott from my mother instead of me all over again. I never told Nixie about my first meeting with Duncan because there was no explicit quid pro quo. He never said, "If you get married, I will sell you my company." Sure, at first I took it a little more seriously, but I've been looking for a company to fill the same purpose as network tech for months now, and my team is putting together an acquisition proposal as we speak. I don't need Duncan's company, but I do need Nixie. I jump in. We shouldn't bore Nixie with the details of our first meeting. Duncan nods. You're probably right. My relief evaporates when he continues. I told my kids about it over Thanksgiving, though. Said I met a man who would probably take network tech in directions I couldn't even imagine, but I didn't have it in me to sell to him. Nixie leans forward, her face open and interested. Really? Fuck me. And that's what I said to your fiancé, too, back when he came to see me in Nebraska, that if he wanted my company, I needed to know he was serious. Settled. I watch as Nixie processes Duncan's words, dread congealing in my bones. Married, she breathes, the color slowly draining from her face. Well, to be fair, I don't think you were that explicit, I say to Duncan, before turning pleading eyes on Nixie. He called me a Wall Street whiz-kid, said he couldn't take anyone who tomcats around seriously. Duncan grins, clapping me on the back with a meaty hand. Yeah, but you knew what I meant. If a man can't commit to one woman, how can he commit to a business, am I right? He grins at Nixie, completely oblivious to the grave he's digging for me. Right, she says softly, disappointment clouding her features. Duncan speaks up again. The man needs a damn muzzle. I know it's late, but why don't we go back to your office and hammer out a few details before we get the lawyers involved? Actually, I think this time Nixie interrupts. No, that's fine, she says, balling up the napkin in her lap and standing. I'm actually really tired. You should go, Nash. I'd rather just head straight to bed. The alone is unspoken but obvious. Nixie walks around me to plant a kiss on Duncan's cheek. It was lovely meeting you. The pleasure was all mine, he beams. I promise I'll send him back to you very soon. The smile Nixie lobs my way is as fake as the cast-iron jockeys outside the restaurant. No need. He's all yours.
Chapter 20. Nixie. Nash is no better than Derek. Dirty liars, both of them. Back in Bermuda, Nash deliberately let me believe his trip down the aisle was out of the goodness of his heart. If he told me about Mac Duncan's conditions, I would have been fine with it. After all, it's only fair. I get my inheritance, he gets network tech. But he didn't say a word. And last night, he said 3 words in particular that nearly had me convinced that our fake relationship is real, that we're a real couple. I love you. Another lie. One more shouldn't make a difference. There have been so many, after all. But it does. It makes all the difference in the world. I left the Holtzman 2 hours ago, hoping to wander the city alone with my tumultuous thoughts. But of course Jay was right outside my door. Does the man ever sleep? At least Nash stayed away. I'm not ready to deal with him. Yet. We planned to apply for our marriage license later this afternoon, and I don't think I can go through with it. Why bother? I'll just be trading one bad situation for another. I'm not in the mood to shop, but I find myself walking through the revolving door of the iconic Disney store in Times Square. Christmas is almost here, and regardless of what I decide to do about Nash, I want his niece and nephew to have a gift under their tree from me. I find the perfect bedazzled princess dress and tiara for Madison easily, though I have a harder time with Parker. I'm trying to decide between a Mickey train conductor costume and a castle-building set when I feel the buzz of my phone from inside my coat. I'm tempted to ignore it. It's probably Nash, who I'm not ready to talk to yet. But in case it's about Kismet, not knowing how long I would be out, I asked one of the porters to take her on a walk for me. I sidestep a little boy with a lightsaber in each hand and reach into my pocket. The text opens, and I squint at the image filling my screen. It's not Kismet. It's an outdoor ice rink filled with skaters. I enlarge the photo. Woolman Rink, I think, in Central Park. Another picture pops up. This one a close-up of Parker and Madison, sharing a kid-sized walker, sporting helmets and huge grins. My stomach twists. I'm really going to miss those kids. But who's sending me these photos? The number doesn't even show up. It can't be Eva or Nash, because their numbers are programmed into my phone. I frown over my screen, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe Nash's parents are back in New York? Me. The kids look so happy. Thanks for sending the pics. Who is this? Unknown. Think, Noelle. A chill races down my spine, and I gasp.
Everything okay?
Forcing the horror from my face, I look up at Jay. Of course! Just a cute photo. Dropping my phone in my pocket, I straighten. Do you happen to know where the ladies' room is? As soon as there's a door between us, I pull my phone back out. What the hell are you doing? Unknown. You don't appreciate pics of your fiancé's niece and nephew? My stomach plummets. Me. Leave Nash's family alone. Unknown.
Sure.
Unknown.
If you leave Nash.
Is Derek really threatening Madison and Parker if I don't end my engagement to Nash? I start a new text, my fingers moving furiously over the screen. Me. Let's meet. Unknown.
Ditch your babysitter and come to Woolman.
Now I just have to figure out how to shake off Jay. I splash cold water on my cheeks, then examine my face in the mirror. My skin is flushed, my eyes glassy and wide. I look feverish. Good. Hopefully it will work in my favor. I rush out of the bathroom, dodging a pregnant woman carrying a crying toddler, and hurry over to where Nash's driver is waiting just a few feet away. I'm not feeling well. His mouth tightens.
I'll take you right home.
Can you just get me a bottle of water first? At Jay's reluctant expression, I squeeze his thick forearm and begin backing away. Uh-oh, I think I need to go again. Would you mind finding a vending machine or something, and I'll meet you right back here in a few minutes? Inside the bathroom, the toddler's screams have quieted to a nasal whine, interspersed with hiccups. I send the woman a sympathetic smile and then peek out the door again. Jay is gone. Crossing my fingers, I pull my hood up over my head and dart out of the ladies' room. When I spot Jay taking the escalator, I head straight to the elevator. I have no idea where he's going to get a bottle of water. My only concern is staying out of his sight long enough to grab a cab. No doubt he'll be on the phone to Nash in a hot minute if he notices me sneaking off, and I need to meet Derek away from Jay's protective presence. With my heart in my throat, I blend into a large family and walk straight through the front door with them. For once, I'm grateful to be about the same height as a 13-year-old boy. Luck is on my side again when a cab pulls to the curb in front of the Disney store and dislodges a man about Nash's age, probably shopping for his kids. I jump in just as Jay barrels through the door, a thunderous expression on his face. "Woolman Rink!" I yell. "Hurry, please!" The blocks tick by agonizingly slowly as I stare out the window. The bright day has turned overcast, and now the festive window displays look more sinister than seductive. I'm practically vibrating with the need to find Derek and get him away from Madison and Parker. He'd never do anything to hurt innocent children. Would he? The truth is, I don't know what Derek is capable of anymore. Instead of cutting his losses, Derek's instinct is to double down, to bet everything he has rather than quit the game. At times, his appetite for risk works in his favor. But more often than not, his losses are enormous. If Derek believes hurting Eva's twins will allow him to clear his debts and gamble again, I wouldn't put anything past him. The cab finally draws up outside the entrance to Central Park. I shove cash through the plexiglass partition and jump out of the back seat. It's been a few years since I've been up this way, but I remember the rink is about a 2-minute walk from this entrance. Running, I make it through the footpath in less than 60 seconds. I quickly scan the ice, but I don't see Madison or Parker.
They've already headed to the carousel.
Derek's voice is gruff and coming from behind me. I spin around to face him. How do I know you didn't do something to them? He shrugs.
I guess you don't.
From inside my coat pocket, my phone buzzes. I ignore it. Derek, so help me if you did anything to 2 little kids. A sour smile twists his lips.
This place would be crawling with cops if they went missing, Noelle.
I look around, unconvinced.
The teachers rounded a whole bunch of kids up, announced that they were going to the carousel. We can walk over there if you want.
I shake my head, believing him. There's no way I'm going to bring Derek anywhere near the twins.
You really think I'd hurt them, huh?
Derek's hands are shoved into his pockets, his coat unbuttoned as a cold wind rushes through the skyscrapers rising up all around us. I don't know what you're capable of anymore, Derek. It's the truth. He blinks once, twice, his dark eyes appraising me.
Maybe that's not such a bad thing.
My phone buzzes again, drawing Derek's gaze downward.
That you?
It's not important.
You tell Knight where you were going?
No, I say. Derek's face darkens as he grabs me by my arm, squeezing tight.
Let's go.
Ow! I try jerking my arm away, but Derek's hold only grows tighter. In my mind, I run through various moves Nash taught me, debating whether the situation warrants using one of them.
Give me your phone,
he demands. My eyes dart around, wondering if someone might intervene. But the sun has slipped behind thick clouds, and the already cold afternoon is now bitter. The few people still outside are hunched over, their heads ducked down to avoid the wind. Once again, I try pulling away. Derek, stop it! He holds out a hand.
Phone.
Ignoring the pain in my arm, I try a different tack. Softening my voice, I force a smile onto my face and put my free hand against Derek's chest. I'm cold. How about we find a coffee shop and talk? Like we used to, remember? Derek's grip loosens, his hand sliding up my arm to curve around the back of my neck, fingers threading into my hair to grip my skull. Too hard.
Oh, I remember more than that, Noelle. I remember the scared, sad little girl you were when you first came to live with us. I remember lying awake nights, listening to you cry in the next room, and thinking of ways to make you smile the next day. I remember the day you didn't look like a little girl anymore, and lying awake nights for a very different reason. And I remember when we started sneaking into each other's rooms, when you became my whole world.
My throat is a desert, swallowing nearly impossible. Derek, His grip tightens and I wince.
What? Do you want me to remember how you cut and ran at the first sign of trouble? How you won't even give me the time of day now that you have a hotshot banker in your bed?
Spittle flies from his mouth, hitting my face like sharp flecks of sand. I try to shake my head, but I can't move. That's not how it is.
Save it. I wanted you to meet me here today to prove a point.
What point?
How easy it is to get close to people. If I wanted to hurt those kids, I could have. And the guys that are after me, they want money, Noelle. So if I don't pay up, you know who they'll hurt?
Tears sting my eyes as Derek's point stabs me straight through the heart. Poppy, I breathe. His grip finally loosens.
Yeah.
Have you considered asking him for the money? You're his son. He would do anything. A fierce look comes over his face, eyes narrowing into slits.
You don't think I tried? I worked alongside my father for most of my life. I know his business as well as he does. I was able to get some cash out, but the bank notified him about the withdrawal.
Did you tell him why you needed the money?
Yes, he howls. I told him everything. And you know what? He packed me off to some gambling addiction rehab facility out in the mountains. Like hiking in sub-zero temperatures could take the place of a game of poker.
I reach out to rub Derek's shoulder. That's great. He looks at me as if I've lost my mind.
No! The guys I owe money to think I ran away from them.
He swivels his neck, eyes darting around the urban jungle surrounding us.
Nowhere is safe. Not until I get them their money.
I start to open my mouth, but Derek stops me.
Give me your phone.
With shaking hands, I reach into my pocket and pull out my mobile. Derek glances at the screen.
12 missed calls, about as many texts. Looks like you have night by the short and curlies.
I cringe at the vulgar expression, but Derek snickers and tosses my phone at the nearest garbage can. It bounces off the metal and lands face up on the sidewalk, a spiderweb of cracks spreading into the glass. As if on cue, it lights up again.
Isn't that sweet? A man who doesn't give up.
He shrugs.
Might as well leave it there. Maybe some chick will pick it up and soothe your fiancé's broken heart when he finds out you've married me instead.
A fresh wave of pain slams into my chest at the thought of anyone else soothing Nash but me. Half an hour ago, I was so mad at Nash I could barely see straight. But now, my anger has been swept away by fear. Fear for Madison and Parker. Fear for Poppy. And fear for me. That I won't ever get the chance to work things out with the man I love.
Come on,
Derek says, hurrying me out of the park.
We have to get to the city clerk's office before they close, and they're all the way downtown.
City clerk? I stutter, knowing exactly what his intentions are, but needing confirmation anyway.
Yeah.
As we emerge onto Central Park South, Derek scowls at the congestion of the streets and grabs for my hand.
Come on. Taking the subway will be much faster than a cab in this mess. If we don't get our marriage license today, we can't get married tomorrow.
My stomach turns over on itself. If today went as planned, I'd be at the city clerk's office with Nash to get our license this afternoon. The irony is cold comfort.
Nash. You've got to be fucking kidding me. How the hell has Nixie managed to slip away from Jay again? And because I fired the security firm that lost sight of Derek yesterday, I have no one watching him either. In my defense, after talking with Paul Atwood and then deciding it was time to call in a chit with Damon King, I didn't think I had to worry about Derek anymore. Paul assured me that he would handle his son, and King assured me that no one in this city would take Derek's bets anymore. But I doubt there's a group chat for bookies and loan sharks. It might take time for Derek to be cut off. Or maybe Derek's feeling the noose slowly tighten around his neck. He's a fucking wild card with nothing left to lose. And desperate men do desperate things. Best case scenario, Nixie's sick of having her every move shadowed and wants to be alone for a while. Worst case scenario, Derek has her, and there's a world of possibilities in between. I don't know what to think. In hindsight, I should have gone to see her after Duncan and I hammered out the basics of the network tech acquisition, but I figured I would give Nixie some time before attempting to explain myself. And it wasn't like I went home for a night's sleep. As soon as Duncan left my office for his hotel, my team and I worked through the night. With only a few days left in the fiscal year, countless tax implications and corporate filings need to be addressed. My veins are already buzzing from too much caffeine when Jay calls, and his news sends my pulse into overdrive. He caught the medallion number of the cab Nixie jumped into, which is the only reason I didn't fire him, too. Simmons, God bless her, managed to contact the driver, and he explained where he dropped Nixie off, and that he saw her enter the park via Center Drive. I tell Jay that I'll meet him in Central Park. Given the holiday crowds, getting uptown is slow-going. After what feels like forever, I finally run into the park at the 59th and 6th entrance. Why would Nixie ditch Jay just to go to Central Park? And why this entrance? Whenever I take Madison and Parker to the zoo, we walk in through the 5th Avenue entrance. Spotting a sign for the Wallman rink, I remember Eva saying something about the twins having a field trip this morning. But if Eva invited Nixie to meet up with them, why wouldn't she let Jay take her? The ice rink is practically empty. I don't see Nixie or Eva or Madison and Parker. Jay meets me there, his guilty expression proof that he hasn't seen Nixie either. I try calling Nixie's phone again. "Boss," Jay says, pointing at the ground. I follow the direction of his finger to see my name flash across a cracked screen. Nixie's phone. The panic I've been keeping at bay barely rises up in my throat, threatening to choke me. I lower my own mobile and end the call, reaching for Nixie's discarded one. Her battery is running low and a dozen cracks zigzag across the screen. I can't get past the locked screen, but there's one text visible that doesn't belong to me. Unknown. Ditch your babysitter and come to Woolman. Son of a bitch, I bark, spinning in circles as I look for any sign of Nixie, but there's no copper-headed sprite anywhere. I pull up my contacts, torn between calling Tripp or Damon. They're like two sides of the same coin. Both skilled hackers, respected and feared in equal measure, but while Tripp wears a white hat, Damon's as black as night. In the end, I message both of them. I want Nixie back, safe and sound, and I don't care who helps me find her. I loop Atwood in too. Bastard better pray he finds his son before I do.
Chapter 21. Nixie. The cavernous reception room of Manhattan's Marriage Bureau is filled with at least a dozen other couples, all in various stages of premarital bliss. Bent over clipboards with their arms intertwined, sides pressed together as if superglued, their intimate murmurs and soft shared laughs grate on my eardrums. Scattered on every surface are brochures extolling the virtues of a city hall wedding. Watch out, Vegas, everything's better in New York. Right now, for me, nothing could be worse. It isn't nearly long enough before a clerk with close-cropped curly hair and a heavy Long Island accent calls our names. Derek hands over the paperwork he filled out while we waited, and I look away as she inputs our information into the computer hulking on her desk. Each click of her keyboard lands like a hammer, sealing my fate. "You're all set to marry as soon as this time tomorrow." She stamps the form Derek filled out with an official seal, her tweezed eyebrows lifting as she pushes our copy across the gleaming white surface of her desk. "I'll give you the same advice I give to all my husbands. Happy wife, happy life. Remember that and you'll do just fine." She turns to me with a conspiratorial wink. "Trying to do my part to lower the divorce rate. Not all men have the sense to listen, but I always try." For a moment, I consider confessing the truth, that I have no intention of marrying Derek. Not tomorrow or ever. I'm going to get myself out of this mess as soon as I can figure out how to do it without putting Poppy in danger. I dredge up an anxious smile. No such thing as a lost cause, right? She gives a derisive huff. "My sister-in-law works at the matrimonial support office just down the street, where you go to file for divorce. Now that place is filled with lost causes. But here?" She waves her hand around the austere chamber that reminds me of a tomb. "I like to think of all my couples as taking their first steps toward happily ever after." There is genuine pride on the clerk's face as she summarizes her role, and guilt thrums through my bloodstream like lead. Derek and I are not now, nor will we ever be, one of her happy couples. If I was here with Nash, I might have had hope for a happy ending. Or maybe not. Not after what I learned last night. Tears prick my eyes as I nod, unable to say anything else. Nash might love me, but if we have any hope of a future together, he has to stop keeping me in the dark. I love him, but to be happy I need more than words. I need genuine honesty. No relationship is equal in all ways, but I need to know that Nash wants an equal partnership in our own way, a way that works for both of us. Not just him, but for me, too. Derek mumbles a gruff word of thanks and hustles me out of the room, his booted feet slapping at the marble. 10 minutes later, we're checking into a nearby downtown hotel as Mr. and Mrs. Atwood. I press my palms against my stomach as it threatens revolt, and Derek glances down at me, his eyes brewing with warning. Once the door to the elevator closes on us, he rakes a hand through hair that's gone too long without a barber.
Can you stop flashing your sad doe eyes at everyone who looks your way? You think I want to be doing this?
I turn away from the flashing numbers on the wall panel and look straight at Derek. I need to make a call, arrange for someone to feed my dog and take her out for a walk. Get a message to Nash. He scoffs.
So she'll shit on the floor. I'm sure Knight can pay someone to clean it up.
Please! Derek's jaw clenches.
Enough. He knows you have a dog and that you're gone. She'll be fine.
He's right, I know. Nash will make sure Kismet is taken care of. Nash makes sure everyone is taken care of, always. But this time, I have to take care of myself. The elevator doors open with a jarring buzz, and Derek leads the way to our room. His walk is so different than Nash's, more like the loping gait of a gangly teenager than the smooth stride of a confident power broker. In Bermuda, Raina told me that Wall Street players are gamblers too, but Nash would never make a bet he can't afford to lose. Unfortunately, Derek doesn't have the self-control to know when to get up from the table. Once in our room, Derek immediately turns on the television and sits at the edge of the bed with the remote in his hand, flipping through channels until he stops on a basketball game. In seconds, his shoulders are hunched over, his knee bouncing with tension, his eyes shining with a glazed look I recognize all too well. You have money riding on this, don't you? Derek blinks, but doesn't tear his attention from the screen.
Just a little. It's no big deal.
You are truly unbelievable. Who even takes your bets anymore? He just shushes me, jumping to his feet a moment later to yell at the referee. Again, an image of Nash springs to my mind. He's looking for me, I'm sure of it. Has he found my phone yet? Or maybe someone else picked it up and answered his call? Nash, my knight in shining armor. But the only thing that makes me angrier than watching Derek berate the refs from a mattress is waiting helplessly to be rescued. Truthfully, even if Derek gets his hands on my inheritance tomorrow, the chance of him using it to pay off his debts and not get in deeper again are slim to none. There will always be the next sure thing, the next unbeatable hand, the next big score. He can't resist. Derek will never stop gambling. Handing him my inheritance would be like dumping it in the Hudson River, a complete waste. And Poppy will never be safe. Derek sits back down, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. I'm still standing in the corridor that leads to the bedroom between the bathroom and closet. Mind if I take a shower? I ask, careful to keep my tone nonchalant.
Go ahead,
he snaps, not even glancing my way. Having sat through hundreds of games with Derek, I know it's only a matter of time before his whooping and cursing begins in earnest. When that happens, he won't notice if a bomb goes off, unless the TV loses power. I turn on the water and wait. It doesn't take long, not even 10 minutes. From what I can tell, a fight breaks out and a key player from the team Derek bet money on is ejected. Derek goes ballistic, ranting and raving at the wide screen attached to the wall just 2 feet from his reddened face. I am out the door and down the hall in seconds, Derek's unbroken tirade still ringing in my ears. Choosing stairs over the elevator, I sprint down the dozen flights, my footsteps pounding faster than my heartbeat. After speed walking across the lobby, I dodge cars and cabs and cross the street to Columbus Park. Once inside the gates, I increase my pace and blend in with the joggers running along the footpath. The park is fairly small, and despite the late afternoon chill, it's filled with elderly men bent over games of mahjong, women pushing strollers, and street performers, hoping to draw an afternoon crowd. Resisting the urge to look over my shoulder, I exit the park on the other side and continue walking in the direction of the courthouse. The Chambers Street subway station is just a few blocks away. I have to pass by the office of the city clerk again, where Derek and I just were. A couple is posing for pictures beside the plaque for the marriage bureau, and their happy laughter bites at my heels as I rush past them. I have one foot in the crosswalk when a black Lincoln Navigator careens around the corner and screeches to a halt right outside the entrance. Nash jumps out, followed by Jay, and they both sprint inside. With my heart in my throat, I resist the instinct to scream Nash's name and take off running toward him. I can't leap into Nash's arms. Not yet. I brush away the tears falling unchecked down my face and continue walking until the sidewalk gives way to a set of stairs. Hot, stale air rushes up at me as I enter the subway station, slide my Metro card through the turnstile reader, and find a place on the platform. This pattern of me rushing headlong into trouble and then standing idly by while Nash comes to my rescue has to end. And it's going to end today. New York's Penn Station is Grand Central Station's buck-toothed, ugly cousin. Although the upper level, with trains to New Jersey and Pennsylvania, has been renovated, the lower level serving Long Island has not. It remains a grid of low-ceilinged, crowded tunnels that sprawl underground like catacombs. I spend the time until my train blending in with larger groups, occasionally ducking into tiny storefronts hawking overpriced souvenirs and snacks, checking for Derek's face in the sea of commuters. 40 minutes after leaving Penn, I arrive in Manhasset. Poppy lives just a mile from the train station, but I'm shivering by the time I reach his white clapboard colonial with black shutters and a red front door. I wasn't much older than Madison and Parker when I came to live with Poppy and Derek. But now, standing on the sidewalk, chilled to the bone, I'm not sure I can go in. Poppy welcomed me into his life, into his heart, and I allowed Derek to chase me away. I don't want to tell him about Derek. I don't want to break his heart. But I don't have a choice. Because of Derek, Poppy's in danger. If he gets hurt, I'll never forgive myself. I drag one foot in front of the other, my stomach churning, until I make it to the steps leading to his porch. My hands are tucked into fists inside my pockets, my shoulders hunched forward against the gusting wind. The air has a tingle to it, like the first snowfall of the year is imminent. Before I can ring the bell, the door is thrown open and Poppy is there, his arms extended in welcome, a warm grin splitting his face in two. I throw myself into his embrace, my hands wrapping around him as I nudge my forehead into his rounded shoulders. Without a word exchanged, Poppy closes the door and draws me into a warm hug. "Shh," he finally whispers. "Come, I want to hear about all of your adventures." Tears blur my vision as I pull away. "You must hate me." I've been gone for months. I sent letters, but I never gave him a real explanation. He sets his palms on my cheeks, thumbs swiping at the rivers running down them. "You know I can never stay mad at this face." I choke out a laugh. No matter what teenage prank I pulled, usually at Derek's urging, that was always Poppy's response. Which isn't to say he let me run wild. There were always consequences, but never anger. "What do you say I make us some hot chocolate?" He raises bushy eyebrows. "Maybe with a shot of Kahlua?" Nodding, I follow him into the living room, the desk facing the window strewn with paperwork. I wave a hand in its direction. "I take it you saw me from here?" "Yes. For a minute there, I thought you were going to turn right around." I duck my head sheepishly. "Sorry about that. Nerves." He steers me toward the overstuffed chair closest to the mantel, logs crackling in the fireplace.
You park your nerves right here while I go make our drinks.
I sink down into the paisley velvet, running my hands over well-worn fabric that has seen many a wintry afternoon marked by hot chocolate and s'mores. When I stare into the hearth, it's not just flames that dance in front of my eyes. It's memories. From the kitchen, I hear Poppy opening and closing cabinets, pots clanking, and the low rumble of his voice. I smile, having forgotten his habit of talking to himself. He returns a few minutes later, carrying a tray with 2 mugs and a plate of cookies. Thin Mints and Samoas? I haven't had these since my Girl Scout days. Poppy grins.
A new family moved in next door. Their daughter came knocking, and I couldn't resist.
I laugh. Poppy single-handedly made me one of the top sellers every year. I think he donated most of the boxes to the local firehouse, but we always had enough Thin Mints and Samoas in our kitchen to last all year. I'm glad there's someone to supply you with your sugar fix.
You may be.
He grimaces, spreading his hands on a belly that has grown significantly larger over the past few years.
But my doctor isn't too keen. More fruits and vegetables, he says. Less meat and sweets. What's the fun in that?
I reach for my steaming cup, managing to sip through the cloud of whipped cream floating on top. Delicious. No fun at all. Wrapping my palms around the mug, I feel warm inside and out, in a way I haven't in too long to remember. I was wrong to run, and I'm so sorry. My voice cracks as I force myself to maintain eye contact with Poppy.
Are you ready to tell me why?
I am, although my reasons are shameful. I was afraid if I told you what I learned. My throat closes up and I take another sip of the spiked hot chocolate, wishing I asked for a straight shot of Kahlua instead. You wouldn't believe me, or that you'd want to kill the messenger. Poppy leans forward, his elbows on his knees.
First of all, you're not a messenger. I love you like a daughter, Noelle. No one, not even my son, will ever change that.
A fragile smile trembles on my lips as he continues.
And second, there's nothing you can tell me about Derek that I don't already know.
My stomach plummets. Of course there is. I wish that were true.
I have a confession to make too, Noelle.
Before I can stop him, he continues.
I know about Derek's gambling.
I pull back. You do?
I've known it for years. It's in his blood, I'm afraid.
You gamble? I rub at the deep frown denting my forehead. I've never even seen Poppy fill out a fantasy football bracket.
How do you think your father and I met?
He shakes his head, eyes staring unseeingly at the fire as his tone becomes introspective.
We met at the tables in Atlantic City, back when the place was a real hot spot and traveling to Vegas wasn't nearly as cheap or as easy. We both liked to play blackjack and were pretty good at keeping track of the cards. Your father and I became friends and then business partners.
I had no idea.
We turned our skill at the casinos into the initial bankroll for our business. Mostly we were day traders. We had our ups and downs together, nearly went bankrupt in the early 90s. Got into tech when the craze was just beginning. We rode that wave right until the end, putting all our eggs into the NASDAQ basket. Didn't realize it was a bubble until it burst. When 9/11 hit, we were nearly bankrupt again. My wife had already left, but your mother, may she rest in peace, never complained. Said she had complete faith in us that we'd right the ship again. Even when your dad and I couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel, when I was about to lose this house, she never let us think of ourselves as failures.
Poppy turns his eyes on me. They are a rich chestnut, like his son's, but edged in a softer, lighter brown that shines with warmth.
I figured Derek would outgrow the destructive side of his gambling addiction. Learn how to put his appetite for risk to good use in the markets, like we did. And I hoped he would have a woman by his side who would love and support him, like your mother did for your father. I didn't want him to be unlucky in love like I was.
I looked down at my lap, lashed by guilt that I couldn't give Poppy the peace of mind he so dearly deserves. I wish
that things could be different. Don't. All I want is for both of you to be happy. And as much as I would have liked to see you and Derek together, he is not the man for you.
He lifts my chin so that I meet his gaze again.
Did you know that your mother used to do our books?
I shake my head. I know so little about my parents.
Well, she did. And even when we weren't sure how we were going to pay the rent on our office or the mortgage on our houses, she made sure we paid our taxes and our insurance. When your father died, that insurance money let me pay off our accumulated business debt and start with a clean slate. I didn't take as many risks, but over the years I did all right. After you left, I decided to do the same thing for Derek. Give him a clean slate. I paid off his debts and sent him to rehab. It didn't work, though. The second he got out, he was right back at it, even worse than before. But this time I didn't step in. I wanted Derek to learn his lesson and finally realize that small-time bets can become huge disasters practically overnight. And that owing money to the wrong people is a terrible, terrible idea.
He takes a shuddering breath.
I just never anticipated that he would try to elope with you to get his hands on your inheritance. I'm sorry, Noelle.
I sit back, stunned. Poppy wasn't blind to his son's gambling. He'd simply been biding his time, hoping Derek would grow up. It never occurred to him that I would get caught in the crossfire. But then I refocus. Poppy, it's you I'm worried about. Derek's debts, the men that are after him, you're not safe.
It's all been taken care of. You don't have to worry about...
But he's still gambling. That's how I left without Derek noticing. He was losing and I slipped away. My voice trails off as I read Poppy's expression. You already knew?
I found out about it a little while ago.
How?
A friend. And now Derek's on his way to a different rehab facility. A better one this time.
But what if he signs himself out again?
He can't. Not at this one.
There's a sad, resigned look on Poppy's face. I don't want to know what it took to get Derek involuntarily committed. I reach out a hand, giving Poppy's shoulder a gentle squeeze. Wherever he is, at least he's out of harm's way. It's no way to live, looking over your shoulder every second. A look of understanding passes between us.
I'm ashamed you felt you had to run. But in a way, I think it was good for you. I'm damn proud that you struck out on your own, took a risk and carved your own path.
His mouth pushes into a half smile.
It took a few days, but I've been keeping tabs.
Keeping tabs?
Of course. The police were no help since you were of age, but I had a private detective hot on your trail within hours. I would have gone crazy otherwise.
He shoots me an aggrieved father look.
Although letting you stay in that rat trap apartment in Brooklyn was the toughest thing I've ever had to do, let me tell you. I slept a lot easier after you moved to the Holtman.
The jarring ring of the doorbell has me swinging my head toward the window overlooking the front of the house. A familiar black Navigator is parked at the curb. The friend you mentioned earlier. Was that Nash?
Yes. I went to see him after learning of your engagement. We had a long talk about Derek, and an even longer talk about you.
He didn't say anything.
I asked him not to.
Poppy sighs as he rises from his chair, knees creaking.
We've both kept our share of secrets, haven't we?
I offer a chagrined nod, and Poppy walks to the foyer, hating that he's right. So many secrets, so many lies. I can't live like this anymore. I won't. There's a rush of cold air as he opens the front door, then a swift handshake as Nash steps over the threshold, his gorgeous face coming into view. My heart, swollen with sadness, pounds in my chest. Derek is no longer a threat. Mac Duncan has probably already signed the sales contract for network tech, and even if he hasn't, judging by how well our dinner went, he'll probably sell his business to Nash whether we're married or not. There's no reason for us to marry anymore. Whatever we had, whatever we were, is over. Nash is here to say goodbye.
Chapter 22. Nash. Nixie rises from a chair in front of the mantel, light from the fire setting her hair ablaze like an angel's halo. The sight of her safe and sound, and so damned seductive, nearly makes me stumble. No matter how many times she accused me of rescuing her, Nixie is my white knight, saving me from the empty life I'd resigned myself to. After Tripp sent me a copy of the marriage license registered with the city clerk's office, Jay and I raced downtown, but Derek and Nixie were already gone. And I nearly lost my mind when Damon said that he'd tracked Derek to a nearby hotel and that Nixie wasn't there. I was on my way to rip Derek limb from limb when Paul called to tell me that Nixie was sitting in his living room. By now, he's probably told her that Derek is no longer a threat. I might owe Damon my firstborn, but he had his guys throw Derek in a van and drive him to a place he won't get out of until I say so. It's called a rehab facility, but it's basically a prison where the rich and well-connected send their low-life offspring after they've fucked up too often or too badly to be allowed to roam free. Derek won't be getting out of there for a long, long time, which means that there is no reason for Nixie to marry me. The thought sends a jagged crack down my center. Not a break exactly, but a weak zone that's just Nixie's size. Of course, after last night, I don't know that she wants to have anything to do with me, let alone marry me. She thinks I lied to her. Again. Paul quietly excuses himself, leaving the two of us alone, and even though I've only just come inside, I gesture toward the window as the first flakes of the season slowly drift from the sky and speak around the thick knot of remorse and regret stuck in my throat. How about a walk in the snow? Nixie glances through the mullioned panes of glass, her profile as exquisite as a carved cameo.
I'd like that.
I grab the coat hanging on the otherwise empty coat rack in the foyer and hold it out, dipping my head to breathe in the scent of vanilla and cinnamon that clings to her. We climb down the porch steps and continue along the stone walkway that cuts through the front yard. Though the sun set an hour ago, it is not very dark. The moon is low and full, a gleaming white ball suspended in a sky that unfurls over our heads like an inky indigo bruise. White Christmas lights hang from trees lining the sidewalk, and as the branches dance in the wind, they shine on Nixie's upturned face like hundreds of twinkling stars.
Pappy said he went to see you yesterday, she says.
He did.
I know he asked you not to say anything to me, but it's starting to feel like you like keeping secrets from me.
I don't. I know it looks that way, but... Nixie's eyes are practically glowing, and I can feel myself tumbling into a swirling amber sea.
It is that way. First it was your brother, then Mac Duncan, and now Pappy. 1 is a mistake, 2 is a pattern, and 3 is... 3 is too many, Nash.
I explained about Scott, and like you said, Paul asked me not to. He didn't want you to know that he's been keeping an eye on you. He loves you, and he's proud of you.
And Mac Duncan?
My exhale forms a mini storm cloud of vapor between us. You're right. I should have told you about him when we were in Bermuda, but by the time we had dinner last night, I had another option in my mind that would work, if not as well as network tech, then nearly. But Duncan was exaggerating, nothing more. And you should know that I told him about us when we got to my office last night. Confessed that I was less than honest about our relationship, that I lied actually, just so he would take my offer seriously. Nixie makes a small sound, like a strangled cough.
Oh.
She stares at me for a long while, unsure whether she can trust me. I don't look away from her scrutiny. I deserve it, after all.
Let me guess. He's still going to sell his company to you?
Yes. A stray snowflake catches on a ginger fringe of lash, suspended for a moment until a blink sends it on its way. One tiny movement is all it takes for something beautiful to disappear, lost forever. I can't let that happen to Nixie. This extraordinary chemistry between us is a crackling, live thing, and yet so very fragile.
Okay.
She looks down, away from me, and though she hasn't gone anywhere physically, I feel her absence as deeply as if she dropped through space and disappeared entirely. And with her, a part of my soul.
Thanks for coming all this way. I should get back.
I grab for her hand, desperation knifing through me. Nixie, wait. She stays, but the desperation does too. I can't lose her. I can't. And then I notice her naked ring finger, and my heart sinks like a stone. You took it off.
Oh, right.
She digs in the front pocket of her jeans and pulls out a ring, offering it to me on an open palm.
I didn't want Derek to see it. I thought he might make me pawn it or something.
I take it from her and do what I should have done to begin with. I drop to one knee, the cold, damp concrete pressing into my trousers. Mac Duncan gave me a reason for marrying you, and Derek gave me an excuse, but it wasn't the reason, and I don't need an excuse. Not then, and definitely not now. A confused frown pulls at her eyebrows as she stares down at me. What I'm trying to say is, we may have started out ass backward, but nothing in my life has ever felt so right. I don't care that we've known each other for months instead of years, or that I fuck up over stupid shit and you run first and ask questions later. I don't care about any of it, as long as you forgive me, as long as you let me chase you wherever you go. We still have the church booked, the venue reserved, and there is nothing I want more than to wake up with you every morning of my life, to make babies with you and grow old with you and live the rest of my life with you. Nixie, will you marry me?
Nixie. Snow swirls around us now, the heavy flakes stinging my skin. I hope Poppy isn't at the window watching this ridiculous display. Nash has clearly lost his mind. You don't have to do this. We don't need to have a marriage of convenience anymore. Nash's bark of laughter takes me by surprise.
Convenience? Hell, you are the most inconvenient woman I've ever met in my life.
I suck in a breath of cold, damp air. I might be inconvenient, but you are the bossiest, most bullheaded... Nash's arm shoots out and encircles my waist, pulling me onto his powerful thigh, my hip pressing against the ridged muscles of his abdomen, our mouths barely an inch apart.
Is that really what you think of the man who's so in love with you he can't see straight when you're not around, and is damn near cockeyed whenever you are?
Nash's hands run along my spine and settle somewhere between my shoulders and neck, his thumbs finding a sensitive patch of skin behind my ears that sends goosebumps rising to attention like tiny white flags of surrender.
Pretty sure I was in love with you by sunrise, our very first morning together.
He twines a strand of my hair around his finger.
I'd never seen anything so damned beautiful as you sleeping in my bed.
I lean back, needing to take in the whole of his face, and not just the individual pieces that are like works of art on their own. His words echo inside my brain, ricocheting inside my skull. And somehow they shake something loose, a glimpse of possibility. Maybe all our lies have become something else. The truth. But I resist the lure of Nash's handsome face and pretty, pretty words. I need more from him. I deserve more. Love isn't enough for me, I finally manage. Not if you're going to love me with lies. I want a true partner, someone I can count on to tell me the truth even when it's hard. I can't love you if I don't trust you.
You can trust me, I swear. This is entirely new for me, but I've learned from my mistakes. They won't happen again. I won't lose you.
A faint spark of happiness sputters to life, the flame catching and spreading warmth throughout my soul. Is this really happening? A surge of optimism washes over me, a lightness of spirit. But the embers of hope dim as familiar doubts rush in, threatening the seductive glow. No more lies?
No. They belong in the past, with the guy I used to be. The one who didn't deserve you, Nixie. I know who I am and who I want to be, because you've showed me who that is.
He's telling me everything I want to hear. Can it be real? Have you suddenly become a closet romantic?
There's nothing about me that's hiding in the closet.
I can't help rolling my eyes. That's because your ego wouldn't fit through the door.
Try saying that when I carry you over the threshold.
And this time, with this man, I fight against my old insecurities and make the choice to cloak myself in Nash's love instead. To believe in him. To believe in us. Convenience is vastly overrated. I entwine my arms around his neck, our lips merging together, breaths commingling, tongues tenderly dancing. This man is mine. You'd better not drop me.
Never.
Epilogue. Nash. I've walked past St. Paul's Chapel nearly every day of my life, but today isn't like any other day. Today I am inside, standing in the sanctuary, waiting for my bride. A low hum of anticipation thrums inside my chest as the heavy doors at the back of the church open. 300 people are packed into the elegant Georgian hall, and there is a collective gasp as Nixie comes into view. My first glimpse of her sends a bolt of electricity shooting through the soles of my shoes and charging every cell in my body. Breathless, I can only stare as Paul escorts my bride down a white satin aisle strewn with red rose petals. Tomorrow is Christmas, but my gift has arrived. Radiant prisms of light shoot from Nixie's glittering headpiece, streaking through the nave and infusing the 250-year-old house of worship with a palpable energy. We're only a few blocks from the alley where I first got a glimpse of her, a few blocks and a world away. She sparkled as much then as she does now. Finally, Nixie and Paul stand before me. The buoyant notes of the choir reach a crescendo as I lift the veil over Nixie's head, revealing gleaming copper hair cascading down her bare shoulders. A riot of emotions trek across Nixie's flawless face. Love, passion, excitement, and in her eyes I see everything I never knew I wanted, but now can't live without. My throat turns to dust as I realize how close I came to losing the best thing that has ever happened to me. Before Nixie, I never knew what it was like to smile for no reason at all, just because I'm happy. Nixie makes me believe I can conquer the universe with one hand, so long as I hold on to her with my other. It physically hurts to tear my gaze from my beautiful bride, but I do, shaking hands with Paul and mouthing a silent thank you for the precious woman he's entrusting to me. I crook an elbow, and Nixie threads her arm through mine. Together we climb the final steps to the altar. The service itself is a blur until it's Nixie's turn to speak her vows. A single tear slides down her cheek as she promises to love, honor, and cherish me. I lift a hand to brush it away, then echo her words. This fighter will spend the rest of his days fighting to be worthy of my bride. Parker comes forward, solemnly carrying a green velvet pillow, 2 rings held in place with red ribbon. And now you may kiss your... I pull Nixie to me and claim her lips as if they're mine, as if they have always been mine. Through a dense, lovesick fog, I vaguely hear the Reverend announce us as man and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Nash Knight. There is a rumble of applause and I pull away just slightly. Well, Mrs. Knight, would you like to take a walk with me?
I'd love to, Mr. Knight.
Together we turn to face our guests and take our first steps down what will be a long path toward forever. I see my parents in the front row looking so happy. Behind them sit Reggie and Lucia, Tripp and Jolie, Raina and Tristan, Holt and Celeste and Lance, and several friends Nixie hasn't even met yet. There is Catherine and Greta and Jay, and so many others from Night Ventures. Across the aisle, Mac Duncan and Mrs. Dwyer sit beside Paul Atwood, who is smiling even as he wipes at his eyes. I even thought I saw a glimpse of Damon King. Every pew is full. There are people missing, too. Besides Bryce, who is at the hospital for special surgery on the Upper East Side, recovering from shoulder surgery. My brothers. Nixie's parents. But here in this church, I can feel their presence, their approval, their love. Eva stands to the side between Madison and Parker, our flower girl and ring bearer. I'm not sure if she still believes our relationship is merely temporary, but it doesn't matter. Nixie and I are meant for each other, and Eva is sure to realize it soon enough. In the meantime, I'll be what I have been to Eva for years now, a good friend. Last night, in lieu of a bachelor party, the past decade has been one long bachelor party as far as I'm concerned, I asked for an intimate family dinner. Me and Nixie, my parents, Paul Atwood, and of course Eva and the twins. Rather than book a table at a formal restaurant, I called up a local Italian place well known for family-style dining and ordered heaping platters of food for delivery. It was casual and festive, and my previously sterile bachelor pad was filled with delicious smells and happy laughter, and so much joy. My parents and I sat down together and had a long overdue talk. It turns out that I've been so wrong about so many things. The heartbreak I saw on their faces wasn't only because they lost Scott and Wyatt, it was because they believed they'd lost me too. I've been living as if I have a finite amount of love in my heart and doling it out like a miser. But if Scrooge can change his ways, so can I. Through her tears, my mother whispered, "Tomorrow I won't just gain a daughter, I'm going to get my son back too." I thought I was so strong, so invincible because of my financial success and the time I spent training and fighting. I wasn't. Terrified of loss, I never risked more than money or a few bruises. What I really needed to fight was my own fear. There are no guarantees in life, but I still have to get in the ring. My bride came into my life against all odds, and spending the rest of my life without her is unthinkable. One day, hopefully soon, Nixie and I will fill our home with children of our own. The twins will always be my family, and I trust Eva enough to know that whomever she brings into our lives will be family too. Sometimes love is ugly, like Nixie said. It's messy and unwieldy and downright exhausting, but hard truths are so much better than beautiful lies. Who the hell needs easy anyway? Not when I have Nixie.
Nixie. It's a strange thing to be standing up, to be walking, when the bones in my body feel so flimsy and fragile. I have never been this happy, this buoyant with joy, that I am weightless, floating. And yet somehow I put one foot in front of the other, my quick steps keeping pace with Nash's steady stride. Nash Knight, my husband. I'm not sure if I'm smiling or not, because my face is numb. Really, the only thing I feel is my heart. So full, it's a wonder it hasn't burst. We are in St. Paul's Chapel, the little chapel that stood. There is no place on earth I'd rather be. It can't be mere coincidence that both Nash and I had our lives irrevocably altered by the same tragedy, and that we met on its anniversary. Too much of a coincidence to believe that my parents and Nash's brothers didn't have a hand in our relationship from day one. Thinking back, that day was the one time I couldn't bear to enter the doors of this church. Instead, I found Nash Knight, my very own sanctuary. I glance around, absorbing every detail so I can relive these sacred moments again and again. The gleaming panes of glass cut into the clerestory arches, the crystal chandeliers suspended above the soaring nave, the angelic voices of a choir that could have come from heaven itself. As a nod to the season, the handsome wooden pews are festooned with evergreen garlands, and wreaths decorated with sprigs of holly and festive silver bows hang along the aisle. Our guests were offered mugs of mulled wine as they came in from the cold, infusing the air inside the church with the scent of cinnamon and cloves. Outside, a dusting of snow covers the city, just enough to make the gritty urban jungle look like a scene from a Charles Dickens novel. My happily ever after ending is as perfect as a storybook, but the beauty of it is knowing that it's just the beginning. Nash and I are writing our own story. After we make it back down the aisle, Nash leads me into a small room in the narthex of the church so that we can have a few moments of privacy before heading to the reception. He closes the door, and for a moment I drink him in. Every vibrant, volatile inch of the man I've grown to love. My white knight, my Prince Charming, my impossibly sexy, outrageously stubborn, undeniably indomitable Nash. He is all those things and so much more. The first night we met, Nash said he was no hero. But this is our story. He's my hero and I'm his heroine. Nash saved me from 2 street punks, but I rescued him from an empty life. Of course, I didn't realize then that I was saving myself from the same fate, too. But I don't need a castle surrounded by a moat or my own tower to hide behind. All I need is Nash. He's swept away all those tenacious feelings of being unwanted and unworthy, leaving behind a sense of wonder at the endless possibilities of our future together. As if he can read my thoughts, Nash's expression is reverent, his eyes piercing mine as I stand in the center of the room. A flush breaks above the beaded bodice of my wedding dress, heating my cheeks. The air between us is thin, and I take a quick breath as Nash leans against the door, staring at me, staring into me, loving me.
We did it,
he says simply. I glance down at the thick band of diamonds encircling my left finger, the same color as the center stone that now sits on my right. A surge of euphoria pulses through my bloodstream. Now I can't lift a hand without being reminded of Nash. Looks that way. He crosses the room in 2 strides, his arms wrapping around my waist and holding me tight, twin flames of love and desire shining from eyes that have cleaved through my heart. I raise my hands, curving my palms against Nash's chiseled jaw. I can't believe you're my husband.
Believe it, because you, Nixie Knight, are my whole world.
This concludes Manhattan Mogul by Tara Leigh, narrated by Tim Page and Isabel Ruther. Copyright 2021 by Tara Leigh. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bookends, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.